Good evening. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Tonight, I present 8 hours of authentic supernatural and paranormal case files from the National Occult Archives of the British Museum, spanning the 12th through to the 19th centuries. These chilling testimonies document unexplained phenomena across England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. From possession cases with Latin-speaking entities to tragic souls seeking peace, each case reveals the supernatural history hidden within Britain's past. Support my efforts by liking and subscribing. So let's begin. Turn down the world, embrace the darkness, and let the forgotten be heard. Case file NOA1527K. Classification: Physician's testimony. Date of statement: 9th August, 1527. Location: Blackwood Forest, Cumberland. Testimony: I, Dr. Edmund Harrow, physician to the Earl of Cumberland, do testify about events witnessed whilst travelling through Blackwood Forest. My apprentice and I departed Carlisle at dawn on the 7th of August. The road passed through dense woodland for several miles. We heard singing approximately 2 hours into our journey. A woman's voice carried through the trees, clear and melodious. The song had no words we could discern, only a haunting melody. My apprentice suggested we investigate, believing someone might require assistance. We left the road and followed the voice deeper into the forest. The singing grew louder as we walked, yet we saw no one. Sunlight barely penetrated the canopy above us. The temperature dropped noticeably the further we travelled. My apprentice remarked that the same trees seemed to appear repeatedly. I dismissed this as disorientation until I noticed it myself. A twisted oak with 3 trunks appeared before us 4 separate times. We had been walking in circles, yet the singing never ceased. The voice now seemed to come from all directions simultaneously. My apprentice began to weep, saying the song spoke to him. He claimed it called his name, though I heard no such thing. I seized his arm and pulled him back toward where I believed the road to be. The singing followed us, growing more insistent. My apprentice fought against me, desperate to return to the voice. I was forced to strike him to break whatever hold it possessed over him. He collapsed unconscious, and I carried him through the undergrowth. The moment we reached the road, the singing ceased entirely. Absolute silence fell over the forest. No birds called, no leaves rustled, nothing stirred. My apprentice woke moments later with no memory of the incident. He bore scratches across his face that had not been present earlier. When I asked how he received them, he could not answer. We continued our journey in haste, not stopping until we cleared the forest entirely. That night, my apprentice woke screaming, claiming the woman stood beside his bed. He described her as impossibly pale with hollow eyes and a mouth that never closed. She sang the same wordless melody, he said, reaching toward him. I saw nothing, yet could not deny the terror in his face. He has not spoken since that night, 3 days ago. He sits motionless, staring at nothing, occasionally humming that cursed melody. Dr. Edmund Harrow, physician, Carlisle, Cumberland. 9th August, 1527. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Document recovered from Carlisle medical records. Local folklore references a woman who disappeared in Blackwood Forest in 1489, though connection remains speculative. The apprentice's condition persisted until his passing 6 months later. End of file. Case file NOA1783M. Classification: Prison Chaplain's Record. Date of statement: 22nd November, 1783. Location: Newgate Prison, London. Record: I, Reverend Thomas Blackwell, Chaplain of Newgate Prison, do record events within cell 47. The cell remained unused for 3 years following the passing of its previous occupant. William Thorne had been condemned for taking another's life, a crime he confessed freely. He departed this world by hanging on the 15th of March, 1780. Prison authorities deemed the cell suitable for habitation again in November of this year. A new prisoner, James Wickham, was placed within on the 20th. Wickham began screaming within an hour of his arrival. Guards reported he stood in the corner, speaking to empty air. I was summoned to provide spiritual comfort that evening. Upon entering, I found Wickham pressed against the far wall, trembling violently. He pointed to the space above the cot, insisting someone occupied it. I saw nothing unusual, merely an empty wooden frame. Wickham described a man with a purple face and bulging eyes. The description matched reports of Thorne's appearance after execution. I performed a blessing over the cell, sprinkling holy water throughout. Wickham seemed calm by this and agreed to rest. I departed, believing the matter resolved through prayer. The following morning, guards found Wickham unconscious on the floor. Deep red marks encircled his throat, as though hands had gripped him. No other person had entered the cell during the night. I attended him as he regained consciousness. His voice emerged as a harsh whisper, his throat badly bruised. He claimed the hanging man had descended during the night. Cold hands had seized his neck, he said, squeezing with terrible strength. Wickham begged to be moved to any other cell in the prison. I appealed to the warden, who reluctantly agreed to the transfer. The new prisoner moved into cell 47 2 days later. He lasted 3 nights before requesting removal. He reported identical experiences, the hanging man above the cot. He too bore marks upon his throat each morning. The cell has remained empty since. I visited it alone last week to determine if lingering evil resided there. The temperature inside measured noticeably colder than adjoining cells. I felt watched throughout my inspection, though I remained alone. As I prepared to leave, the cot creaked as though bearing weight. I observed the blanket compress in the center, forming the outline of a body. I departed immediately and sealed the cell door. It shall remain closed until the prison itself falls to ruins. Reverend Thomas Blackwell, Prison Chaplain, Newgate Prison, London, 22nd November. 183. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Newgate, records confirm multiple prisoners refused cell 47 between 1783 and 1792. The cell was permanently sealed in 1793. Prison demolition in 1904 revealed deep scratches inside the cell walls. Origin undetermined. End of file. Case file NOA 1416T. Classification: Constable's Report. Date of statement: 3rd January 1416. Location: Whitby, Yorkshire. Report: I, Constable Richard Webb, do report concerning the dwelling at Shore Road. The house belonged to merchant Samuel Crane until his passing in December. He was found in his study, having departed this world peacefully in his chair. His widow, Margaret Crane, remained in the house alone following his funeral. On the 30th of December, she arrived at the constabulary in great distress. She claimed her husband had returned to the house. I accompanied her home, believing grief had affected her reasoning. Upon entering, I detected an overwhelming smell of tobacco smoke. Mrs. Crane insisted her husband's pipe tobacco created this odor. She stated no one had smoked in the house since his passing. The smoke seemed concentrated in the study where he had been discovered. I inspected the room thoroughly, but found no source for the smell. The pipe itself sat cold and empty on the desk. Mrs. Crane then directed my attention to the chair. The leather seat bore the impression of someone sitting, she said. It appeared freshly compressed, as though recently occupied. I touched the leather and found it warm. No fire burned in the room, and the house itself remained cold. Mrs. Crane began weeping, saying he refused to leave. She heard his footsteps each night, pacing between study and bedchamber. Doors opened and closed, though she remained alone in the house. She heard his voice calling her name from empty rooms. I suggested she stay with relatives until these disturbances ceased. She refused, stating she could not abandon their home. I visited again on the 1st of January to check on her welfare. The smell of tobacco greeted me at the door, stronger than before. Mrs. Crane sat in the parlour, composed but pale. She told me she had seen him the previous night. He stood at the foot of her bed, wearing his nightshirt. He spoke her name once, then faded from view. She seemed almost relieved by this, saying he appeared peaceful. I have visited daily since, and the phenomena continue without change. The pipe tobacco smell persists throughout the house. Footsteps echo in empty corridors. His impression appears in the chair each morning. Mrs. Crane has grown accustomed to his presence. She speaks to him as though he still lives, setting a place for him at meals. She insists he means no harm, and wishes only to remain in their home. I can find no explanation for these events. The house feels occupied by more than one person, though Mrs. Crane dwells there alone. Constable Richard Webb Whitby, Yorkshire, 3rd January 1416. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Property records show Margaret Crane remained in the house until her own passing in 1429. Subsequent residents reported similar phenomena until the building's demolition in 1672. The tobacco smell allegedly persisted even in the vacant lot. End of file. Case file NOA 1692H. Classification Monk's Journal entry. Date of statement 18th June 1692. Location Wisman's Wood, Dartmoor, Devon. Journal entry. I, Brother Aldous of Buckfast Abbey, do record my experience whilst collecting herbs in Wisman's Wood. The abbot granted me permission to gather medicinal plants on the 17th of June. I entered the wood shortly after dawn, carrying basket and cutting tools. The ancient oaks of Wisman's Wood grow twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching like clawed hands. Moss covers every surface, thick and damp beneath my feet. I located the herbs I sought within an hour of entering. As I worked, I became aware of movement between the trees. A figure moved through the undergrowth, perhaps 50 yards distant. I called out, believing it another traveller. The figure stopped, but did not respond to my greeting. I could discern little detail through the dense foliage. It appeared man-shaped but oddly proportioned, too tall and thin. I continued my work, occasionally glancing toward where I had seen it. Each time I looked, it had moved closer, though I never witnessed the movement itself. This unsettled me considerably, and I hastened to complete my gathering. When I looked again, it stood perhaps 20 yards away. I could see it more clearly now, and the sight disturbed me greatly. The figure resembled a man, but stood near 7 feet in height. Its limbs extended unnaturally long, arms reaching below its knees. The face remained hidden in shadow despite the morning sunlight. I called out once more, asking its purpose. It took a single step toward me, moving with jerking, unnatural motion. Fear seized me, and I abandoned my basket. I ran toward the edge of the wood, not looking behind. The sound of pursuit followed me, branches breaking and leaves rustling. Whatever chased me moved with impossible speed through the undergrowth. I burst from the tree line onto open moorland. The sounds of pursuit ceased the moment I cleared the forest boundary. I turned to look back and saw nothing among the trees. The wood appeared empty and still, as though nothing had occurred. I reported this to the abbot upon my return. He forbade me from entering Wistman's Wood again. He revealed that 3 monks had reported similar encounters over the past century. Each described a tall, thin figure that pursued them through the trees. None could identify what they had seen. One monk claimed the figure had no face, only smooth skin where features should be. Another insisted its movements defied natural law, bending in ways no human could. The abbot consulted older records and found references to such sightings dating to the 12th century. Local shepherds call it the Watcher of Wistman's Wood. They avoid the wood entirely, believing it belongs to something other than men. I shall heed their wisdom and never return to that cursed place. Brother Aldous Buckfast Abbey, Devon, 18th June, 1692. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Dartmoor folklore contains numerous references to tall, limb-proportioned entities in ancient woodlands. Wistman's Wood sightings continue into modern times. Botanical surveys from the 1950s noted several researchers refusing to work alone in the area. End of file. Case file. NOA 1385R. Classification. Asylum Director's Notes. Date of statement. 7th March, 1385. Location. St. Mary Bethlehem, London. Director's Notes. I, Master Geoffrey Ashford, Director of St. Mary Bethlehem Hospital. Do note the case of patient Elizabeth Marsh. Mistress Marsh arrived at our facility on the 1st of March. Her family committed her following 3 weeks of disturbing behavior. She claimed a child spoke to her, though she possessed no children. The voice belonged to a young girl, she insisted, aged perhaps 7 years. This child appeared only when Mistress Marsh found herself alone. The girl wore a white dress and stood perfectly still, never blinking. Mistress Marsh stated the child spoke warnings of coming misfortune. 3 days before her commitment, her husband perished in an accident at the docks. The child had foretold this, she claimed, describing his ending in precise detail. Her family believed grief had damaged her mind. Upon arrival here, Mistress Marsh remained calm and coherent. She answered questions clearly and showed no signs of madness. I placed her in a room with 2 other patients for observation. The first night passed without incident. On the second night, both her roommates began screaming at midnight. I rushed to investigate and found them pressed against the far wall. They pointed to Mistress Marsh's bed, crying that a child stood there. I saw no child, only Mistress Marsh sleeping peacefully. The other patients refused to return to the room. I moved Mistress Marsh to a private chamber. On the third night, I heard singing from her room. A child's voice carried down the corridor, high and sweet. I entered to find Mistress Marsh sitting upright in bed. Her eyes remained closed, and she appeared to sleep. The singing continued, though her lips did not move. The voice came from the corner of the room where shadows gathered thick. I lit additional candles, yet the corner remained dark. The singing stopped abruptly when I approached. Mistress Marsh woke, asking why I had entered. She claimed to have heard nothing, to have slept soundly. The following morning, another patient hanged himself in the courtyard. Mistress Marsh showed no surprise upon hearing this news. She stated the girl had told her someone would depart this world today. I questioned her extensively, but she offered no further details. She insisted the girl meant no harm, merely spoke truths others could not hear. For the past 4 nights, I have heard the child singing. It echoes through the corridors between midnight and dawn. Other patients hear it too, though none can identify its source. Mistress Marsh converses with empty air in her chamber. She speaks as though answering questions, then falls silent to listen. I have observed her through the door and witnessed no other person present. Yesterday, 3 staff members refused to enter her room. They claimed the child watched them from the corner, her eyes completely black. I saw nothing when I investigated, yet I cannot deny the fear in their faces. Mistress Marsh shall remain here until this affliction passes, though I begin to wonder if it ever shall. Master Geoffrey Ashford, Director, St. Mary Bethlehem Hospital, London, 7th March 1385. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Hospital. Records indicate Elizabeth Marsh remained institutionalized until her passing in 1391. Staff reports of child singing continued throughout her stay. No historical record exists of a child matching the described appearance ever residing at Bethlehem. End of file. Case file NOA 1749V. Classification: Ships Captain Log. Date of statement: 12th October 1749. Location: off the coast of Cornwall. Ship's log: I, Captain William Drake of the merchant vessel Northwind, do record events of this past voyage. We departed Plymouth on the 8th of October, with cargo bound for Bristol. The crew numbered 15 men, all experienced sailors. Weather remained fair as we sailed westward along the Cornish coast. On the evening of the 10th, fog descended upon us with unusual suddenness. Visibility reduced to mere yards within minutes. I ordered reduced speed and posted additional lookouts. Near midnight, the lookout reported hearing singing. A woman's voice carried across the water, he said, though no other vessel sailed nearby. I heard it myself moments later, a haunting melody without words. The entire crew gathered on deck, listening to this strange sound. The singing seemed to move around the ship, first ahead, then behind, then to port. No source could be identified in the thick fog. My first mate suggested we change course to avoid whatever made the sound. Before I could give the order, something struck the hull. The impact came from below the waterline with tremendous force. The ship shuddered violently, throwing several men to the deck. I ordered men below to check for damage. They found no breach, no explanation for the collision. We had struck nothing, yet the impact remained undeniable. The singing grew louder, surrounding us entirely. One of my crew began to weep, saying the voice called his name. Others restrained him as he attempted to throw himself overboard. He fought with inhuman strength, crying that she wanted him. She waited beneath the waves. He screamed, reaching upward. We bound him to the mast for his own safety. The singing continued through the night, never ceasing, never changing in tone. 3 more crew members succumbed to its influence. They stood at the rail, staring into the fog, speaking of someone beautiful in the water. I posted guards to prevent anyone else from going over the side. At dawn, the fog lifted as suddenly as it had arrived. The singing ceased immediately. The bound sailor collapsed unconscious against the mast. The three at the rail turned away from the water, confusion on their faces. None remembered what had occurred during the night. I ordered a thorough inspection of the ship. We found long scratches along the hull below the waterline. They appeared fresh, as though something had clawed at the wood. No sea creature I know could create such marks. The bound sailor woke that afternoon with no memory of his attempted drowning. He bore scratches across his arms that had not been present before. They matched the pattern of the marks upon the hull. We completed our journey to Bristol without further incident. 2 of my crew have since departed my service, refusing to sail these waters again. I cannot fault them for their decision. Whatever exists in those fog-shrouded waters off Cornwall, it hungers for more than fish. Captain William Drake Plymouth, Devon, 12th October, 1749. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Maritime records contain numerous reports of unexplained singing off the Cornish coast, dating to medieval times. 17 vessels reported similar encounters between 1700 to 1800. 8 crew members across these incidents disappeared overboard in calm seas. End of file. Case file NOA 1563D. Classification: Magistrate's account. Date of statement: 29th April 1563. Location: Pendle Hill, Lancashire. Account: I, Sir Robert Pennington, Magistrate of Lancashire. Do account for events at the Holden farmstead near Pendle Hill. Farmer Thomas Holden reported disturbances beginning on the 20th of April. He claimed objects moved throughout his house without human agency. Tools disappeared from where he placed them, reappearing in impossible locations. He found his axe embedded in the ceiling beam one morning. No ladder stood nearby, and he had left it in the shed the previous night. His wife discovered all their dishes arranged in a circle on the kitchen floor. They had been stacked in the cupboard when she retired. I visited the farm on the 23rd to investigate these claims. Mr. Holden appeared rational and sober, showing no signs of delusion. As we spoke in his kitchen, a wooden bowl lifted from the table. It rose slowly, perhaps 2 feet into the air, then dropped. I witnessed this with my own eyes, as did Mrs. Holden and their eldest son. No strings or wires could account for the movement. I remained at the farm to observe further phenomena. That evening, knocking began within the walls. The sound moved through the house, rapid and insistent. It seemed to respond when Mr. Holden spoke, answering his words with varying patterns. He asked it to knock twice, and it complied. He requested 3 knocks, and again it obeyed. I attempted communication myself, asking yes or no questions. 2 knocks indicated yes, 1 knock meant no. I inquired if it meant the family harm. 2 knocks answered immediately. I asked if it sought something from them. 2 knocks again. I questioned what it desired, but received no response to open questions. Only yes or no queries produced answers. The knocking continued throughout the night, preventing sleep. At dawn, all noise ceased abruptly. The following evening, the disturbances escalated. Furniture moved across rooms with no one touching it. Chairs slid away from the table as the family attempted to eat. The bed in the main chamber turned completely around while they watched. Mrs. Holden was struck by an unseen force, a blow that left a red mark across her face. She had stood alone in the doorway when it occurred. I observed her immediately after and saw the mark form before my eyes. The youngest child, a girl of 8 years, began speaking in a voice not her own. Deep and masculine, the voice issued from her small frame. It spoke of ancient wrongs and unavenged blood. The child showed no awareness of the words emerging from her mouth. I attempted to perform a blessing, though I am no priest. The moment I began to pray, objects flew across the room. A knife passed within inches of my head, embedding itself in the wall behind me. I departed that night and returned with Father Michael from the parish church. He performed rites of cleansing throughout the house. The activity continued unabated despite his prayers. The family has abandoned the farmstead. They now reside with relatives in Lancaster. The house stands empty, yet neighbours report seeing lights within at night. The knocking can be heard from the road, they claim, persistent and angry. No one will purchase the property or enter the building. Sir Robert Pennington, Magistrate Lancashire, 29th April, 1563. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Holden farmstead burned to the ground in 1571. Cause undetermined. Local records mention repeated attempts to rebuild on the site, all abandoned due to continuing disturbances. The land remains vacant. End of file. Case file NOA 1817Q. Classification: Physician's record. Date of statement: 16th December, 1817. Location: Edinburgh, Scotland. Medical record: Dr. James Morrison of Edinburgh. Do record the case of patient Margaret Shaw. Miss Shaw, aged 24 years, came to my surgery on the 12th of December. She complained of severe headaches and disturbing visions. A figure appeared to her each night, she claimed, standing at her bedside. The apparition took the form of an elderly woman in outdated dress. The woman never spoke but pointed repeatedly toward the floor. Miss Shaw described feeling compelled to look where the woman indicated. She saw nothing unusual when she examined the floorboards. The visions began 3 weeks prior when she moved into new lodgings on Rose Street. Her landlady, Mrs. Campbell, mentioned the previous tenant had departed suddenly. No explanation was provided for this hasty removal. I prescribed laudanum for the headaches and suggested the visions resulted from stress. Miss Shaw returned to my surgery on the 15th in a state of extreme agitation. The pointing woman had appeared every night without fail. Last evening, Miss Shaw had noticed the floorboards where the woman pointed appeared loose. She had summoned her landlady, and together they pried up the boards. Beneath the floor, they discovered a small wooden box. Inside lay a collection of letters tied with ribbon. The letters were addressed to someone named Catherine Grimsby. Mrs. Campbell paled upon seeing this name. She revealed that Catherine Grimsby had occupied those rooms 15 years ago. Miss Grimsby had disappeared without warning, leaving all her possessions behind. Authorities searched but found no trace of her. The landlady had stored Miss Grimsby's belongings in the attic and eventually disposed of them. She never noticed the letters were missing. Miss Shaw read several of the letters that evening. They described a troubled courtship and a man who had promised marriage. The final letter spoke of a meeting that Catherine anticipated with great hope. It was dated the day before her disappearance. That night, the woman appeared to Miss Shaw again. She no longer pointed but instead smiled. Miss Shaw described the smile as peaceful, even grateful. The woman faded slowly, becoming transparent, then vanishing entirely. She has not returned since. Miss Shaw brought me one of the letters yesterday. The handwriting matches signatures in parish records for Catherine Grimsby. The man mentioned in the letters died in 1804, 3 years after Catherine's disappearance. He passed away a wealthy merchant, married to another woman. No record exists of what became of Catherine Grimsby herself. Miss Shaw sleeps peacefully now, the headache's entirely resolved. She keeps the letters, uncertain what else to do with them. She says Catherine wanted them found, wanted someone to know she had existed. Dr. James Morrison, Edinburgh, Scotland, 16th December, 1817. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Edinburgh, police records from 1802 confirm Catherine Grimsby's disappearance. No body was ever recovered. The letters currently reside in private collection, though attempts to trace Catherine's ultimate fate remain unsuccessful. End of file. Case file NOA 1294L. Classification: Vicar's Testament. Date of statement: 5th July 1294. Location: St. Oswald's Church, Durham. Testament: I, Reverend Edmund of St. Oswald's Parish, do testify concerning events within our church. Strange sounds began on the evening of the 28th of June. I worked alone in the vestry, preparing for Sunday services. Footsteps echoed from the nave, slow and deliberate. I assumed a parishioner had entered for private prayer. When I emerged to greet them, I found the church empty. The footsteps continued, moving between the pews. I could hear them clearly, boots upon stone, yet saw no one. I called out, asking who walked there. The footsteps ceased immediately. Silence filled the church, thick and oppressive. I completed my work quickly and departed. The following evening, I returned to find candles lit throughout the nave. I had extinguished all flames before leaving the previous night. No one else possessed keys to the church. I snuffed the candles and checked every door to ensure they remained locked. As I worked, I heard breathing behind me. I turned to find nothing there. The breathing continued, raspy and labored, as though someone struggled for air. I fled the church and spent that night in prayer at my cottage. On the 30th, I entered the church during daylight hours. Everything appeared normal until I approached the altar. The communion vessels had been arranged in a pattern I did not recognize. They formed a circle with the chalice at the center. I had left them in the sacristy, properly stored. I reorganized them and began morning prayers. A voice interrupted me, speaking Latin words I had not uttered in years. The voice came from directly behind me. I spun around to face whoever spoke. No one stood there. The voice continued, reciting passages from the Office of the Dead. The words echoed through the empty church, clear and resonant. I recognized the prayers spoken at funerals, but could not identify the speaker. I attempted to respond, to engage with this presence. The moment I spoke, the voice grew angry. It shouted in Latin, words I dare not repeat. The chalice on the altar rose into the air. It hovered for several heartbeats, then crashed to the floor. The impact dented the silver, though the cup did not break. I gathered the church warden and 3 parishioners as witnesses. We entered together that afternoon. All heard the footsteps pacing through the nave. All heard the Latin voice speaking ancient prayers. We watched as the altar cloth pulled itself free and fell to the floor. No wind blew, no explanation presented itself. The church warden suggested we seal the building until a bishop could investigate. I agreed, and we barred the doors. For 3 nights, villagers reported seeing lights moving within the church. The sound of chanting carried into the streets. I contacted the Bishop of Durham, who arrived on the 4th of July. He performed extensive prayers and blessings throughout the church. During his ritual, the voice spoke again. It identified itself as a monk who had served here before the church was built. He claimed the land belonged to him, that we trespassed upon sacred ground. The bishop continued his prayers despite this pronouncement. The voice grew weaker, fading until we could barely hear it. Finally, silence returned. The bishop declared the matter resolved. Yet last night, I heard footsteps once more. Reverend Edmund St. Oswald's Church, Durham, 5th July, 1294. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Archaeological surveys in 1923 revealed foundation stones beneath St. Oswald's predating the church by approximately 200 years. Evidence suggests a small monastery occupied the site in the 11th century. Clerical reports of disturbances continue sporadically. End of file. Case file NOA1645W. Classification: Schoolmaster's Journal. Date of statement: 11th February 1645. Location: Oxford, Oxfordshire. Journal entry: I, William Hartley, schoolmaster of Oxford Grammar School, do record disturbances in the East classroom. The room remained unused throughout January due to repairs. We reopened it for classes on the 1st of February. Students immediately complained of unusual cold within. Despite a roaring fire, the temperature remained frigid. Children's breath misted in the air throughout their lessons. On the 3rd, a student reported seeing a man standing in the corner. The boy described him as wearing scholar's robes of an earlier period. When I looked where he indicated, I saw nothing. 2 other students confirmed they also saw this figure. I dismissed the class early and inspected the room thoroughly. Nothing appeared out of place, yet the cold remained intense. That evening, I remained after other teachers departed. I sat at my desk, marking papers by candlelight. Movement caught my eye near the back of the room. A shadow darker than the surrounding darkness moved along the wall. It maintained human shape, but possessed no substance I could identify. I stood to investigate, and the shadow retreated into the corner. I approached slowly, holding my candle high. The flame guttered and died the moment I reached the corner. Absolute darkness surrounded me despite the late afternoon hour. I felt pressure against my chest, as though hands pushed me backward. I stumbled and fell, striking my head against a desk. When I regained my feet, light had returned to the room. The cold had intensified to the point where frost formed on the windows. I departed and locked the door behind me. The next morning, I found every desk in the room overturned. Books lay scattered across the floor in chaotic piles. My carefully organized papers had been shredded into tiny pieces. No one had entered the room overnight. I kept the door locked, and I held the only key. Students refused to enter for lessons. Parents complained to the headmaster about the disturbances. I attempted to conduct classes there on the 8th, determined to reclaim the space. We managed perhaps 20 minutes before the scratching began. Something scraped against the walls from inside, moving around the entire room. The sound grew louder, more frantic, as though whatever made it sought escape. Students fled in terror. I remained, demanding the presence reveal itself. A voice answered from the corner where the shadow had appeared. It spoke in Latin. Words I struggled to comprehend. I recognized only fragments, betrayed, murdered, forgotten. The voice belonged to a young man, his tone filled with rage. I asked what wrong had been done to him. The scratching intensified until I thought the walls would split. Then silence fell, sudden and complete. I have sealed the room. The headmaster agrees it shall remain closed until we determine what dwells there. William Hartley, Schoolmaster, Oxford, Oxfordshire, 11th February, 1645. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, school records from 1638, mention a student scholar who disappeared from campus. Foul play was suspected but never proven. The east classroom was built over the site of earlier student quarters. Current building surveys detect unexplained cold spots in that location. End of file. Case file NOA 1728F. Classification: Innkeeper's Statement. Date of statement: 24th September 1728. Location: The Crown Inn, York. Statement: I, Thomas Fletcher, proprietor of the Crown Inn, do state events concerning room 12. The room has provided comfortable lodging for travellers since we opened 20 years ago. Trouble began after a gentleman passed peacefully there in his sleep on the 15th of August. Mr. Edward Ashton had stayed with us for 3 days. He appeared in good health and spirits during his visit. Our maid found him on the morning of the 16th, departed from this world. The physician determined his heart had simply stopped during the night. We cleaned the room thoroughly and made it available again on the 20th. Our first guest, following Mr. Ashton's passing, lasted only 1 night. He complained of hearing whispered conversation throughout the dark hours. When he lit a candle to investigate, the whispering ceased. The moment he extinguished the light, it resumed. I attributed this to guests in adjacent rooms. The second traveller reported identical experiences. He also described feeling watched while he attempted to sleep. A third guest departed in the middle of the night. He claimed someone sat on the edge of his bed. The mattress compressed under invisible weight. When he reached toward the presence, his hand encountered only cold air. I began sleeping in the room myself to disprove these tales. The first night passed without incident, and I felt vindicated. The second night, I woke to find the bedclothes pulled down to my feet. I had tucked them in securely before sleeping. I replaced them and tried to return to sleep. They were removed again within minutes. This continued throughout the night, perhaps a dozen times. On the third night, I heard the whispering others had described. 2 voices conversed in tones too low to comprehend. They seemed engaged in pleasant discussion, occasionally laughing softly. I lit every candle in the room, flooding it with light. The whispering stopped, but I heard breathing near the window. I saw no one there, yet the curtains moved as though someone brushed past them. I approached the window and felt a cold spot in the air. The temperature in that specific location measured markedly lower than the surrounding room. I passed my hand through it repeatedly, feeling the sharp chill each time. The cold moved away from the window, drifting toward the bed. I watched the mattress compress, the quilt settling as though someone had lain down. The pillow dented with the shape of a head. I spoke aloud, asking if Mr. Ashton remained with us. The whispering returned, though I still could not discern words. The voice carried the same gentle tone Mr. Ashton had possessed in life. I asked if he required something of me. The whispering grew agitated, the tone shifting to distress. Objects on the dresser shifted slightly, moving without being touched. A pocket watch Mr. Ashton had left behind rolled across the surface. I had placed it in my desk drawer for safekeeping. It now rested on the dresser, though no one had moved it there. I have not slept in room 12 since. No guest stays there now, as word of these events has spread. The room remains empty, yet I hear sounds from within when I pass in the hallway. Footsteps pace from bed to window and back again. The whispering continues at night, audible through the locked door. Thomas Fletcher, innkeeper, the Crown Inn, York, 24th September 1728. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Crown Inn closed in 1756. Later owners of the building reported disturbances in the former room 12 location. The pocket watch mentioned remains in private collection, its mechanism frozen at precisely 3:47, the estimated time of Mr. Ashton's passing. End of file. Case file NOA 153-9N. Classification: Nun's Confession. Date of statement: 19th November 1539. Location: St. Catherine's Convent, Somerset. Confession: Sister Beatrice of St. Catherine's Convent. Do confess events that weigh upon my conscience. Our order maintains strict silence during hours of darkness. We retire to our cells at Vespers and speak to no one until morning prayers. This rule has governed our lives for as long as the convent has stood. 3 weeks ago, I heard singing during the night. A woman's voice carried through the corridor outside my cell. The melody was unfamiliar, sung in a language I could not identify. I assumed one of my sisters had broken silence, perhaps in delirium from illness. I remained in my cell, as our rules forbid leaving chambers after dark. The singing continued for perhaps half an hour, then faded into silence. I reported this to the Mother Superior the following morning. She questioned all the sisters individually. Each denied singing, and all claimed to have heard the voice. 30 women heard identical singing from 30 different cells. The Mother Superior led us in prayer, asking God's protection. That night, the singing returned. It moved through the convent, passing each door in turn. I pressed my ear against my cell door, listening as it approached. The voice drew nearer, growing louder with each moment. When it reached my door, I felt the wood vibrate against my ear. The singing filled my cell, surrounding me entirely. I saw no one, yet the presence felt undeniable. The voice sang with such sorrow that tears fell unbidden down my face. When it moved past, continuing down the corridor, I felt profound loss. Several sisters reported identical experiences the next morning. The voice made us weep, they said, though we knew not why. For 7 nights, the singing continued its nightly procession. On the 8th night, it changed. The voice no longer moved through the corridor. Instead, it emanated from the chapel. All 30 of us heard it simultaneously, drawing us from our cells. We gathered in the corridor, breaking our silence to confirm what we heard. Together, we approached the chapel doors. The Mother Superior opened them, and we entered as one. The chapel appeared empty, yet the singing continued. It came from the altar, powerful and clear. We stood frozen, unable to move or speak. The voice sang prayers in Latin, ancient words we recognized from old liturgies. Then we saw her. A woman materialized before the altar, translucent and glowing with pale light. She wore the habit of our order, but cut in an ancient style. Her face showed youth, perhaps 20 years, beautiful and serene. She continued singing as she became more solid, more real. We watched in terror and wonder as she completed her song. When the final note faded, she looked directly at us. Her expression held such peace that my fear dissolved. She smiled, then faded slowly, until nothing remained. We have not heard the singing since. The Mother Superior researched our convent's history. She discovered records of a novice named Sister Agnes, who lived here 300 years ago. Sister Agnes possessed a beautiful singing voice and often performed during services. She passed away before taking her final vows, her heart simply ceasing to beat one night. The records note that she died in the chapel, collapsed while singing evening prayers. Sister Beatrice St. Catherine's Convent, Somerset, 19th November, 1539. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Convent records confirm Sister Agnes's existence and the circumstances described. Musical notation for an unusual hymn was found in the margins of a 13th century manuscript, origin unknown. The melody matches descriptions of the singing reported in 1539. End of file. Case file. NOA 1476P. Classification: Lighthouse Keeper's Log. Date of statement: 6 January 1476. Location: St. Agnes Head, Cornwall. Keeper's Log: I, Martin Blackwood, Keeper of St. Agnes Head Light, do record events of this past month. I assumed duties here on the 1st of December, replacing the previous keeper. He provided no explanation for his sudden departure. The lighthouse stands isolated on rocky cliffs, accessible only by treacherous path. My duties require me to maintain the beacon fire throughout each night. The work suits my solitary nature, and I welcome the isolation. The first 2 weeks passed without incident. On the 15th of December, I noticed footprints on the tower stairs. They appeared to be made by bare feet, though I wear boots always. I attributed them to moisture creating patterns in the stone dust. The following night, I heard someone climbing the stairs. Footsteps echoed in the spiral tower, ascending steadily toward my position. I called out, asking who approached. The footsteps continued without pause or response. I grabbed my lantern and looked down the stairwell. No one climbed there, yet the footsteps continued. They reached my level and passed directly through the door. I saw nothing, but felt a rush of cold air, as though someone had entered. The door remained closed throughout. I spent that night awake, listening to footsteps pace around the lamp room. They circled endlessly, never stopping, never varying in rhythm. At dawn, they ceased abruptly. This pattern has repeated every night since. The footsteps begin shortly after dark and continue until sunrise. They climb the tower, pass through my door, and circle the lamp. Last week, I attempted to block the stairs. I stacked furniture and supplies, creating an impassable barrier. The footsteps climbed through my blockade without hesitation. Objects I had, carefully arranged, remained undisturbed, yet the steps continued above them. On Christmas Eve, the footsteps stopped their usual pattern. Instead, they climbed only halfway up the tower before descending again. This repeated perhaps 20 times throughout the night. Up and down, never reaching the top. I peered down the stairwell and saw a faint glow moving with the footsteps. A pale light ascended and descended, keeping pace with the sounds. I watched for over an hour, unable to look away. The light never took solid form, remaining merely a glow in the darkness. On New Year's Day, I found words scratched into the lamp room wall. They read, "Fell from the light." The letters appeared freshly carved, though I had heard no sound of their creation. I questioned the villagers about the lighthouse's history. They reluctantly told me of the previous keeper's assistant. The young man had climbed the tower during a storm 3 years ago. He reached the lamp room, but lost his footing on the wet stairs during his descent. He fell the entire height of the tower, his body discovered at the bottom the next morning. Since then, every keeper has reported footsteps climbing the stairs. None stay longer than a few months. I understand now why my predecessor departed without explanation. I shall remain until spring, when when a replacement can be found. But I shall not spend another winter in this place. Martin Blackwood, Lighthouse Keeper, St. Agnes Head, Cornwall, 6th January, 1476. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, St. Agnes Head. Lighthouse operated until 1684, when it was finally abandoned as unmaintainable. Every keeper reported identical phenomena. The current automated light operates remotely. Maintenance crews refuse to work there after dark. End of file. Case file NOA 1802C. Classification Barrister's Notes. Date of statement 31st May 1802. Location Lincoln's Inn, London. Legal notes I, Edward Pemberton, Barrister of Lincoln's Inn. Do note peculiar events in my chambers. I maintain offices on the 3rd floor, overlooking the courtyard. I have worked in these rooms for 15 years without incident. Last month, I began finding papers rearranged on my desk each morning. Documents I had left in specific order appeared shuffled and disordered. I assumed my clerk had searched for something, though he denied touching anything. The disturbances escalated on the 20th of May. I arrived to find every book in my library pulled from its shelf. Volumes lay in piles across the floor, seemingly placed without pattern. My clerk swore he had locked the chambers securely the previous evening. The door remained locked when I arrived, and only he and I possessed keys. I spent the entire day returning books to their proper places. That night, I resolved to sleep in my chambers to catch whoever disturbed them. I made a bed on the sofa and extinguished the lights. Near midnight, I heard pages turning in the darkness. Someone appeared to be reading in my desk chair. I struck a light and found the chair empty. An open book rested on the desk, its pages still moving as though just released. I examined the volume and found it to be a collection of case law from 1654. The book lay open to a specific case regarding disputed inheritance. I had never studied this particular case, nor had reason to access this volume. I closed the book and returned it to the shelf. Moments later, I heard it fall to the floor behind me. I turned to find it lying open to the same page as before. I read the case thoroughly, uncertain what else to do. It concerned two brothers fighting over their father's estate. The younger brother had taken possession despite the elder's legal claim. The court ruled in favor of the younger brother. The elder died shortly after. Some said of a broken heart. I replaced the book once more and attempted to sleep. At dawn, I found the book again on my desk, open to that same case. I mentioned this to an older barrister who has worked here for 30 years. He paled when I described which case the book displayed. He told me my chambers once belonged to Jonathan Ashworth. Mr. Ashworth had represented the elder brother in that very case. He took the loss personally, believing he had failed his client. Mr. Ashworth suffered an apoplexy in these very rooms in 1655. He was discovered slumped at the desk, the case file open before him. Every barrister who has since occupied these chambers reports similar disturbances. Books constantly fall open to that specific case. Papers relating to inheritance disputes appear on the desk unbidden. I have decided to review the original case file in detail. Perhaps understanding the full circumstances will bring peace to these chambers. Or perhaps Mr. Ashworth's spirit shall continue its eternal appeal. Edward Pemberton, Barrister, Lincoln's Inn, London, 31st May, 1802. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lincoln's Inn, records confirm Jonathan Ashworth's death in 1655. The chambers have changed occupants 17 times since. All tenants reported book-related phenomena. The specific case volume is now held in the inn's archive, still opening spontaneously to the disputed inheritance case. End of file. Case file NOA134-1B. Classification: Watchman's Report. Date of statement: 14th March 1341. Location: Winchester, Hampshire. Watchman's Report. I, Geoffrey Mills, Night Watchman of Winchester, do report events on the road to Bishop Sutton. My duties require me to patrol the streets from dusk until dawn. I have walked these routes for 12 years without fear. On the night of the 10th of March, I heard a coach approaching near midnight. The sound of horses and wheels carried clearly through the quiet streets. I positioned myself to greet the traveller, as coaches at this hour often require assistance. The sounds grew louder, suggesting the vehicle moved at considerable speed. Yet no coach appeared on the road. The sounds passed directly through my position. I felt wind rush past, as though the vehicle had narrowly missed me. I spun around and saw nothing but empty road. The sounds continued down the street, fading into the distance. I pursued them, running to see where this phantom coach travelled. The sounds led me to the old crossroads outside town. There, they ceased entirely. I stood alone in the darkness, my heart racing. I returned to town and mentioned this to the other watchman. He told me he had heard similar sounds 3 times this winter, always near midnight, always the same route. The sounds begin at the north gate and proceed to the crossroads, then stop. On the 11th, I positioned myself at the north gate before midnight. I was determined to observe this phenomenon from its beginning. At precisely midnight, I heard horses stamping impatiently. The sounds came from directly before me, yet I saw nothing. Harnesses jingled and leather creaked as though someone prepared to depart. A voice called out, urging the horses forward. The voice belonged to a man, commanding and urgent. The coach lurched into motion, wheels grinding on the packed earth. I reached out as it passed, my hand encountering only cold air. Yet I felt something, a disturbance in the air, a presence moving through space. I followed again, watching for any sign of the invisible vehicle. At the crossroads, I heard the horses whinny in distress. The coach sounds became chaotic, wheels sliding, wood splintering. Terrible screaming filled the air, both human and animal. Then silence fell once more. I investigated the crossroads by lantern light. No sign of any accident or disturbance marked the road. The next day, I questioned the oldest residents about the crossroads. An elderly woman told me of an accident there 30 years ago. A nobleman's coach had overturned at that exact spot. The driver and horses perished instantly. The nobleman survived only long enough to be carried to Winchester. He passed from this world before the physician could attend him. Since then, people have reported hearing the coach on certain nights. Always the same route, always ending at the crossroads. Always the sounds of that terrible accident. I have heard it twice more since my initial encounter. Each time follows the identical pattern. I no longer investigate when I hear it. Some journeys continue long after they should have ended. Geoffrey Mills, Watchman, Winchester, Hampshire, 14th March, 1341. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Winchester records confirm a coach accident at the described location in 1311. The nobleman was identified as Lord Edmund Fitzroy. Modern reports of phantom coach sounds at the crossroads continue. Audio recordings from 1907, captured unexplained horse and wheel sounds at the location. End of file. Case file NOA1618S. Classification: Mine foreman's account. Date of statement: 27th August, 1618. Location: Wheel Jenkin, Cornwall. Account: I, Samuel Tregarth, foreman of Wheel Jenkin Copper Mine, do account for events in the lower workings. We have operated this mine for 40 years, extracting good ore without incident. The trouble began when we opened a new shaft on the 15th of August. Our miners broke through into a chamber that appeared much older than our workings. The walls showed tool marks of a different style, from an earlier era. We found no record of previous mining at this depth. 3 men entered the old chamber to assess its ore potential. They emerged within minutes, refusing to return. They claimed they heard tapping deeper in the darkness, not the sound of working miners, but rhythmic knocking on stone. I dismissed this as water dripping or rock settling. I descended into the chamber myself with 2 trusted men. We carried lamps and proceeded carefully into the ancient tunnel. The tapping began almost immediately. 3 distinct knocks, a pause, then 3 more. The pattern repeated endlessly, echoing through the darkness. We followed the sound deeper into the workings. The tunnel branched repeatedly, creating a maze of passages. The tapping seemed to move ahead of us, always just out of sight. We reached a junction where 5 tunnels converged. The tapping now came from all directions simultaneously. I ordered my men to stop, uncertain which path to follow. In the silence between tapping patterns, we heard breathing. Multiple sources surrounded us in the darkness. Our lamps revealed nothing but empty tunnel walls. One of my men, William Penhale, called out in Cornish. He asked who knocked in the darkness. A voice answered in the same language. It spoke of those who had worked these tunnels long before we were born. It said the old miners never left their workings. It said we had disturbed their eternal labor. The tapping intensified, coming faster and louder. Rocks began to fall from the tunnel ceiling. We ran back toward the main shaft, the sounds of collapse following us. We emerged safely, but the ancient chamber has now collapsed entirely. No one can access it, and we have sealed the entrance. Yet the tapping continues. We hear it through the rock walls, spreading through our newer tunnels. It follows the miners as they work, always just beyond the reach of lamplight. 3 men have refused to descend since hearing it. They claim they recognize voices among the tapping. Voices speaking Cornish words, calling them deeper into the earth. Yesterday, we found pickaxes moved during the night. Tools we had left at the shaft bottom were arranged in a circle. No miner admits to moving them. The tapping grows louder each day. It no longer stays in the deep workings but rises toward the surface. Last night, villagers reported hearing it echo from the mine entrance. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. The pattern never changes. The old miners are calling. Samuel Tregarth, mine foreman Wheel Jenkin. Cornwall, 27th August, 1618. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Wheel Jenkin, closed permanently in 1621, following multiple accidents and worker departures. Archaeological surveys identified Bronze Age mining tools in sealed lower workings, predating known Cornish copper mining by centuries. Local folklore warns against answering knocking sounds underground. End of file. Case file NOA1497J. Classification: Herbalist's record. Date of statement: 4th October, 1497. Location: Black Mountains, Wales. Record: I, Meredith Ap Owen, herbalist and healer, do record my encounter on Black Mountain. I travelled into the high country seeking rare plants that grow only at elevation. The day began clear, with good visibility across the peaks. I climbed steadily through the morning, gathering specimens as I went. Near midday, fog descended with startling rapidity. Within moments, I could see no more than a few yards in any direction. I decided to wait for the fog to lift before attempting descent. I found shelter among a circle of standing stones. The stones stood perhaps twice my height, weathered by countless years. I had noticed them on previous journeys, but never examined them closely. As I sat waiting, I heard voices chanting. The words were Welsh, but spoken in an ancient dialect I barely understood. The chanting seemed to come from within the stone circle itself. I stood and walked around the perimeter, searching for the speakers. The fog swirled thick between the stones, forming strange patterns. I saw figures moving in the mist, shapes that suggested human forms. They processed around the circle in the opposite direction to my movement. We passed each other, separated by only a few feet. I caught glimpses of faces, pale and indistinct in the fog. They wore clothing of a style I had never seen, rough-woven and ancient. The chanting grew louder as more figures joined the procession. I counted perhaps 20 individuals, all walking the same circular path. None acknowledged my presence, though I stood clearly in their way. They walked through the space I occupied, and I felt bitter cold as they passed. Each passage left me more chilled, my breath coming in clouds. I called out in Welsh, asking who they were and what they sought. The chanting stopped abruptly. Every figure turned to face me simultaneously. I could see them more clearly now, and wished I could not. Their eyes were hollow voids, their mouths open in endless song. They raised their hands toward me, reaching through the fog. I fled the stone circle, running blindly into the mist. Behind me, the chanting resumed, but the melody had changed. It followed me as I ran, the words now seeming to call my name. I fell repeatedly on the steep slope, bruising myself badly. The fog thinned as I descended, and eventually I broke through into clear air. I looked back up the mountain and saw the fog remained concentrated around the standing stones. It swirled in a circular pattern, like water around a drain. I did not stop running until I reached the village. I have told no one of this until now, fearing they would think me mad. But the chanting haunts me still. At night, when sleep eludes me, I hear those ancient voices. They sing in my dreams, and I find myself walking in circles. 3 times I have woken to discover myself outside, my feet bare and muddy. Each time, I am walking in the direction of Black Mountain. I fear what will happen if I reach the stones again. I fear I will join their eternal procession. Meredith Ap Owen, herbalist. Black Mountains, Wales, 4th October, 1497. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The standing stones remain a known archaeological site, dating to approximately 2000 BCE. Local tradition forbids approaching them when fog descends. Meredith Ap Owen disappeared in November 1497. Search parties found his footprints leading to the stone circle, but no trace of him beyond. End of file. Case file NOA1754M. Classification: Naval Officer's Journal. Date of statement: 9th March, 1754. Location: Portsmouth Harbour. Journal entry: I, Lieutenant Marcus Henley of His Majesty's Navy, do record events aboard HMS Resilient. The ship has been moored for repairs following storm damage. Most crew have been granted shore leave during the work. I remained aboard with a skeleton crew of 6 men to guard the vessel. On the night of the 7th, I conducted my usual rounds of the ship. All appeared secure. The men settled in their hammocks below deck. I returned to the captain's cabin, which I occupied during his absence ashore. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the deck above. Heavy boots paced from bow to stern in a steady rhythm. I assumed one of the crew had risen for some reason. I climbed to the main deck to investigate. The deck stood empty under moonlight, yet the footsteps continued, clearly audible. They moved across the planking, heading toward the forecastle. I followed the sound, watching where it traveled. I saw no one, but the footsteps remained distinct and purposeful. They stopped at the bow rail, where they had originated. I heard a voice then, speaking as if giving orders. The words were English but used naval terminology from an earlier period. Commands for sail handling, directions to helmsman, weather observations. The voice belonged to an officer, authoritative and clear. I called out, demanding to know who spoke. The voice continued without pause, taking no notice of my challenge. I stood at the bow, listening to this phantom officer conduct his duties. He called for readings of speed and depth. He ordered course corrections. He warned of approaching weather. After perhaps 10 minutes, he fell silent. The footsteps resumed, pacing back toward the stern. I followed them the length of the ship. They descended the companionway to the gun deck. I pursued them below and found my 6 crewmen standing in the gun deck passage. They had heard the footsteps above and come to investigate. We stood together, listening as the sounds moved through the lower deck. The phantom officer appeared to be conducting an inspection. We heard him pause at each gun position, his footsteps stopping briefly before continuing. When the sounds reached the powder magazine, they ceased entirely. I questioned the ship's carpenter the following morning. He is an old sailor who has served on Resilient for 15 years. He told me of Commander Richard Ashwell, who captained the ship in 1729. Commander Ashwell died during a severe storm. He remained at his post for 3 days without rest, guiding the ship through terrible seas. When the weather finally cleared, he collapsed on the quarterdeck. He passed from this world before they could carry him below. Since then, officers have reported hearing his footsteps during night watches. He continues his eternal patrol, the carpenter said, still commanding his ship. I have heard the footsteps every night since. They follow the same pattern, bow to stern, then below to inspect the guns. The phantom commander speaks occasionally, giving orders to a crew long dead. My men refuse to walk the deck alone after dark. They claim they sometimes see a figure at the bow, standing watch in darkness. I have not seen this apparition myself, but I hear him clearly enough. Lieutenant Marcus Henley, HMS Resilient, Portsmouth, 9th March, 1754. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Naval records confirm Commander Richard Ashwell died aboard HMS Resilient in September 1729. The ship served until 1778, with multiple officers reporting identical phenomena. The vessel was broken up for timber in 1779. No reports exist of hauntings in structures built from its wood. End of file. Case file NOA 1236K. Classification: Priest testimony. Date of statement, 16th May, 1236. Location, Canterbury, Kent. Testimony. I, Father Benedict of Canterbury Cathedral, do testify concerning the crypt beneath our church. The crypt houses tombs of abbots and benefactors dating back centuries. I descend there weekly to ensure the space remains properly maintained. 3 weeks ago, I found candles burning at Archbishop Hubert's tomb. I had not lit them, nor had any other priest. The tomb dates to 1205, over 30 years past. I extinguished the candles and made note to inquire who had visited. No one admitted to entering the crypt that week. The following week, I found the candles burning again. This time, flowers lay arranged upon the stone tomb lid. Fresh flowers, recently picked, not withered or dying. I questioned every priest and servant in the cathedral. All denied knowledge of the candles or flowers. I decided to keep watch, concealing myself in the crypt one evening. I positioned myself behind a large tomb, where I could observe Hubert's resting place. I waited from vespers until well past midnight. Nothing occurred, and I began to think the mystery solved by my presence alone. Then, near the 3rd hour, I heard footsteps on the crypt stairs. Slow, deliberate steps descended into the underground chamber. I peered around the tomb and saw a figure emerge from the stairway. A woman, dressed in the style of 30 years prior. She carried candles in a silver holder, moving toward Hubert's tomb. I watched as she placed the candles carefully and lit them with practiced ease. She knelt before the tomb, her hands folded in prayer. I could hear her voice, though barely a whisper. She prayed for Hubert's soul, using Latin phrases of devotion. She wept as she prayed, tears falling silently. I stepped from my hiding place to speak with her. The moment I moved, she turned toward me. Her face showed no surprise, only deep sorrow. She was beautiful, though her eyes held such pain I could barely meet her gaze. I asked who she was and why she visited this tomb. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Instead, she faded before my eyes. Not suddenly, but gradually, becoming transparent like morning mist. Within moments, she had vanished entirely. The candles remained burning where she had placed them. I examined the tomb closely and found it bore no inscription mentioning a wife. I researched Hubert's history in our archives. He had indeed been married before taking holy orders. His wife had passed from this world in 1204, 1 year before his own death. Her name was Eleanor, and by all accounts, they had loved each other deeply. Hubert became a priest after her passing, dedicating his life to God and the Church. The woman in the crypt matched descriptions of Eleanor from contemporary records. She appears every week now, on the same night, at the same hour. I no longer hide when she comes. I pray alongside her, adding my voice to hers. She seems comforted by this, her expression less pained than before. When she fades, she looks toward me and smiles. Love, it seems, transcends even death itself. Father Benedict, Canterbury Cathedral, Kent, 16th May, 1236. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Cathedral. Records confirm both Hubert and Eleanor's existence and the dates of their passing. The tomb remains in the crypt. Cathedral staff through the centuries have reported candles lighting spontaneously at this location. Fresh flowers occasionally appear despite locked entrances. End of file. Case file NOA 1869L. Classification: Toll keepers. Statement. Date of statement: 21st July 1869. Location: Swinside Bridge, Cumbria. Statement: I, Albert Morrison, keeper of Swinside Bridge Toll House, do state events that occur upon the bridge. I have maintained this post for 8 years, collecting tolls from travellers crossing the river. The bridge spans deep water built of stone over 200 years ago. My cottage stands at the southern approach, giving clear view of all crossings. Strange occurrences began last autumn when the days grew short. I would hear horses crossing the bridge during the night. The clip of hooves on stone echoed clearly, waking me from sleep. I would rise and look from my window, yet see nothing on the bridge. The sounds continued regardless, crossing from north to south. I attributed this to tricks of the wind or my imagination. In December, I saw her for the first time. I was collecting the evening's final tolls when I noticed a woman on the bridge. She stood at the center point, looking down into the water. Her dress was white, luminous in the gathering darkness. I called out, asking if she required assistance. She turned towards me, and I saw her face clearly, young and beautiful, but with an expression of unbearable sadness. She raised one hand as if in farewell. Then she stepped forward, over the rail, into the river. I ran onto the bridge, shouting for help. I looked into the water, expecting to see her struggling in the current. The river surface remained undisturbed, showing no sign of anyone entering. I summoned men from the nearby village. We searched with poles and hooks until dawn. No body was recovered, no evidence of anyone drowning. The villagers told me I had seen the White Lady of Swinside. She appears several times each year, they said, always walking to the bridge center, always looking into the water, always stepping over the rail. She has done this for as long as anyone can remember. I did not believe them until she appeared again in March. The same woman, the same white dress, the same terrible sadness. She walked from the northern approach, her steps making no sound. I watched from my cottage window, afraid to approach. She reached the center, paused, and looked down into the dark water. This time, I saw what drew her gaze. A face looked up from beneath the surface. A man's face, pale and bloated, staring upward. His hands reached toward her through the water. She smiled at this apparition, a smile of recognition and longing. Then she stepped forward again, vanishing as she crossed the rail. The face in the water disappeared simultaneously. I researched the bridge's history and found a tragic account. In 1667, a young couple planned to elope. The woman, Catherine Swinside, was the daughter of a wealthy landowner. She loved a common farmer, a match her father forbade. They arranged to meet at the bridge at midnight. She arrived as planned, but he never came. His body was found in the river the next morning. He had apparently tried to swim across rather than use the bridge. Whether he drowned by accident or was murdered remains uncertain. Catherine threw herself from the bridge when she learned of his death. She has returned ever since, eternally keeping their appointment. I see her monthly now, sometimes more frequently, always the same ritual, the same mournful end. I have stopped trying to intervene. She does not hear me, does not acknowledge my presence. She sees only him, waiting in the water below. Albert Morrison, toll keeper, Swinside Bridge, Cumbria, 21st July, 1869. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Parish Records, confirm Catherine Swinside's death in 1667. The bridge remains in use, though motorists report seeing a woman in white on foggy nights. Multiple photographs from recent decades show an unexplained luminous figure at the bridge center. End of file. Case file NOA1582WW. Classification: University Proctor's Report. Date of statement: 3rd December 1582. Location: Cambridge, Cambridgeshire. Report: I, Thomas Wilmot, Proctor of Trinity College, do report events in the old library. The library occupies the eastern wing of the college, built 50 years ago. It houses our collection of manuscripts and printed books. Students may study there during daylight hours only. The building is locked each evening and remains closed until morning. I maintain the only set of keys. 3 weeks ago, I arrived to open the library and found books removed from shelves. Dozens of volumes lay on reading tables, spread open as if mid-study. I assumed a student had concealed himself inside before closing. I instituted more thorough checks each evening but found no one hiding. Yet each morning revealed more books disturbed. They always concerned the same subject: astronomy and mathematics. Specific texts by Ptolemy, Euclid, and contemporary scholars. I began recording which books appeared each day. A pattern emerged, the volumes arranged in a progression. Someone was conducting research, following a logical sequence of study. I decided to remain in the library overnight to identify the culprit. I concealed myself in the manuscript alcove after locking the doors. For 3 hours nothing occurred. Near midnight, I heard footsteps ascending the stairs to the reading gallery. Measured footsteps, unhurried and confident. I peered from my hiding place and saw a young man enter the gallery. He wore scholar's robes of an outdated cut, his face in shadow. He went directly to the astronomy section and selected several volumes. He carried them to a table and began to read by moonlight. No candle illuminated his work, yet he appeared to see the pages clearly. I stepped from concealment to confront him. The moment I moved, he looked up from his books. His face became visible in the moonlight, streaming through the windows. I recognized him immediately, though it was impossible. Robert Ashton had been a student here 15 years ago. A brilliant mathematician, destined for great achievement. He had taken his own life in this very library, though the method I will not describe. His body was discovered at the desk where this figure now sat. I stopped walking, frozen by shock and fear. Robert returned to his reading as if I did not exist. I watched him study for over an hour, making notes in the margins. When I moved closer, I saw his hand pass through the book he appeared to hold. The pages remained flat on the table, yet he read them as if turning physical leaves. At dawn, he carefully closed each book. He returned them to the shelves in their proper places. Then he walked to the window overlooking the courtyard. He stood there until the first rays of sunlight touched the glass. As the light reached him, he faded slowly until nothing remained. I examined the books he had studied. They bore no marks, no notes, no evidence of his presence. Yet I had watched him write in them for an hour. He returns every night now. I have observed him perhaps 20 times. He follows the same pattern, studying the same progression of texts. He reaches the final book, makes his notes, then fades at dawn. He appears trapped in endless study, seeking an answer he never found in life. Thomas Wilmot, Proctor Trinity College, Cambridge, 3rd December 1582. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Cambridge. Records confirm Robert Ashton's death in 1567. His mathematical work remained incomplete at his passing, though scholars later proved his theoretical approach was sound. The library was demolished in 1695. Similar phenomena were reported in its replacement structure until 1843. End of file. Case file NOA 1375R. Classification: Gamekeeper's Journal. Date of statement: 8th November 1375. Location: Epping Forest, Essex. Journal entry: I, William Thatcher, gamekeeper to Lord Essex, do record what I witnessed in the deep forest. My duties require extensive patrols to prevent poaching. I know every path and clearing within the estate boundaries. Last week, I discovered a clearing I had never seen before. This troubled me greatly, as I have walked these woods for 20 years. The clearing was perfectly circular, perhaps 30 feet across. No trees grew within it, only grass that appeared unnaturally green. A ring of mushrooms marked the exact perimeter. I knew such fairy rings from childhood tales and knew to avoid them. I continued my patrol, making note of the location. When I returned the following day, I could not find the clearing again. I searched for 3 hours, certain I knew where it lay. The forest seemed different, the paths unfamiliar despite my knowledge. I eventually found my way back to familiar ground, confused and unsettled. That night, I dreamed of dancing in the circular clearing. Others danced with me, figures I could not quite see clearly. Music played without instruments, wild and compelling. I woke exhausted, as if I had truly spent the night dancing. My legs ached and my feet were sore. When I removed my boots, I found grass stains on my stockings. Fresh grass, damp and green. I had not removed my boots since retiring the previous evening. For 3 more nights, the dreams continued. Each morning, I woke more tired than before. The grass stains appeared on my clothing despite sleeping in my bed. On the 5th night, I did not dream. Instead, I woke to find myself standing in my nightshirt in the forest. The moon illuminated the circular clearing before me. Music drifted from within the ring of mushrooms. I saw figures dancing in the pale light, turning and leaping with inhuman grace. They beckoned to me, their hands reaching toward where I stood. I heard my name called by a dozen voices, sweet and alluring. One step would take me into the circle. One step, and I could join their eternal dance. I forced myself to turn away, though every part of me wanted to enter. I ran through the forest, branches tearing at my nightshirt. I did not stop until I reached my cottage. I bolted the door and sat with my back against it until dawn. I have not patrolled that section of forest since. I tell Lord Essex the paths are overgrown and require clearing before use. But the dreams have not ceased. Every night I hear the music. Every morning I wake with aching legs and grass-stained feet. I fear I walk in my sleep toward that clearing. I fear one night I will step across the mushroom ring. I fear I will dance forever and never wake again. William Thatcher, gamekeeper, Epping Forest, Essex, 8th November 1375. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. William Thatcher disappeared in December 1375. Search parties found his cottage abandoned, the door standing open. His footprints led into the forest but vanished after a quarter mile. Local folklore warns against circular clearings in Epping Forest, particularly those appearing where none existed before. End of file. Case file NOA 1681H. Classification: Asylum Physician's Notes. Date of statement: 19th April 1681. Location: Bedlam, London. Physician's Notes: I, Dr. Francis Blackwell of Bethlem Royal Hospital, Do note the case of patient Sarah Whitmore. Mrs. Whitmore was committed by her husband on the 12th of April. She exhibited no signs of madness, speaking coherently and rationally. Her only symptom, if it may be called such, was insistence that her daughter visited her. This would be unremarkable except her daughter passed from this world 6 months ago. Mr. Whitmore explained his wife refused to accept this reality. She set a place at table for the child daily. She spoke to empty chairs, claiming the girl sat there. She became angry when others could not see or hear the child. Upon examination, Mrs. Whitmore appeared entirely sound of mind. She discussed current events, managed household accounts in her head, showed no delusions, except regarding her daughter, Elizabeth, aged 9 years. Mrs. Whitmore insisted Elizabeth accompanied her everywhere. The child stood beside her even now, she claimed, holding her hand. I saw nothing, of course. I attempted to convince Mrs. Whitmore that grief had affected her perception. She listened politely, then asked Elizabeth if she should humor the doctor. She paused, as if listening to a response. Then she smiled sadly and said Elizabeth suggested I was the one requiring help. I assigned her to a quiet room with 2 other patients. That night, both roommates demanded to be moved. They claimed a child stood at the foot of Mrs. Whitmore's bed, a little girl in a white nightdress, watching them sleep. When they looked directly at her, she vanished, but she reappeared the moment they looked away. I transferred the other patients and placed Mrs. Whitmore in private accommodation. I visited her the following morning to check on her welfare. She sat on her bed, braiding hair. Her hands moved through empty air, but her fingers worked precisely. She explained she was braiding Elizabeth's hair, as she did every morning. I watched, fascinated despite myself. Her hands moved as if encountering resistance, as if hair truly lay between her fingers. When she finished, she tied an invisible ribbon to secure the braid. The motion appeared entirely natural and practiced. I began to doubt my certainty that she suffered delusion. That afternoon, I heard a child laughing in the corridor outside her room. High, bright laughter, the sound of a young girl at play. I opened the door and found the corridor empty. Mrs. Whitmore sat inside her room, smiling. Elizabeth was playing, she said, happy to be somewhere new. I heard the laughter again that evening during my rounds. Other patients heard it too, asking who had brought a child into the asylum. The night attendant reported small footprints appearing in spilled water on the floor. Child-sized prints, barefoot, leading from Mrs. Whitmore's room down the corridor. They ended at a wall, as if the child had simply walked through the bricks. I observed Mrs. Whitmore carefully for a week. She showed no other signs of madness whatsoever. She was kind to other patients, helpful to staff, rational in all matters. Only the presence of her daughter marked her as different. Yesterday, I witnessed something that shook my medical certainty. Mrs. Whitmore was walking in the courtyard for exercise. She bent down as if helping someone climb over a low wall, her hands positioned as if supporting a child's weight. I watched her hands compress, pressing down as if bearing actual weight. The indentations in her palms remained visible for several seconds after. No child was there, yet her body reacted as if one was. I have released Mrs. Whitmore to her husband's care. I can find no illness to treat. Either she suffers the most specific delusion in medical history, or something else is occurring that science cannot yet explain. Dr. Francis Blackwell Bethlem, Royal Hospital, London, 19th April 1681. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Elizabeth Whitmore's death in October 1680. cause listed as fever. Sarah Whitmore lived another 40 years, maintaining throughout that Elizabeth never truly left. Multiple witnesses reported seeing a young girl with Sarah, though no child appeared in family records after 1680. End of file. Case file NOA 1794V. Classification: Constable's Incident Report. Date of statement: 14th January 1794. Location: Bodmin Moor, Cornwall. Incident Report: I, Constable James Penrose, do report concerning the Jamaica Inn incident. I was summoned to the inn on the evening of the 13th. The landlord, Mr. Thomas Ward, reported a disturbance in the stable yard. Upon my arrival, I found Mr. Ward and 3 guests in a state of considerable alarm. They claimed to have witnessed a coach arrive at the inn. The coach had pulled into the yard at high speed, horses lathered and wild-eyed. Yet when they approached to assist, they found no coach present. The yard stood empty under moonlight, but all 4 men insisted they had seen it clearly. A black coach drawn by 4 black horses, driven by a figure in a greatcoat. I inspected the yard thoroughly. Fresh wheel ruts marked the mud, exactly where they described the coach stopping. Hoofprints surrounded the area, as if horses had stamped nervously, yet no coach or horses were anywhere nearby. I questioned each witness separately. Their accounts matched precisely. The coach had appeared on the moor road, approaching at tremendous speed. It entered the yard without slowing, pulling up sharply before the stable. The driver sat motionless on his seat, not dismounting or calling out. No passengers emerged from the coach itself. Mr. Ward had approached to ask if they required rooms. As he drew near, he saw the driver's face, or rather, he saw where a face should have been. The figure had only shadow beneath the brim of his hat. Mr. Ward stepped back in alarm. The other witnesses saw this too, the faceless driver sitting motionless. One of the guests, a merchant from Truro, called out to ask their business. The moment he spoke, the entire coach vanished. Not gradually, but instantly, as if it had never existed. Yet the wheel ruts and hoofprints remained. I have encountered no explanation for these physical marks. The ground was genuinely disturbed by something heavy. I remained at the inn that night to observe for further occurrences. Near midnight, I heard horses approaching from the moor. The sound grew louder, hooves pounding on the road. I stood in the yard, waiting to see what approached. The sounds entered the yard at full gallop. I heard wheels on cobblestones, harness jingling, a driver calling to his team. I saw nothing. The sounds circled the yard once, then stopped precisely where the ruts marked the ground. I heard the coach creak as if someone dismounted. Footsteps crossed the yard toward the inn door. Heavy boots on stone, clear and distinct. They passed within a foot of where I stood. I reached out into empty air where the footsteps sounded. My hand encountered something solid and ice cold. I jerked back, and whatever I touched moved away quickly. The footsteps returned to where the coach had stopped. I heard someone climbing onto the driver's seat. The reins snapped, the driver called out, and the horses lurched into motion. The sounds departed at speed, fading into the distance across the moor. I stood alone in the silent yard. Mr. Ward emerged from the inn, having heard everything from inside. He told me the phantom coach has appeared irregularly for over 50 years, always approaching at speed, always stopping in the same location, always departing after midnight. Local tradition claims a mail coach disappeared on Bodmin Moor in 1740. The driver and 4 passengers were never found. The horses and coach itself vanished without trace. Since then, travellers report seeing a black coach racing across the moor at night. It never stops for anyone still living. Constable James Penrose Bodmin, Cornwall, 14th January 1794. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Postal records confirm a mail coach disappeared in February 1740 during severe weather. No wreckage was ever located. Sightings of the phantom coach continue into modern times, with multiple witnesses independently describing identical details. The wheel ruts at Jamaica Inn reappear periodically despite paving. End of file. Case file NOA 1458D. Classification: Parish Clerk's Record. Date of statement: 22nd June 1458. Location: Ely, Cambridgeshire. Record: I, Martin Green, clerk to the parish of Ely, do record events in the cathedral bell tower. The tower houses 6 bells, rung for services and to mark the hours. Bell ringing is the duty of appointed bell ringers who work in careful coordination. 3 weeks ago, the bells rang at midnight, though no ringers were present. The sexton investigated and found the bell chamber empty. The ropes hung motionless, yet the bells continued to ring. Not the usual changes rung for services, but a wild, discordant clamour. The ringing continued for perhaps 10 minutes before ceasing abruptly. The sexton reported this to the dean, who dismissed it as wind. But the bells rang again the following night at the same hour, and the night after that. Always at midnight, always the same chaotic pealing. I volunteered to watch in the bell chamber to determine the cause. I climbed the tower stairs well before midnight and positioned myself where I could observe all 6 bells. The chamber was cold despite the summer heat. My breath misted in the frigid air. At midnight precisely, the bells began to move. The great wheels turned as if pulled by invisible ringers below. The bells swung with increasing force, creating deafening sound. I covered my ears against the noise, watching in amazement and terror. Then I saw them. Figures appeared at the ropes, translucent and glowing faintly. 6 ringers, dressed in the clothing of an earlier time. They pulled the ropes with practiced rhythm, though their hands passed through the material. Yet the bells responded as if truly pulled by physical force. I shouted at them to stop, but they gave no indication they heard me. They rang the bells with increasing intensity, the tower shaking from the vibrations. I fled down the stairs, the sound pursuing me. The next day, I researched the tower's history. I discovered that in 1358, exactly 100 years ago, 6 bell ringers died in this tower. A rope broke during ringing, causing a bell to fall. The massive bell crashed through the floor, taking all 6 ringers with it. They fell 50 feet to the stone floor of the nave. None survived. Since then, strange occurrences have been reported at the tower. Bells ringing themselves, ropes moving without hands, the sound of men's voices in the empty chamber. But never with the regularity we experience now. I believe the anniversary of their death has awakened something. They ring the bells they rang in life. They perform the duty they died performing. The dean has forbidden anyone from entering the bell tower after dark. But the phantom ringing continues every midnight. Sometimes we hear laughter among the pealing bells. Sometimes we hear screaming. Martin Green, Parish Clerk, Ely Cathedral, Cambridgeshire, 22nd June, 1458. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Cathedral records confirm the 1358 bell tower accident. The exact date matches the beginning of the phantom ringing described in this account. Bells continue to ring themselves on certain nights, though the tower has been modified extensively. Modern bell ringers report feeling watched during their work. End of file. Case file NOA1837Q. Classification: Merchant's account. Date of statement: 5th September 1837. Location: Lancaster, Lancashire. Account: I, Robert Grimshaw, wool merchant of Lancaster, do account for events during my journey from Kendal. I travelled alone on horseback, following the established road south. The day began fair, with good visibility and moderate temperature. I expected to reach Lancaster before nightfall. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed a figure walking ahead of me on the road, a woman in a dark cloak, moving at a steady pace. I assumed she was a traveller heading in the same direction. I urged my horse faster to catch up and offer greeting. As I drew nearer, she maintained her distance. My horse increased its speed, yet she remained the same distance ahead. This seemed peculiar, as she appeared to be merely walking. I called out to her, but she did not turn or acknowledge my voice. I spurred my horse to a gallop. She continued walking, yet I could not close the gap between us. My horse began to show signs of distress, breathing heavily and tossing its head. The animal clearly wanted to stop, but I urged it onward. The woman ahead showed no sign of tiring or slowing. We continued this way for perhaps 3 miles. Then, without warning, she turned off the road. She walked into an open field, moving toward a distant tree. I reined in my horse, grateful for the excuse to rest the animal. I watched her cross the field, her pace never varying. She reached the tree and stopped directly beneath its branches. She turned to face me, though I stood far away on the road. Even at this distance, I saw her raise one hand as if beckoning. I felt a strong compulsion to follow her into the field. My horse refused to move, despite my commands. The animal trembled and backed away from the field entrance. I dismounted and began walking toward the woman on foot. I had covered perhaps 20 yards when I heard shouting behind me. A farmer ran from his cottage, waving his arms frantically. He called for me to stop, to come away from the field. I halted, confused by his alarm. He reached me and grasped my arm, pulling me back toward the road. He demanded to know if I could not see the danger. I pointed to the woman beneath the tree. The farmer paled and made a sign against evil. There was no woman, he said. There was only the hanging tree. He explained that the tree had been used for executions 50 years ago. A woman had been hanged there for the murder of her husband. She had maintained her innocence to the end, cursing those who condemned her. Since her death, travelers reported seeing her on the road. She walked ahead of them, leading them toward the tree. Those who followed her into the field were found wandering, their minds gone. They spoke of dancing beneath the branches while she laughed. They remembered nothing else, their reason destroyed. I looked toward the tree again. The woman still stood there, watching us. But I saw now what I had missed before. Her feet did not touch the ground. She hovered perhaps 6 inches above the grass, and around her neck, clearly visible now, was a rope. We departed immediately, the farmer accompanying me to the main road. He warned me never to respond if I saw her again, never to follow, never to answer if she called. I have made this journey many times since. I see her occasionally, walking ahead on the road. I no longer try to catch up. Robert Grimshaw, Merchant, Lancaster, Lancashire. 5th September 1837. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lancaster court records from 1787 confirm the execution of Margaret Blackwood for murder. She maintained innocence throughout her trial. The tree stood until 1891, when it was destroyed by lightning. Reports of the walking woman ceased after the tree's destruction, though some travellers still claim to see her on foggy evenings. End of file. Case file NOA 1523F. Classification: Blacksmith statement. Date of statement: 11th October 1523. Location: Ironbridge, Shropshire. Statement: I, John Forrester, blacksmith of Ironbridge, do state, concerning sounds heard in my workshop. I have operated my forge at this location for 12 years. The building stands on the riverbank, using water power for the bellows. I work alone most days, my apprentice assisting only during busy periods. 6 weeks ago, I began hearing hammering when I arrived each morning. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil echoed from within my closed workshop. I assumed my apprentice had arrived early and begun work. When I entered, I found the forge cold and empty. No one had been there, yet I had clearly heard the hammering. The following morning, the sounds greeted me again. Steady, practiced strikes, the work of an experienced smith. I flung open the door quickly, hoping to catch whoever made the noise. The workshop stood empty and silent, but the anvil was warm. I placed my hand on the iron surface and felt heat radiating from it, as if someone had indeed been working there moments before. This pattern continued daily. I would hear hammering as I approached, but find nothing upon entering. The anvil always retained warmth, though the forge was cold. I mentioned this to my apprentice, who revealed he had heard it too. He had arrived early one morning and heard the hammering before I came. He had stood outside, listening, too frightened to enter alone. We decided to arrive together before dawn and wait inside. We positioned ourselves in the darkness, listening. At first light, the hammering began, but the sound came from all around us, not from any single point. The anvil began to glow faintly, as if heated from within. We watched as the hammer lifted from its resting place. It rose into the air, turned, and struck the anvil with tremendous force. The blow rang out clearly, the anvil ringing like a bell. The hammer rose and fell again and again, working invisible metal. We could hear the hiss of hot iron, though nothing lay on the anvil. We could hear tongs gripping and turning, though we saw only empty air. The phantom smith worked for perhaps 20 minutes. The hammer shaped something we could not see, turning it with invisible tools. Finally, we heard the plunge of hot metal into the quenching barrel. Steam rose from the water, though nothing had entered it. Then silence fell. The hammer returned to its place, settling gently. The anvil's glow faded. We sat frozen, unable to speak or move. When full daylight came, we examined the anvil closely. Fresh hammer marks scarred its surface. Deep indentations from recent, heavy work. Yet we had forged nothing, and the marks had not been there the previous day. I researched the history of this building. An older smith had worked here 30 years ago. He died at his anvil, they said, hammer in hand, in the middle of shaping iron. His heart simply stopped, and he collapsed across his work. Since then, previous tenants mentioned strange sounds, but none had witnessed what we saw. The hammering continues each morning. I have grown accustomed to it, even found it comforting. The phantom smith was clearly a master of the craft. I sometimes sense he works alongside me during difficult projects. The hammer feels lighter in my hand. The iron seems to shape more easily. I believe he approves of my work and offers his assistance. My apprentice disagrees and has sought employment elsewhere, but I remain grateful for the company, even if it comes from beyond this world. John Forrester, Blacksmith Ironbridge, Shropshire, 11th October, 1523. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Town records confirm blacksmith Thomas Wright died at this location in 1493. The building operated as a forge until 1847, with multiple smiths reporting the phantom hammering. The structure is now a museum. Visitors occasionally report hearing metalwork sounds from the empty forge room. End of file. Case file NOA1675N. Classification: Tavern Keeper's Record. Date of statement: 28th February, 1675. Location: the George Inn, Salisbury. Record: I, Edward Blackwood, proprietor of the George Inn. Do record disturbances in our cellar. The inn has stood at this location for over 100 years. Our cellars extend deep beneath the building, used for storing wine and ale. I descend there daily to retrieve supplies for the tap room. A month ago, I heard voices in the cellar when I knew myself to be alone. Conversation drifted from the deepest chamber, too quiet to comprehend words. I assumed other staff had entered through the exterior access. When I investigated, I found all 3 chambers empty, yet the voices continued, seeming to retreat as I advanced. I searched thoroughly, but discovered no one hiding. The voices ceased when I reached the furthest chamber, but I felt watched, as if many eyes observed from the darkness. I hurried back upstairs, uncomfortable in a space I had never feared before. My serving girl refused to fetch wine that evening. She claimed she heard laughter from below when she opened the cellar door. Men's voices, she said, dozens of them, as if a large gathering had assembled. I descended myself and heard nothing. Yet when I returned upstairs, 3 customers reported hearing the laughter too. It echoed up through the floorboards, they said, though my tap room was directly below. The sounds came from beneath even the cellar. I began investigating the inn's history and discovered disturbing information. 200 years ago, this site held a different building, a meeting house used by local merchants and tradesmen. In 1475, exactly 200 years passed, a beam collapsed during a gathering. The structure caught fire in the aftermath. 37 men perished, trapped in the burning building. The cellars of the current inn incorporate parts of the old foundation. The deepest chamber stands where the meeting room once was. Since learning this, I have paid closer attention to the sounds. The voices seem to come in waves, growing louder, then fading. They sound urgent, panicked, like men calling for help. Last week, I smelled smoke in the cellar. No fire burned, no candles were lit, yet the scent of burning wood was unmistakable. It grew stronger as I moved deeper into the chambers. In the furthest room, the smell became overwhelming. I heard crackling, as if flames consumed dry timber. The temperature rose noticeably, sweat forming on my face. Then I heard the screaming. Dozens of voices, crying out in terror and pain. I fled the cellar and have not returned since. My staff refuses to enter at all. We now keep our stores in the upper floors, abandoning the cellars entirely. But we hear them still. Late at night, when the inn is quiet, the sounds rise through the floor. Voices calling out, begging for help that never came. The smell of smoke drifts through the building. Sometimes, guests complain their rooms are too warm, though we light no fires. They speak of nightmares featuring burning buildings and trapped men. The George Inn, Salisbury, 28th February, 1675. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Salisbury town records confirm the 1475 fire and the death toll. Archaeological surveys of the George Inn cellars revealed charred timber and human remains in 1932. The inn closed in 1968 following repeated unexplained fires. The building was demolished in 1970. The replacement structure reports no unusual phenomena. End of file. Case file NOA 1739B. Classification: Shepherd's account. Date of statement: 17th March 1739. Location: Cheviot Hills, Northumberland. Account: I, Duncan MacLeod, shepherd, do account for what I witnessed on the high moors. I tend my master's flock across the hills between England and Scotland. The work requires me to spend days alone in remote country. I have grown accustomed to solitude and find comfort in it. Last week, I drove the sheep to summer pasture in the upper valleys. The weather was clear, visibility extending for miles across the moors. As I walked, I noticed a structure on a distant hillside, a stone tower, tall and narrow, standing alone. I had walked this route for 15 years and never seen such seeing a building. Curious, I decided to investigate after settling the flock. I climbed toward the tower, which appeared perhaps 2 miles distant. I walked for over an hour, yet the tower seemed no closer. It remained always the same distance away, despite my progress. The sun began to set, and I decided to abandon the attempt. I would return in daylight with better time to explore. That night, I camped in a hollow with the sheep gathered around me. I woke near midnight to find the flock agitated and restless. The animals huddled together, facing the same direction. I looked where they stared and saw lights moving on the hillside. Torches, perhaps a dozen, processing in a line. They moved toward the tower I had tried to reach earlier. I could see the structure clearly in the moonlight, much closer than it had been. The torchbearers reached the tower and entered through an arched doorway. The lights disappeared inside, one by one. Then the entire tower began to glow from within. Pale light shone from windows I had not noticed before. I heard chanting carried on the night wind, many voices singing in unison, though I could not identify the language. The sound was neither Scots nor English, but something older. The chanting continued for perhaps an hour, then ceased abruptly. The tower's light extinguished, leaving it dark against the stars. At dawn, I walked toward where the tower had stood. I found only scattered stones, the remnants of an ancient structure. Nothing stood higher than my knee. Nothing resembled the tower I had seen. Yet the stones were arranged in a circle, marking where walls once rose. I asked my master about ruins in the hills. He told me of a peeled tower that stood there 400 years ago. Raiders destroyed it during the border wars. Every stone was pulled down, the occupants taken or lost. Local shepherds avoid that hillside, he said. Some claim to see the tower standing whole on certain nights. They hear chanting and see lights in windows that no longer exist. Those who investigate find only ruins, but the tower calls to them in their sleep afterward. I did not believe him until last night. I dreamed of climbing stairs inside the tower. I ascended higher and higher, following the sound of chanting. I I reached a chamber at the top and saw figures gathered in a circle. They wore clothing of an ancient style, their faces hidden by hoods. They turned toward me as one, and I saw they had no faces beneath the hoods, only darkness, empty and vast. I woke gasping, my heart racing. My sheep had scattered during the night, requiring hours to gather. Tonight, I heard the chanting again as I fell asleep. I fear I will dream of that tower room once more. I fear what will happen when I reach the top of those stairs. Duncan MacLeod, Shepherd Cheviot Hills, Northumberland, 17th March, 1739. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Historical records document a peel tower at the described location, destroyed in 1342 during border conflicts. Duncan MacLeod disappeared in April 1739. His sheep were found wandering near the ruins. Search parties reported seeing a tall structure in the distance that vanished when approached. End of file. Case file NOA 1285W. Classification: Nun's testimony. Date of statement: 6 July 1285. Location: Whitby Abbey, Yorkshire. Testimony: I, Sister Margaret of Whitby Abbey, do testify concerning events in the Abbey Church. Our order has maintained this holy place for generations. We gather for prayer 7 times daily, following the sacred offices. 3 weeks past, we noticed a new voice among our prayers. During Vespers, we heard a woman singing with us. Her voice was beautiful, clear and pure, soaring above our own. Yet when we looked around, we counted only the expected number of sisters. 30 of us attend Vespers, no more, no less. The abbess questioned us afterward, asking who had sung so beautifully. Each sister denied possessing such a voice. We are competent singers, but none approaches the skill we had heard. The following evening, the voice returned during our prayers. This time, several sisters identified its source. It came from the choir stalls on the north side of the church, specifically from the seat that has remained empty for 5 years. Sister Catherine's seat, vacant since her passing. I watched that empty stall as we continued our prayers. The voice grew stronger, more confident. I saw the prayer book on the empty seat open itself. The pages turned as if fingers moved them, following our progress through the office. When we finished and filed from the church, the book remained open. The abbess examined it and found it opened to the exact prayer we had just completed. She closed the book and placed it in the cupboard, as is our custom. The next evening, the book rested on Sister Catherine's seat again. No one had removed it from the cupboard. The voice has joined us every evening since. It sings all the responses, knows every prayer perfectly. Sometimes, in the flickering candlelight, I see a shadow in Catherine's seat, a shape suggesting a woman in our habit, her head bowed in devotion. When I look directly, nothing is there, but from the corner of my eye, I perceive her clearly. Last night, during Complan, the shadow became more distinct. Several sisters saw her simultaneously. She knelt in her accustomed place, hands folded in prayer. Her lips moved with the words we sang. The abbess approached the stall slowly. She reached out toward the figure, her hand trembling. Her fingers passed through empty air. Yet we all saw Sister Catherine there, as solid as any living woman. She turned her head and looked at each of us in turn. Her expression held such peace, such contentment. She smiled, then faded slowly until she vanished entirely. But her voice continued singing until the final prayer ended. The abbess has declared this a blessing rather than a haunting. Sister Catherine loved this abbey more than her own life. She serves God still, the abbess says, her devotion unbroken by death. We have grown accustomed to her presence during prayers. Her voice strengthens our own, lifts our spirits toward heaven. Though she dwells in paradise, she returns to worship with us. I find great comfort in knowing love and duty transcend even death. Sister Margaret Whitby Abbey, Yorkshire, 6th July, 1285. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Abbey records confirm Sister Catherine's death in 1280. Described as the most devout member of the community. Subsequent accounts mention a blessed voice joining evening prayers. The abbey was dissolved in 1539, but visitors to the ruins report hearing sacred music at sunset. End of file. Case file NOA1542L. Classification: Miller's Statement. Date of statement: 19th November 1542. Location: Stratford upon Avon, Warwickshire. Statement: I, Henry Ashford, Miller, do state concerning events at my watermill. The mill has operated on this site for over 100 years. It stands beside the river, using water power to turn the grinding stones. I inherited the business from my father, who received it from his father before him. I have worked here since childhood and know every sound the building makes. 2 months ago, I began hearing the mill wheel turning at night. This troubled me, as I always secure the wheel before retiring. A turning wheel with no grain to grind wastes energy and causes wear. I went to investigate the first time I heard it. The wheel was indeed turning, water flowing through the sluice. Yet I had definitely closed the gate before dark. I secured it again and returned to my cottage. The next morning, I found the gate open once more. The wheel had turned all night, grinding nothing. This pattern continued for a week. Each evening I would close and lock the gate. Each night the wheel would turn regardless. I began to suspect vandalism, perhaps children playing pranks. I decided to watch from concealment to catch the culprit. I hid in the mill building after dark, positioning myself to observe the wheel mechanism. Near midnight, I heard footsteps on the wooden floor above. Someone walked across the upper level where the grain stores are kept. I climbed the ladder quietly, intending to surprise whoever trespassed. The upper floor was empty, yet I heard sacks being moved, grain being poured into the hopper. The sounds were clear and distinct, but nothing moved. The sacks remained stacked against the wall. The hopper stood empty. Then the grinding stones began to turn below. I rushed down the ladder and saw the great stones rotating. They ground nothing, stone against stone, creating clouds of fine dust. But I heard grain being crushed. The sound of kernels, breaking, flour being produced. I put my hand into the hopper and felt nothing. Yet the sound of grinding continued. I watched, paralyzed by fear and confusion, as the mill operated itself. The process continued for over an hour. I heard grain pouring, stones turning, flour collecting. All the familiar sounds of my trade, but nothing visible caused them. Finally, the wheel slowed and stopped. The gate closed itself with a heavy thud. Silence returned to the mill. I examined every surface and found a fine coating of flour dust. Fresh dust, settling as though recently produced. Yet no grain had been ground, no flour made. The next morning, I questioned the oldest residents about the mill's history. An elderly woman told me of my great-grandfather. He had been the miller here in his time, devoted to his work. He died at the mill, she said, collapsed beside the grinding stones. His final words expressed regret that the night's work remained unfinished. Since then, millers here have reported the wheel turning itself, always at night, always grinding invisible grain. My great-grandfather completes his work still. I no longer try to stop the wheel's nighttime turning. I have learned to sleep through the familiar sounds. Sometimes I find real flour in the collection boxes in the morning, more than the previous day's grinding should have produced. I sell it without question and give thanks for the help. Henry Ashford, Miller Stratford upon Avon, Warwickshire, 19th November, 1542. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Ashford Mill operated until 1867, when flooding destroyed the structure. Every miller who worked there reported the phantom grinding. Local tradition held that the ghost miller's flour was of exceptional quality, bringing good fortune to those who used it. End of file. Case file. NOA1876P. Classification. Physician's notes. Date of statement. 24th August, 1876. Location. Bath, Somerset. Medical notes. I, Dr. William Hartley of Bath, do note the case of Lady Eleanor Ashworth. Lady Ashworth consulted me regarding disturbances at her townhouse. She is a woman of sound mind, well educated, not given to fancies. Yet she reported events that would strain any rational explanation. The trouble began when she inherited her late aunt's mirror, a large-looking glass in an ornate gilded frame, dating from the previous century. She hung it in her dressing room, replacing a smaller mirror she had used for years. The first night, she saw movement in the mirror's reflection. Not her own movement, but something behind her. She turned quickly and found the room empty. When she looked back at the mirror, a woman stood reflected there. The woman wore clothing from decades past, her hair styled in an outdated fashion. She stood perfectly still, staring directly at Lady Ashworth. Lady Ashworth spun around again, but the room remained empty. The woman in the mirror remained visible, her eyes following Lady Ashworth's movement. Lady Ashworth covered the mirror with a cloth and retired for the night. The next morning, she found the cloth on the floor. The mirror's surface was clear, showing only normal reflections. She convinced herself she had imagined the previous night's incident. That evening, as she prepared for bed, she glanced at the mirror. The woman was there again, closer than before. She appeared to be standing directly behind Lady Ashworth's shoulder. Lady Ashworth could feel breath on her neck, though she stood alone. She fled the room and spent the night in a guest chamber. The following day, she consulted me about her experiences. I suggested the stress of her aunt's recent passing had affected her nerves. I prescribed a mild sedative and advised rest. Lady Ashworth returned 3 days later in a state of extreme agitation. The woman in the mirror had begun to move. She no longer stood still, but walked through the reflected room. Sometimes she pointed at objects, as if trying to draw attention to them. Other times she appeared to be speaking, her mouth forming words. Lady Ashworth could not hear what she said, but could see her lips moving clearly. Most disturbing, the woman had begun to appear in other mirrors throughout the house. Lady Ashworth saw her in the hallway mirror, the dining room glass, even small hand mirrors. Always the same woman, always watching with those penetrating eyes. I agreed to visit the house and examine the original mirror myself. I arrived that afternoon and was shown to the dressing room. The mirror appeared normal, showing only my own reflection and the room behind me. I stood before it for perhaps 10 minutes, watching carefully. Nothing unusual occurred. I turned to tell Lady Ashworth the mirror seemed perfectly ordinary. She stood in the doorway, her face pale with terror. She pointed at the mirror behind me. I turned and saw the woman reflected there. She stood between Lady Ashworth and myself, though the physical space was empty. The woman in the mirror raised her hand and placed it against the glass from inside. I watched her fingers press against the surface. The glass rippled like water where she touched it. I approached the mirror slowly and reached out to touch the same spot. The surface felt ice cold beneath my fingers. It moved slightly, as if not entirely solid. The woman pulled her hand back and stepped away into the reflected depths. She faded gradually, disappearing into darkness within the mirror. I examined the mirror extensively afterward. The glass appeared normal, but it remained unnaturally cold. I researched its history and discovered it had belonged to Lady Ashworth's aunt for 40 years. Before that, it was owned by a woman named Catherine Morrison. Miss Morrison died in 1823 while sitting before this very mirror. She was found slumped in her chair, the mirror reflecting her lifeless form. Her maid reported that Miss Morrison had been obsessed with the mirror. She spent hours before it daily, examining her reflection minutely. In her final weeks, she claimed she was fading, becoming less real. She insisted her reflection was more substantial than her physical self. I recommended Lady Ashworth remove the mirror from her home immediately. She had it destroyed the following day. The glass smashed and the frame burned. The phenomena ceased entirely. But Lady Ashworth reports she still sometimes sees that woman's face, not in mirrors, but in her mind's eye when she closes her eyes to sleep. Dr. William Hartley Bath, Somerset, 24th of August, 1876. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Records confirm Catherine Morrison's death in 1823 under the circumstances described. Fragments of the destroyed mirror were scattered, but 3 pieces survived. Each piece is held in private collections. Owners of these fragments report identical phenomena to those experienced by Lady Ashworth. End of file. Case file NOA 1461H. Classification: Farmhands account. Date of statement: 2nd May 1461. Location: Romney Marsh, Kent. Account: I, Thomas Miller, farmhand, do account for events witnessed on Romney Marsh. I work for farmer William Beckett, tending his sheep on the coastal marshland. The marsh stretches flat and desolate, with few trees and fewer people. Mist rises from the ground most mornings, thick enough to obscure everything beyond a few yards. Last month, I was searching for strayed sheep in the early morning fog. I heard bells ringing in the distance, the sound of a church calling to service. This puzzled me, as no church stands within 3 miles of that location. I followed the sound, thinking perhaps I was closer to the village than I realized. The bells grew louder as I walked, but the fog prevented me from seeing their source. After perhaps half an hour, the fog began to thin. I found myself standing before a church I had never seen before. A stone building, ancient and weathered, its tower rising into the clearing mist. The bells rang from that tower, loud and insistent. I approached cautiously, knowing every building on the marsh. This church should not exist here. The door stood open, and I heard singing from within. Many voices raised in worship, the sound of a full congregation. I stepped inside and found the nave filled with people. They sat in the pews, dressed in clothing of an earlier time. All faced forward toward the altar, where a priest conducted the service. No one acknowledged my entrance. I stood at the back of the church, watching this impossible scene. The priest spoke in Latin, his voice echoing through the stone building. The congregation responded in unison, their voices blending perfectly. I recognized none of them, though I knew every family on the marsh. These were not my neighbors, not people from any nearby village. As I watched, I noticed something strange about the light. It came through the windows, but it was not daylight. The light had a pale, grey quality, as if filtered through deep water. I looked at the nearest window and saw only fog beyond the glass. Not the morning mist of the marsh, but something thicker, more oppressive. The service continued, and I found myself unable to leave. My feet would not move, my body refused to respond. I stood frozen, compelled to witness whatever this was. The priest raised the communion cup and spoke words of consecration. At that moment, every person in the congregation turned to look at me. Dozens of faces, all turning in perfect unison. Their eyes were hollow, dark voids where eyes should be. Their mouths opened as one, and they spoke my name. Thomas Miller, they said, their voices merging into a single sound. You have entered God's house. You must not leave until the service ends. I tried to run, but my legs would not obey. The congregation turned back to face the altar. The service continued as if nothing had occurred. I stood there for what felt like hours, though time seemed to move strangely. Finally, the priest spoke the closing blessing. The congregation rose and began to file from the church. Each person passed me without a glance, walking out into the fog. I counted over 60 people leaving, far more than the church could have held. When the last person departed, I found I could move again. I ran from the church and did not look back. When I cleared the fog, I turned to see where I had been. No church stood there. Only empty marshland stretched behind me. I reported this to Farmer Beckett, who listened with a grave expression. He told me of an old legend concerning Romney Marsh. Centuries ago, a church stood on the marsh, serving the scattered communities. A great storm flooded the area, and the church was lost beneath the waters. The priest and congregation drowned during a service, trapped as the water rose. They say the church appears in the fog sometimes, continuing its eternal worship. Those who enter must stay until the service concludes. Some who entered never return to the living world. I will not walk the marsh in fog again. Thomas Miller, Farmhand Romney Marsh, Kent 2nd May, 1461. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Historical records document multiple churches lost to flooding on Romney Marsh between 1100 to 1400. Local folklore consistently mentions phantom church services in the fog. Modern surveys have identified submerged church foundations beneath the marsh, though their exact locations shift with tides and sediment. End of file. Case file NOA 1638S. Classification: Stagecoach Driver's Report. Date of statement: 13th October 1638. Location: Hounslow Heath, Middlesex. Report: I, Richard Hawkins, driver of the London to Bath coach, do report concerning my journey of the 11th of October. I have driven this route for 12 years, knowing every mile intimately. The road crosses Hounslow Heath, a desolate expanse known for highwaymen. I departed London at dawn with 4 passengers and the guard riding alongside. We reached the heath around mid-morning under grey skies. The heath stretched empty in all directions, offering no cover for ambush. Halfway across, the horses began to show distress. They tossed their heads and tried to veer from the road. I controlled them with difficulty, unable to see what alarmed them. Then I heard galloping behind us, a single horse approaching at tremendous speed. I glanced back and saw a rider perhaps 100 yards distant. He rode a black horse and wore a long coat that billowed behind him. I assumed a messenger or courier traveling in haste. But as he drew closer, the horses' panic increased. They fought against their harness, trying desperately to leave the road. The guard raised his musket, suspecting a highwayman despite the rider's approach being unusual. Highwaymen typically block the road ahead, not pursued from behind. The rider closed the distance rapidly, his horse moving impossibly fast. Within moments, he rode alongside the coach. I turned to look at him directly. He had no face. Where features should have been, I saw only shadow beneath his hat brim. His hands gripped the reins, but they appeared skeletal, bone showing through translucent flesh. He pointed at the coach, his arm extending toward my passengers. I heard screaming from inside the cabin. The guard fired his musket, but the shot seemed to pass through the rider without effect. The phantom horseman reached toward the coach door. I whipped the horses frantically, trying to outdistance him, but his mount kept pace effortlessly, never falling behind. His skeletal hand grasped the door handle. One of my passengers, a young woman, fainted. Another passenger, an elderly gentleman, began to pray loudly. The rider pulled at the door, trying to open it, while both coach and horse galloped. The guard struck at him with his musket stock. The weapon passed through the rider's body as if through smoke. Suddenly, the phantom released the door. He fell back, his horse slowing. I looked behind and saw him stop in the middle of the road. He sat motionless on his mount, watching us flee. Within moments, he faded from view, horse and rider both vanishing. We continued at full gallop until we cleared the heath. I stopped at the first inn to check on my passengers and calm the horses. All 4 passengers confirmed seeing the skeletal rider. They described identical details, his faceless head and translucent hands. The young woman who fainted reported he had looked directly at her. She claimed he spoke, though his mouth never moved. Not today, she heard in her mind. Not today, but soon. The innkeeper listened to our account and nodded grimly. He said the phantom horseman has haunted Hounslow Heath for over 50 years. He appears to coaches crossing the heath, trying to claim passengers. Sometimes he succeeds, the innkeeper said. Coaches have been found abandoned on the heath. Passengers vanished without trace. The horses stand trembling in their harness, but the people are gone. I have driven the Bath route for the last time. I will not cross Hounslow Heath again. Richard Hawkins, London, 13th October, 1638. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Reports of the Phantom Horseman on Hounslow Heath span from 1587 to 1842. Multiple witnesses described identical details. The young woman passenger in this account died 3 weeks after the incident, cause listed as sudden heart failure. Hounslow Heath was largely enclosed and developed in the 19th century. Sightings ceased around 1845. End of file. Case file NOA 171F. Classification: Parish Priest's Record. Date of statement: 27th January 1714. Location: Lindisfarne, Northumberland. Record: I, Father William Armstrong of Holy Island. Do record events at the Priory ruins. Lindisfarne Priory stood for centuries before its dissolution, nearly 200 years ago. The ruins remain impressive, walls and arches still reaching skyward. I serve the small parish church nearby, but the Priory ruins draw many visitors. I walk among them regularly, reflecting on the faith of those who built this place. Last week, I heard singing among the ruins at twilight, the voices of monks chanting in Latin, the sound of the divine office. I assumed visitors were playing some prank. When I investigated, I found the ruins empty. Yet the singing continued, echoing through the roofless nave. The sound came from all directions, as if surrounding me. I stood in the center of what was once the choir and listened. The voices sang beautifully, perfectly harmonized. I recognized the words as Vespers, the evening prayer. I knew these prayers well and joined my voice with theirs. The singing welcomed my addition, growing fuller and richer. I sang with invisible companions for perhaps 20 minutes. Then the prayer reached its conclusion, and the voices fell silent. I remained standing in the gathering darkness, deeply moved by the experience. As I prepared to leave, I saw light flickering in the ruins. Candles appeared to be burning in the choir stalls that no longer existed. Points of light hovered in the air where wooden seats once stood. I counted perhaps 30 candles, arranged in 2 rows facing each other. The traditional arrangement of a monastic choir. I approached one of the lights and reached toward it. My hand passed through, encountering nothing solid. Yet the light continued to burn, steady and bright. I heard footsteps on stone, the sound of sandaled feet walking. The lights began to move, processing through the ruins. They followed the path monks would have taken during their devotions. I followed them, watching this phantom procession. The lights moved through walls that no longer stood, following the old layout. They processed to where the high altar once stood. There, they arranged themselves in a semicircle. The singing began again, this time a different prayer. Compline, the final office before sleep. The voices sang of protection through the night, of trust in God's mercy. I listened until the prayer ended. The lights extinguished simultaneously, leaving me in darkness. Since then, I have heard the singing every evening at the same hour. Sometimes I see the candles processing through the ruins. Other times I hear only voices, the monks continuing their eternal worship. I have come to view this as a blessing. The holy men who served God here have not truly left. Their devotion continues, transcending even the destruction of their church. I often join them in prayer, adding my voice to theirs. I find great comfort in this fellowship with those who came before. They remind me that faith endures, that service to God has no ending. Father William Armstrong, Lindisfarne, Northumberland, 27th January 1714, archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Lindisfarne Priory, was dissolved in 1537. The monks dispersed or pensioned. The ruins remain a pilgrimage site. Numerous visitors report hearing chanting at twilight, particularly during the summer months. Audio recordings have captured unexplained male voices singing Gregorian chant at the location. End of file. Case file NOA1357M. Classification: Merchant's Journal. Date of statement: 9th August 1357. Location: York. Journal entry: I, Geoffrey Thornton, cloth merchant of York, do record my experience at the property I recently purchased. The building stands on Stonegate, a prime location for trade. I acquired it at favorable terms, as the previous owner departed suddenly. He offered no explanation for the hasty sale, and I did not inquire deeply. I have learned the reason for his departure. The shop occupies the ground floor, with storage in the cellar and living quarters above. I moved my family in 3 weeks ago, and opened for business immediately. Trade has been good, the location proving as advantageous as expected, but the nights have been troubling. Every night near midnight, I hear someone walking on the floor above my bedchamber. The attic space is empty, used only for storage of old crates. I have checked repeatedly and found no one hiding there. Yet the footsteps continue, pacing back and forth. Always the same pattern, from the front of the attic to the back, then returning. The sound continues for perhaps an hour before ceasing. My wife hears it too, and our children wake frightened. Last week, I decided to wait in the attic to identify the source. I positioned myself in the corner with a lantern, determined to catch whatever made the sound. At midnight, the footsteps began, but they came from the room I sat in. I heard them pacing directly in front of me. I saw nothing, no figure, no shadow, only empty space. Yet the footsteps were unmistakable. I held my lantern high, illuminating every corner. The footsteps continued, unaffected by the light. They passed within inches of where I sat. I felt a rush of cold air each time they crossed near me. I called out, demanding to know who walked there. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence fell, absolute and heavy. Then I heard breathing. Something stood before me, close enough to touch. Ragged breathing, as if from someone in distress. I reached out with my hand, trembling. My fingers encountered fabric. Rough cloth, the texture of a workman's tunic. But the fabric was ice cold, and beneath it I felt nothing solid. I pulled my hand back in terror. The breathing grew louder, more labored. I heard a voice then, barely a whisper. "Find me," it said. "Find me in the walls." The presence withdrew, moving away from me. The footsteps resumed, walking toward the far wall. They did not stop at the wall, but continued through it. I heard them descending, growing fainter, moving down through the building. They faded entirely, leaving me alone in the silence. I have questioned neighbors about the building's history. An elderly woman who has lived on Stonegate for 40 years told me of a builder. He worked on this structure 30 years ago during renovations. One day, he simply disappeared, leaving his tools and never collecting his wages. His family searched but found no trace of him. Some suggested he had run away, abandoning his responsibilities. Others whispered darker possibilities. I have examined the walls throughout the building. In the cellar, I found a section that sounds hollow when struck. The bricks there are a slightly different color than the surrounding wall. I believe I know what I will find if I break through. I have not yet decided whether to investigate. Part of me fears confirming what the voice demanded. Part of me knows I must, to give peace to whatever walks my attic. Jeffrey Thornton, Merchant, York, 9th August, 1357. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The building on Stonegate was partially demolished in 1523. Human remains were discovered within a sealed section of cellar wall, alongside builders' tools. The remains were given Christian burial. No further disturbances were reported at the location. Modern buildings on the site report no unusual phenomena. End of file. Case file NOA 1826K. Classification: Hospital Nurse's Statement. Date of statement: 15th March 1826. Location: London. Statement: I, Miss Elizabeth Hartley, nurse at St. Thomas's Hospital, do state concerning events on Ward 7. I have served at this hospital for 8 years, caring for the sick and injured. Ward 7 houses patients recovering from serious illness. It contains 12 beds arranged in 2 rows facing each other. 3 weeks ago, we admitted a patient to bed number 7, Mr. Charles Ashton, aged 42, suffering from severe fever. His condition was grave, and we provided constant care. He departed this world peacefully on the morning of March 3rd. We prepared his body and removed it to the hospital mortuary. The bed was cleaned and made ready for the next patient. That evening, I was conducting my rounds when I noticed bed 7 occupied. A figure lay beneath the blankets, motionless. I approached, confused as to who had been admitted without my knowledge. When I reached the bed, I found it empty. The blankets lay flat, showing no sign of occupation. Yet I had clearly seen someone there moments before. I dismissed it as fatigue and continued my duties. The following night, another nurse reported the same observation. She saw someone in bed 7, but it was empty when she investigated. We agreed to watch the bed carefully. On the 3rd night, I saw the figure again. This time, I observed from a distance, not approaching immediately. The shape beneath the blankets was distinct, clearly a person lying on their side. I could see the outline of shoulders, head, and body. Other patients in the ward noticed as well, several pointing and whispering. I walked slowly toward bed 7, watching constantly. The figure remained visible as I approached. I reached the bed and pulled back the blanket quickly. Nothing lay beneath. The sheets were smooth and undisturbed. But the moment I replaced the blanket, the figure appeared again. I pulled the covers back once more, and again found nothing. This pattern repeated several times, the figure appearing and disappearing. One of the conscious patients, a man recovering from an injury, called out to me. He said he recognized the figure in bed 7. It was Mr. Ashton, he claimed, the man who had died there days before. He had watched Mr. Ashton sleep in that exact position during his illness. Other patients agreed, confirming the resemblance. They said Mr. Ashton appeared to be resting peacefully, just as he had before his passing. I reported this to the ward sister, who instructed me to document everything I observed. The figure has appeared every night since, always in the same position, always in bed 7. We have tried leaving the bed empty, placing no blankets on it. The figure appears regardless, lying on the bare mattress. We admitted a new patient to bed 7 yesterday. A young woman with pneumonia, quite ill, but expected to recover. She woke this morning screaming that someone was in bed with her. She felt someone lying beside her, she said, cold and still. When we investigated, we found only the woman in the bed, but she insisted another person had been there. She described a man in his 40s, peaceful but unmoving. Her description matched Mr. Ashton perfectly. She has refused to remain in bed 7. We moved her to a different bed, and she has had no further disturbances. Bed 7 now stands empty, avoided by staff and patients alike. Yet every night, the figure returns to rest there. Mr. Ashton, it seems, is not ready to leave the hospital. Miss Elizabeth Hartley, Nurse St. Thomas's Hospital, London, 15th March, 1826. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Hospital, records confirm Charles Ashton's death in Ward 7. The bed was eventually removed in 1834 following continued reports. A different bed in the same location showed no unusual phenomena. St. Thomas's relocated in 1871. No reports exist of similar occurrences at the new building. End of file. Case file NOA1593R. Classification: Ferryman's account. Date of statement: 4th June 1593. Location: River Severn, Gloucestershire. Account: I, Peter Wakefield, ferryman. Do account for what I witnessed on the River Severn. I have operated the ferry crossing at Ost for 25 years. I know this river in all its moods, from calm summer days to winter floods. I have seen much in my time, but nothing prepared me for last month's encounter. I was making my final crossing of the evening, the sun setting behind the Welsh hills. 2 passengers waited on the far bank, and I poled across to collect them. As I reached the middle of the river, I noticed fog forming on the water. This was unusual, as the evening was clear and warm. The fog rose rapidly, thick and grey, obscuring both banks. Within moments, I could see nothing beyond my small ferry. I continued poling, navigating by memory and the current's pull. Then I heard oars splashing nearby. Another boat approached through the fog, though I had seen nothing moments before. I called out, warning them to mind their distance. No voice answered, but the splashing grew closer. A boat emerged from the fog, a small rowing vessel. A single figure sat at the oars, his back toward me. He wore a hooded cloak despite the warm evening. I hailed him again, asking if he required assistance. He did not turn or acknowledge my call. His rowing continued, steady and rhythmic. The boat passed within a few feet of my ferry. As it drew alongside, the figure stopped rowing. He turned slowly to face me. The hood fell back, revealing his face. I saw a young man, perhaps 25 years old. His skin was grey, his eyes clouded and unseeing. Water dripped from his hair and clothing, pooling in the bottom of his boat. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only water poured out. A stream of river water flowed from his lips, as if he was drowning even as he sat there. I pushed my ferry away from his boat, terror seizing me. The figure reached toward me, his hand outstretched. Water continued pouring from his mouth, filling his boat. He began to sink. Not capsizing, but the entire boat descended into the river, as if pulled from below. The water rose over the sides, covering the young man's legs, then his waist. He never stopped reaching toward me, his eyes fixed on my face. The water reached his neck, then his mouth, but he continued to sink. His hand remained above the surface, grasping at empty air. Then he disappeared entirely, boat and all, beneath the river. The fog lifted as quickly as it had appeared. I found myself in clear evening light, both banks visible. My 2 passengers waited patiently on the far side, unaware of what had occurred. I completed the crossing in silence, too shaken to speak. That night, I questioned the oldest villagers about drownings at this crossing. An elderly man told me of Thomas Fletcher, who drowned 20 years ago. He had been rowing across the Severn during a fog. His empty boat was found the next day, but his body was never recovered. Fletcher was young, perhaps 25, matching the figure I had seen. Witnesses said he had been terrified of drowning, having nearly died in the river as a child. His final moments must have been filled with that childhood terror realized. I have seen his boat 3 times since that first encounter, always appearing in fog, always rowed by the drowning man. Each time he reaches toward me before sinking. Each time water pours from his mouth like a spring. He searches for help that will never come. He drowns eternally in the river that claimed him. Peter Wakefield, Ferryman, River Severn, Gloucestershire, 4th June, 1593. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Thomas Fletcher's drowning in 1573. His body was discovered 3 weeks after the incident, caught in debris downstream. The Oss Ferry crossing operated until 1906, when the Severn Bridge opened. Multiple ferrymen reported the phantom rowing boat over the centuries, always in fog, always featuring a drowning man. End of file. Case file NOA1768V. Classification: Watchmaker's record. Date of statement: 21st December 1768. Location: Edinburgh, Scotland. Record: I, Andrew MacDonald, watchmaker of Edinburgh, do record events concerning a pocket watch I repaired. A gentleman brought the watch to my shop on the 15th of December. He explained it had belonged to his late uncle, who passed from this world in November. The watch had stopped at the exact moment of his uncle's passing. 3:47 in the morning, the hands frozen at that time. The gentleman wished me to repair it and return it to working order. I examined the watch carefully, finding it to be of excellent quality. The mechanism appeared sound, with no obvious cause for its stopping. I cleaned and serviced it, and soon had it running perfectly. The gentleman collected it on the 17th, pleased with my work. He returned on the 19th in a state of considerable distress. The watch had stopped again, he said, at precisely 3:47. This had occurred at 3:47 in the morning, waking him from sleep. The watch had been running perfectly when he retired. I examined it again and found nothing wrong with the mechanism. I adjusted several components and tested it thoroughly. The watch ran flawlessly for 6 hours in my workshop. The gentleman took it away again, hoping my adjustments had solved the problem. He appeared at my shop this morning, even more disturbed than before. The watch had stopped again at 3:47. Not only stopped, he said, but it had woken him. The watch had been in his bedroom, sitting on the nightstand. At 3:47 precisely, it began to chime. This was impossible, as it was not a chiming watch. It possessed no bells or striking mechanism, yet it chimed 7 times, clear and distinct, waking him from sleep. When he lit a candle to investigate, the watch read 3:47. The hands had stopped at that exact time once more. I took the watch back and disassembled it completely. I examined every component under magnification. The watch contained absolutely no chiming mechanism. It was physically impossible for it to produce sound. Yet the gentleman insisted he had heard it clearly. I kept the watch in my workshop last night, intending to observe it myself. I worked late on other projects, remaining in the shop past midnight. At 3:47 in the morning, I heard chiming. 7 clear chimes, like a small bell being struck. The sound came from the drawer where I had placed the watch. I opened the drawer and found the watch stopped at 3:47. I picked it up, examining it closely. The metal was ice cold, far colder than the surrounding air. As I held it, I heard a voice, a man's voice, weak and faint, as if from a great distance. It spoke only 2 words: "Let go." I nearly dropped the watch in shock. The voice repeated, "Let go, let go, let go." Each repetition grew louder, more insistent. I placed the watch on my workbench, my hands trembling. The voice ceased immediately. The watch warmed to room temperature within seconds. I have returned the watch to the gentleman with instructions. He must bury it with his uncle's body. The watch does not wish to continue running without its owner. It marks the time of death, the moment when its purpose ended. To force it to run again is to deny what occurred. The uncle's spirit, it seems, is connected to this timepiece still. Andrew MacDonald, watchmaker, Edinburgh, Scotland. 21st December, 1768. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The watch was indeed buried with its owner in January 1769. The grave was later disturbed during cemetery renovation in 1842. The watch was removed and sold to a collector. That collector reported it stopped at 3:47 daily, requiring winding each time. The watch's current whereabouts are unknown, but antique dealer records mention a cursed timepiece matching its description last sold in 1923. End of file. Case file NOA 1429D. Classification: Coal miner's testimony. Date of statement: 7th April 1429. Location: Durham. Testimony: I, William Blackwood, coal miner, do testify about events in the deep workings. I have worked underground for 15 years, knowing the darkness better than daylight. The coal mine where I labor extends deep beneath the earth. We dig new tunnels constantly, following the coal seams. Last month, we broke through into an old working, a tunnel that appeared much older than our current excavations. The support timbers were of ancient style, nearly rotted away. No one in our company had dug this tunnel. No record existed of previous mining at this depth. We reported the discovery to the overseer, who examined it himself. He ordered us to shore up the old tunnel and continue extracting coal from it. The coal seam there ran thick and rich. We began working the tunnel, grateful for the easy digging. On the third day, we heard tapping from deeper in the old working. The sound echoed through the darkness, rhythmic and steady. We assumed another crew worked beyond us, approaching from a different shaft. But when we asked above ground, no other crew worked in that direction. The tapping continued daily, always from the unexplored depths. Sometimes it sounded close, other times distant. It followed no pattern we could discern. Last week, young Robert Thorne decided to investigate the source. He took a lamp and walked into the old tunnel alone. We warned him against it, but he laughed at our concern. He said he would find whoever tapped and bring them back with him. He disappeared into the darkness, his lamplight fading. We waited for his return, continuing our work. An hour passed, then 2. Robert did not come back. We organized a search party and followed his route. We found his lamp abandoned in the tunnel, still burning. Beside it lay his tools, carefully arranged on the ground. But Robert was nowhere to be found. We called his name, our voices echoing through the workings. No answer came, only the sound of tapping. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, as if responding to our shouts. We followed the sound deeper into the old tunnel. The passage became narrower, the ceiling lower. We crawled on hands and knees through sections barely wide enough for a man. The tapping stayed ahead of us, always just out of reach. We found marks on the walls, scratched into the stone. Hundreds of marks, like someone counting days, or counting something else we could not comprehend. The tunnel ended abruptly at a collapsed section. Rock and earth completely blocked further passage. The tapping came from beyond that collapse, from the other side of tons of fallen stone. We dug for 3 days trying to break through. We found Robert's body in the rubble. He had not been crushed by falling rock. He appeared to have been there for much longer than the few hours since he vanished. His clothing was rotted, his body withered, as if he had been dead for months rather than hours. In his hand, he clutched a piece of coal. Scratched into its surface was a message. They're still digging. We sealed that tunnel immediately. No one will work there again. But we hear the tapping still, It echoes through the mine, moving through the old workings. Sometimes it sounds like it's directly beneath our feet. William Blackwood, Coal Miner, Durham, 7th April, 1429. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Medieval mining records are sparse, but evidence suggests coal extraction in Durham dates to Roman times. The mine described operated until 1547, when it was abandoned following numerous disappearances. Modern archaeological surveys detect extensive unexplored tunnels beneath the known workings, some potentially thousands of years old. End of file. Case file NOA1651T. Classification: Governess's Journal. Date of statement: 12th September 1651. Location: Derbyshire. Journal entry: I, Miss Catherine Wells, governess, do record events at Haddon Hall. I was employed 3 months ago to educate the children of the estate. 2 girls, aged 8 and 10, bright and well-mannered. My duties included teaching, supervision, and ensuring their proper upbringing. The family provided me comfortable rooms in the east wing, a bedroom and small sitting room overlooking the gardens. I settled in quickly, finding the work pleasant and the children delightful. 1 month ago, I began to notice a child's laughter in my rooms. High, bright laughter, the sound of a young girl at play. I assumed one of my students had entered without knocking, but when I searched, I found myself alone. The laughter continued, seeming to come from the corner near the window. I investigated thoroughly, but discovered no source. This occurred several times over the following week. Always the same laughter, always from the same corner. I mentioned this to the housekeeper, who paled at my description. She asked if I had seen the child as well as heard her. I replied I had not, only heard the laughter. The housekeeper seemed relieved and urged me to say nothing to the family. I pressed her for an explanation. She eventually revealed that a child had passed away in those rooms. The previous governess's daughter, a girl of 9 years. She had died of fever 5 years ago. Since then, every governess employed at the house reported hearing laughter. Some had seen a young girl in a blue dress playing near the window. None stayed longer than 6 months. The family, the housekeeper said, did not acknowledge these occurrences. I resolved to remain despite this information. I found the laughter oddly comforting rather than frightening. Last week, I saw her for the first time. I was reading in my sitting room when movement caught my eye. A young girl stood by the window, looking out at the gardens. She wore a blue dress with white lace, her dark hair in ringlets. I spoke gently, asking her name. She turned toward me and smiled. "Dorothy," she said clearly. "I used to live here." I asked if she was lonely. She nodded, her expression becoming sad. "Mama went away," she said. "Everyone went away." I explained that I was here now, and she was welcome to visit. Her smile returned, brighter than before. She asked if we could be friends. I agreed readily, my heart aching for this lonely child. She has appeared every evening since. We talk about small things, the gardens, the weather, stories I read. She tells me about her mother, the previous governess, who left after Dorothy died, unable to bear remaining where her daughter had passed. Dorothy waited for her to return, she says. She waits still. I have grown fond of her, despite knowing what she is. My students have begun to notice my distraction. They ask who I speak to when I'm alone in my rooms. I tell them stories of an imaginary friend. But yesterday, my older student told me she had seen Dorothy, the girl in blue, who stands at Miss Wells' window. She described her perfectly, the blue dress, the dark ringlets. She asked if Dorothy was a ghost. I did not know how to answer. This morning, both children came to my rooms. They wanted to meet Dorothy properly. I worried about how they would react, but Dorothy appeared, delighted to have playmates. The three girls spent the morning playing together. My students showed no fear, only enjoyment. I watched them, wondering if I should stop this. But Dorothy's laughter filled the room, genuine and joyful. For the first time in 5 years, she was not alone. I have decided to say nothing to the family. Some friendships transcend the boundaries between life and death. Miss Catherine Wells, Governess Haddon Hall, Derbyshire, 12th September, 1651. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Haddon Hall records confirm the death of Dorothy Ashford, daughter of Governess Mary Ashford, in 1646. Catherine Wells remained at Haddon Hall for 20 years, the longest tenure of any governess employed there. No further reports of Dorothy's presence exist after Catherine's death in 1671, suggesting the child finally found the peace she had sought. End of file. Case file. NOA1574Q. Classification: Baker's Statement. Date of statement: 23rd February 1574. Location: Norwich, Norfolk. Statement: I, Thomas Hartwell, baker of Norwich, do state concerning events at my bakehouse. I have operated my business on Elm Hill for 12 years. The bakehouse sits behind my shop, containing 2 large ovens. I rise before dawn each day to begin baking bread for the morning customers. 6 weeks ago, I arrived to find the ovens already burning. The fires blazed hot, the ovens ready for use. I had banked the fires the previous evening, leaving only coals. Someone had stoked them high during the night. I assumed my apprentice had arrived early without informing me, but when I called out, no one answered. I searched the bakehouse and found myself alone. This occurred 3 more times over the following week. Each morning, the fires burned ready despite my banking them carefully. I began to suspect a vagrant was sleeping in the bakehouse at night, someone who stoked the fires for warmth. I decided to sleep there myself to catch the intruder. I bedded down in the corner after banking the fires as usual. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to heat on my face. The ovens roared with fire, flames leaping high. I sat up quickly and saw a figure at the ovens. A man in baker's clothing, working the fires with a long paddle. He moved efficiently, his motions practiced and skilled. I called out, asking who he was and how he had entered. He did not turn or acknowledge my voice. He continued working, stoking the fires methodically. I stood and approached him. As I drew near, I saw through him. The brick wall of the oven was visible through his body. He was translucent, like fog in morning light. I stopped walking, fear rooting me in place. The phantom baker continued his work, unaware of my presence. He checked the oven temperature with his hand, nodded in satisfaction. Then he began mixing dough in a large bowl. His hands moved through the ingredients, flour and water and salt, but nothing physical was disturbed by his movements. The bowl remained empty, yet he worked as if it were full. He kneaded invisible dough, shaped invisible loaves. He placed them carefully on a paddle and slid them into the oven. I watched this entire process, too frightened to move or speak. After the bread went in, he stood at the oven door, waiting. Time passed, perhaps 20 minutes. Then he withdrew the paddle and removed invisible loaves. He set them aside to cool, wiping his hands on his apron. He turned then, for the first time. and looked directly at me. His eyes were hollow, dark pits in a pale face. He smiled, a sad expression. "The bread must be ready," he said, his voice distant and hollow. "The bread must be ready when they wake." Then he faded slowly, becoming more transparent. Within moments, he had vanished completely. The fires continued to burn, but I was alone. I questioned the previous owner of this property. He told me the bakehouse was built 50 years ago. The original baker, William Marsh, worked himself to exhaustion. He died at his ovens one morning, collapsed while stoking the fires. His bread was still rising when they found him. Since then, bakers here have reported help with the morning fires. Invisible hands that prepare the ovens ensure everything is ready. William continues his work, dedicated beyond death. I no longer fear finding the fires lit. I have come to appreciate the assistance. The phantom baker ensures my bread is always perfect. I sometimes thank him aloud, though he never responds. But the fires burn a bit brighter when I do. Thomas Hartwell, Baker, Norwich, Norfolk, 23rd February, 1574. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parish records confirm William Marsh's death in 1524. The bakehouse operated until 1888, when it burned in a fire. Multiple bakers reported assistance from an unseen presence. Some claimed the ghost baker's invisible bread could be smelled in the mornings, the scent of fresh baking with no physical source. End of file. Case file NOA 1849H. Classification: Postal Workers Record. Date of statement: 7th November 1849. Location: Scottish Highlands. Record: I, Malcolm Stewart. Postal carrier: do record my experience on the mountain road. I carry mail between villages in the Highlands, following established routes. The journey from Fort William to Glencoe crosses remote and dangerous terrain. I make this trip twice weekly, regardless of weather. Last month, I was caught by early snow while crossing the high pass. The storm descended rapidly, reducing visibility to mere feet. I know the road well and continued carefully, leading my horse. The snow deepened quickly, making progress difficult. I heard a voice calling through the storm. A man's voice, shouting what sounded like a warning. I stopped and called back, asking who was there. The voice continued, but I could not make out the words through the wind. I moved toward the sound, thinking someone needed help. A figure emerged from the swirling snow ahead. A man in Highland dress, his plaid wrapped against the cold. He gestured urgently, pointing to the right of the path. I called out, asking what was wrong. He shouted again, his voice barely audible over the wind. I thought I heard bridge and broken. He pointed more insistently to the right, away from the road. I followed his direction, leading my horse off the established path. We climbed higher, the snow even deeper here. I lost sight of the man in the storm but continued in the direction he had indicated. After perhaps 20 minutes of difficult travel, I emerged onto a different section of road. Below and to my left, I could see where I had been walking. The bridge across the gorge had collapsed. The center span was gone, leaving a deadly gap over the river far below. Had I continued on my original path, I would have walked straight into that void in the blinding snow. The Highland man had saved my life. I turned to thank him and saw no one. The snow showed only my own footprints and those of my horse. No other tracks marked the pristine white surface. I had followed someone through the snow, yet they left no trail. I completed my journey safely and reported the collapsed bridge. I described the Highland man who had warned me. The innkeeper at Glencoe paled when I provided details. He asked me to describe the man's plaid pattern. I did so, recalling it clearly despite the storm. The innkeeper nodded slowly. That pattern belonged to the MacDonalds, he said. Many MacDonalds had died in these mountains during the massacre of 1692, over 150 years ago. Some locals claim they still walk the high passes, protecting travelers, guiding the lost, warning of danger. I did not believe in ghosts before that day, but I cannot deny what I experienced. Someone saved my life in that storm, someone who left no footprints in the snow. I make my postal route regularly still. Several times since, I have heard voices calling warnings, seen figures in the distance, pointing out safe paths. I always follow their directions. I am alive because of them. Malcolm Stewart, postal carrier, Fort William, Scotland, 7th November, 1849. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Glencoe massacre occurred in February 1692, with estimates of 38 to 80 MacDonalds killed. Local tradition maintains that MacDonald spirits protect travelers in the area. Multiple rescue accounts credit mysterious Highland guides who vanish after leading people to safety. Search parties never find tracks belonging to these helpful strangers. End of file. Case file NOA13-228V. Classification: Scribe's account. Date of statement: 14th April 1328. Location: Canterbury, Kent. Account: I, Brother Thomas, scribe at Canterbury Cathedral, do account for events in the scriptorium. I have spent 15 years copying manuscripts in service to God. The scriptorium contains 10 desks where brothers work in silence. We illuminate holy texts, preserve sacred knowledge through our labor. Last month, we noticed a manuscript appearing on the central desk. Each morning, we found several pages of text that had not been there the previous evening. The writing was exquisite, better than any living scribe's work. The illuminations were extraordinary, gold leaf and vivid colors. We could not identify who created these pages. The prior questioned each scribe carefully. All denied working on this particular manuscript. The prior ordered the scriptorium locked at night. He kept the only key himself. Yet the pages continued to appear. Each morning brought new work, perfect and beautiful. I volunteered to hide in the scriptorium overnight. The prior agreed. Curious to solve this mystery, I concealed myself in the storage alcove after evening prayers. The other scribes departed, and the prior locked the door behind them. I sat in darkness, waiting to see who would come. Hours passed in absolute silence. Near midnight, I heard the scratch of quill on parchment. Someone was writing at the central desk. I peered from my hiding place. A monk sat at the desk, working by the light of a single candle. I recognized him immediately. Brother Edmund had been our finest scribe. He had passed from this world 2 years ago, yet there he sat, living and working as he had in life. His hand moved steadily across the parchment, creating perfect letters. He paused occasionally to consider his work, then continued. I watched him for over an hour, too amazed to move. His dedication was absolute, his concentration complete. He showed no awareness of my presence. As dawn approached, he set down his quill. He examined the pages he had completed, nodded with satisfaction. Then he carefully cleaned his tools, as he had always done. He stood and walked toward the door. I thought he would attempt to open it and find it locked. Instead, he walked through the door. His body passed through solid wood, As if it were smoke, I heard his footsteps continuing down the corridor beyond. They faded gradually until silence returned. I emerged from hiding and examined his work. 7 new pages, perfectly executed. The ink was still wet, yet no stain marked the desk. The quill and inkpot were exactly as they had been left the evening before. Brother Edmund had used no physical materials, yet created physical pages. I reported everything to the prior. He examined the pages and recognized Edmund's distinctive style, the particular way he formed certain letters, his preferred color choices. This was unmistakably Edmund's work. The prior decided not to interfere. If Edmund wished to continue his sacred labor, we would allow it. We leave the central desk empty each evening. Each morning, we find new pages of perfect work. Brother Edmund completes the manuscript he began in life. When it is finished, perhaps he will finally rest. Until then, we benefit from the greatest scribe our scriptorium ever knew. Brother Thomas, Scribe Canterbury Cathedral, Kent and 14th April, 1328. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Cathedral records confirm Brother Edmund's death in 1326 and note his exceptional skill. The manuscript, a complete illuminated Bible, was completed in 1330. No more pages appeared after its completion. The Bible remains in Canterbury Cathedral's possession, considered one of the finest examples of medieval manuscript art. End of file. Case file NOA1785F. Classification: School Teacher's Journal. Date of statement: 19th June, 1785. Location: Stratford-upon-Avon, Warwickshire. Journal entry: I, Miss Sarah Pemberton, schoolmistress, do record events in my classroom. I teach 20 children in a small schoolhouse on Church Street. The building is old but serviceable, providing adequate space for lessons. 3 weeks ago, I began finding the chalkboard filled with writing each morning. Mathematical problems perfectly solved, covering the entire board. I assumed one of my older students was practicing after hours. I praised the class for their initiative, asking who had done this work. No student claimed responsibility. I thought perhaps they were shy about acknowledging it. But the writing continued appearing nightly. Always mathematical problems, always correctly solved. The work grew more advanced each day. Soon the problems exceeded anything I taught my students. Complex equations I barely understood myself. I began erasing the board completely before leaving each evening. The writing appeared regardless. Last week, I decided to remain in the schoolhouse overnight. I prepared a small bed in the corner and locked the doors. I sat reading by candlelight, watching the chalkboard. Near midnight, I heard chalk scraping against the board. I looked up and saw the chalk moving by itself. It floated in the air, writing numbers and symbols. The chalk worked steadily, solving problems I could not comprehend. I watched, paralyzed by fear and fascination. The chalk paused occasionally, as if someone were thinking. Then it would continue, completing the solution methodically. After perhaps an hour, the work stopped. The chalk dropped to the floor with a small clatter. I stood on trembling legs and approached the board. The writing was identical to what I had found every morning. Perfect mathematical work, clearly the product of an exceptional mind. I spoke aloud, asking who was there. No one answered, but I heard footsteps near the back of the room. The wooden floor creaked as if someone walked upon it. I turned toward the sound and saw a faint shimmer in the air, a distortion, like heat rising from summer roads. The distortion moved toward the chalkboard again. The eraser lifted from its tray, It moved across the board, erasing what had been written. Then the chalk rose once more and began a new problem. This pattern continued for several hours. Solve, erase, begin again. The work of a dedicated student who would not stop practicing. At dawn, the activity ceased. The chalk and eraser returned to their places. The shimmer in the air faded completely. I researched the building's history the next day. 30 years ago, this schoolhouse was a private home. A young man lived here, a mathematical prodigy, they said. He studied constantly, working problems long into the night. He died at age 19, his potential never fully realized. Tuberculosis took him before he could attend university. His name was David Morton, and this very room was his study. I believe he continues his studies still. The mathematics bring him joy, give him purpose. I have stopped erasing his work. Instead, I leave paper and new problems for him. Each morning, I find them solved. My students have grown accustomed to sharing their classroom. Sometimes they hear chalk scraping when the room should be empty. They have named him the scholar, and they leave him notes of greeting. He never responds with words, only with perfectly solved mathematics. Miss Sarah Pemberton, school teacher, Stratford-upon-Avon, Warwickshire, 19th June, 1785. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Parish Records, confirm David Morton's death in 1755, age 19. Contemporary accounts describe him as exceptionally gifted in mathematics. The schoolhouse operated until 1852. Teachers reported the phenomenon throughout that period. The building is now a private residence. The current owner reports occasionally finding mathematical equations written in condensation on windows. End of file. Case file NOA 1473N. Classification: Innkeeper's Statement. Date of statement: 11th October 1473. Location: Ludlow, Shropshire. Statement: I, Robert Ashford, keeper of the Feathers Inn, do state concerning events in our stable yard. Our inn serves travellers on the road between Wales and London. We provide accommodation, food, and stabling for horses. The stable yard is large, with room for 12 horses. 1 month ago, stable hands began reporting a grey horse in the far stall. They would see it early in the morning, always in the same location. When they approached to tend to it, the stall would be empty. I dismissed this as morning fog creating illusions. But the reports continued, multiple stable hands seeing the same thing. A grey horse, standing quietly, appearing solid and real, then vanishing when approached directly. I observed the stable yard myself one morning before dawn. I saw the horse clearly, illuminated by my lantern. A fine grey mare, her coat gleaming silver in the light. I walked toward her, speaking softly as I would to any horse. She turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were dark and intelligent, showing no fear. I reached the stall gate and opened it. The stall was empty. Yet I had been watching continuously and seen nothing leave. The grey mare had simply ceased to exist between one moment and the next. I questioned long-time residents about the inn's history. An elderly man told me about Lady Margaret of Ludlow. She kept a grey mare that she loved dearly. The horse was her constant companion, perfectly trained. 20 years ago, Lady Margaret died suddenly of a fever. Her mare grieved terribly, refusing food and water. The animal followed Lady Margaret's funeral procession. When they buried her ladyship, the mare stood at the grave. She remained there for 3 days, despite attempts to lead her away. On the third night, the mare was found dead beside the grave. She had died of what the old man called a broken heart. Lady Margaret was buried in the churchyard across from the Feathers. Her grave is visible from our stable yard. Since the mare's death, people have reported seeing her, always standing in that far stall looking toward the churchyard, waiting for her mistress to return. I have seen her many times now. She appears most often at dawn, standing quietly. I no longer approach her. I simply watch, moved by her loyalty. Once, I saw her walk from the stall into the yard. She moved toward the churchyard gate, her steps silent on the cobblestones. At the gate, she paused and looked back. Then she faded slowly until only morning mist remained. My stable hands have grown accustomed to her presence. They leave the far stall empty, considering it hers. Some bring her gifts, apples and carrots, leaving them in the stall. The food is always gone by evening, though no living horse touches it. We consider her a blessing, a reminder that love endures, that loyalty transcends even death itself. Robert Ashford, innkeeper, The Feathers Inn, Ludlow, 11th October 1473. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Church records confirm Lady Margaret Fitzroy's burial in 1453. The Feathers Inn stands across from the churchyard. Sightings of the grey mare continued into the 20th century. Multiple photographs show an unexplained grey shape in the historical stable area. The inn remains operational, with staff reporting occasional unexplained horse sounds from the empty stable block. End of file. Case file NOA 1697L. Classification: Physician's Case Notes. Date of statement: 28th March 1697. Location: Bristol. Case notes: I, Dr. Richard Blackwell of Bristol, do note a most unusual case. Mrs. Anne Fletcher consulted me regarding her daughter Elizabeth. The child is 7 years old, healthy in body, but exhibiting strange behavior. She claims to have a constant companion named Mary. This alone would not be concerning, as children often have imaginary friends, but Elizabeth provides specific details about Mary that trouble me. She says Mary is 12 years old and wears a blue dress. Mary lived in their house many years ago, Elizabeth explains. She died there but never left. Mrs. Fletcher dismissed this as childish fancy initially, but Elizabeth knows things she should not. She describes rooms in the house as they appeared before renovation. She mentions furniture that was removed before Elizabeth's birth. She speaks of events that occurred a decade ago, when Elizabeth was not yet born. All this information, she claims, comes from Mary. I visited the Fletcher house to observe Elizabeth myself. I found her playing in the parlour, speaking animatedly. She appeared to be conversing with someone, pausing to listen, then responding. I asked her to introduce me to Mary. Elizabeth looked to her right and said, "This is Dr. Blackwell." She listened, then laughed. "Mary says you have kind eyes," Elizabeth told me. I asked Elizabeth to relay questions to Mary. I inquired about Mary's family name. Elizabeth listened to empty air, then said, "Ashworth." I asked when Mary lived in this house. "A long time ago," Elizabeth said. "Before I was born, before Mama was born." I asked how Mary came to pass away. Elizabeth's expression grew sad. "She fell down the stairs," she said quietly. "Her neck broke. She says it didn't hurt long." Mrs. Fletcher gasped at this. I asked her what troubled her. She revealed that they had found something during renovation 3 years ago. Behind a sealed wall, workmen discovered a small skeleton, a child's remains, estimated to be over 50 years old. The bones showed evidence of a broken neck. The family had given the child a Christian burial in the churchyard, but they never determined who the child had been. I researched property records that afternoon. The Fletcher house had belonged to the Ashworth family from 1630 to 1665. Parish records listed a Mary Ashworth who died in 1642, aged 12. Cause of death: accidental fall. The dates and details matched Elizabeth's account perfectly. Information the child could not have known through normal means. I returned to question Elizabeth further. I asked her to tell me what Mary looked like. She has brown hair in braids, Elizabeth said, and a blue dress with white buttons. She's missing her 2 front teeth because they fell out. She says they were growing back when she died. I checked the skeletal remains description from the workman. The skull showed 2 permanent incisors in the process of erupting, a detail consistent with a child of 12. I have examined Elizabeth thoroughly and find her perfectly healthy. She shows no signs of madness or delusion. She is a bright, happy child who happens to see something others cannot. Mrs. Fletcher asked if I could make Mary go away. I questioned Elizabeth about this possibility. The child became upset at the suggestion. "Mary is my friend," she said firmly. "She's lonely. I'm the only one who can see her. If I stopped talking to her, she would be all alone again." I advised Mrs. Fletcher to allow the friendship to continue. It appears to cause no harm and provides companionship for both. Perhaps we found Mary's bones so Elizabeth could give her the friendship she lacked in life. Dr. Richard Blackwell, Bristol, 28th March, 1697. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Mary Ashworth's death in 1642. Elizabeth Fletcher maintained she could see Mary until age 14, when the presence gradually faded. Elizabeth later became a nurse, working with children until her death in 1754. She claimed Mary inspired her choice of profession, teaching her the importance of comforting those who are alone. End of file. Case file NOA 1816P. Classification: Quarry Workers Report. Date of statement: 6th July 1816. Location: Cheddar Gorge, Somerset. Report: I, James Winters, quarry worker, do report concerning sounds in the gorge caves. I work extracting stone from the cliffs of Cheddar Gorge. The work is dangerous, requiring careful attention to rock stability. We drill and blast, then remove blocks of limestone for building. Below our quarry workings lie extensive cave systems. Some have been explored. Others remain unmapped and dangerous. We occasionally break through into these caves during our excavation. Last month, we opened a new cave chamber while blasting. The explosion revealed a large cavern beyond the rock face. Our foreman sent 3 of us to explore and assess the space. We descended with ropes and lanterns, entering the darkness. The cavern proved enormous, its ceiling lost in shadows above. Strange formations covered the walls, stone curtains and pillars. We had explored perhaps 50 yards when we heard singing. A woman's voice echoed through the darkness ahead. The song had no words we could recognize, only a haunting melody. We stopped walking, listening to determine its source. The singing grew louder, seeming to come from deeper in the cave. My companions wanted to retreat, but I insisted we investigate. We were experienced cavers and carried good lights. We moved forward cautiously, following the sound. The singing led us through narrow passages into another chamber. This space was smaller, more intimate. Bones littered the floor, ancient and fragile. Human remains, dozens of them, arranged in patterns. The singing came from the center of this chamber. We shone our lanterns toward it. A woman knelt among the bones, her back to us. Long hair hung down her back, pale as bone itself. She wore animal skins roughly sewn together. She sang continuously, rocking back and forth. I called out to her, asking if she needed help. She stopped singing abruptly. Silence filled the cave, heavy and oppressive. She began to turn toward us slowly. One of my companions grabbed my arm. "Don't let her see us," he whispered urgently, but it was too late. She completed her turn and looked directly at us. Her face was wrong. The features were human, but arranged incorrectly. Eyes too far apart, mouth too wide. Her skin was pale, almost translucent. We could see veins beneath like dark rivers. She opened that impossible mouth and screamed. The sound echoed off the cave walls, multiplying and amplifying. We ran. We scrambled back through the passages, our lanterns swinging wildly. Behind us we heard her following, not running, but moving impossibly fast. We burst into the main cavern and climbed our ropes frantically. Below, we heard her singing again, that same haunting melody, now sounding like a lure, calling us back into the darkness. We emerged into daylight, all three of us shaking. We reported what we had seen to the foreman. He listened gravely, then sealed the opening with explosives. The cave entrance is now completely blocked, but we hear her sometimes when we work near that section. Her singing drifts through cracks in the stone. That ancient melody, older than memory, calling to us from the darkness below. James Winters, quarry worker, Cheddar Gorge, Somerset, 6th July, 1816. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Archaeological evidence confirms human habitation in Cheddar Gorge, caves dating to the Neolithic period, approximately 5,000 years ago. The described bone chamber matches reports from Victorian cave explorers who documented ceremonial arrangements. Local folklore speaks of cave spirits that predate recorded history. Several quarrymen disappeared in the area between 1816 to 1820. End of file. Case file NOA1249S. Classification: Merchant Sailor's Account. Date of statement: 17th May 1249. Location: River Thames, London. Account: I, William Porter, sailor aboard the merchant vessel St. Catherine, do account for events on the Thames. We lay anchored near London Bridge, waiting to unload cargo. The river was busy with boats and ships, typical of a spring day. I stood watch on deck while the crew rested below. Around midday, I noticed a small boat rowing against the current. A single figure worked the oars, making slow progress upriver. The boat appeared old-fashioned, of a style no longer common. As it drew closer, I realized the rower wore monk's robes. This seemed odd, as monks rarely travel alone by river. I watched as he rowed directly toward our ship. He passed within 20 feet of our hull. I called out a greeting, but he did not look up. His face remained hidden by his hood. He rowed mechanically, never varying his rhythm. Something about his movement disturbed me. The oars entered and left the water. With perfect precision. Too perfect, as if controlled by machinery rather than human muscle. I leaned over the rail to see him better. The boat passed under our bow, and I looked down directly at him. The water beneath his boat was clearly visible. I could see through the bottom of the vessel to the river below. The boat was translucent, barely substantial. The monk himself appeared more solid, but still not entirely real. I shouted for my crewmates. Several men rushed on deck, asking what alarmed me. I pointed to the monk rowing past. They looked where I indicated and saw nothing. The river flowed empty, no small boat in sight. Yet I could still see him clearly, rowing steadily upstream. He continued until he reached London Bridge. Instead of passing under the arches, he rowed directly into the stone pilings. Boat and monk passed through solid bridge as if it were mist. They emerged on the other side, continuing upriver. I watched until they faded from view in the distance. My crewmates thought I had been drinking, but I swear I was sober and clear-headed. I reported this to the captain when he returned. He listened without surprise. "You saw the phantom monk," he said. "He rows the Thames regularly, always heading upriver. No one knows who he is or why he rows. Some claim he seeks a monastery that once stood on the riverbank. Others say he died while making that journey and continues still." I have asked other sailors about the phantom monk. Many have seen him, always rowing alone upstream, always passing through obstacles as if they don't exist. One old sailor told me he has been seen for over 50 years. Always the same, never aging, never reaching his destination. William Porter, Sailor River Thames, London, 17th May, 1249. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft reports of the phantom monk on the Thames date from the early 13th century. Sightings continued into the Victorian era, with dozens of documented accounts. The figure was photographed in 1889, appearing as a translucent shape in a rowing boat. Modern sightings are rare, but still occasionally reported by Thames boatmen. End of file. Case file NOA 1568WW. Classification: Magistrate's Record. Date of statement: 3rd December 1568. Location: Winchester, Hampshire. Record: I, Sir Thomas Wentworth, Magistrate of Winchester, do record events at the old courthouse. The building has served as a court of law for 200 years. I have presided over cases here for 15 years. Last month, we began hearing footsteps on the floor above the courtroom. The upper floor is used only for storage of old records. No one has reason to walk there during court sessions. Yet the footsteps came clearly, pacing back and forth. The sound distracted from proceedings, and I sent the clerk to investigate. He returned reporting the upper floor completely empty. Yet we all continued to hear the pacing footsteps. The sound persisted through the entire day's court session. This pattern repeated for a week. Every day during court, footsteps paced above us. Always the same rhythm, back and forth ceaselessly. I decided to investigate personally. I climbed to the upper floor during a court recess. The space was dim, lit only by small windows. Shelves of documents and ledgers lined the walls. Dust lay thick on every surface. I stood listening, and the footsteps began. They crossed the floor directly in front of me. I saw nothing, but clearly heard each step. The sound passed within arm's reach. I felt a cold presence move past me in the darkness. I called out, demanding to know who walked there. The footsteps stopped immediately. Silence filled the space, heavy and oppressive. Then I heard a voice, faint and distant. "Innocent," it said. I was innocent. The voice was masculine, filled with anguish. They hanged me for another's crime. I paced still, awaiting justice that never came. I asked who he was when this injustice occurred. The voice faded, growing quieter with each word. "Forgotten," it whispered. Name forgotten. Crime forgotten. Only the injustice remains. The footsteps resumed, moving away from me. They continued to the far end of the room, then returned. The same path, over and over. I descended to the courtroom and researched the building's history. The courthouse was built on the site of an earlier prison. Executions took place in the yard, hangings primarily. Records from that period are incomplete, many lost to time. We know innocent men were sometimes convicted and executed. Justice was swift and often wrong in those brutal years. This man, whoever he was, seeks acknowledgement of his innocence. He paces endlessly, unable to rest while his name remains stained. The footsteps continue daily during court sessions, a reminder that we must be certain before we condemn, that every case deserves thorough examination, that lives depend upon our judgment. I find his presence sobering rather than frightening. He makes me a better magistrate. He reminds me that justice delayed is better than justice wrong. Sir Thomas Wentworth, Magistrate Winchester, Hampshire, 3rd December 1568. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Winchester Courthouse operated until 1872, when it was replaced by a larger structure. Every magistrate who served there reported the pacing footsteps. The voice claiming innocence was heard by multiple officials over the centuries. Modern courthouse staff in the replacement building report no unusual phenomena. End of file. Case file NOA1742K. Classification: Gardener's Statement. Date of statement: 21st August 1742. Location: Kew, Surrey. Statement: I, Henry Blackwood, head gardener at Kew Gardens, do state concerning events in the Rose Garden. I have maintained these gardens for 20 years. The Rose Garden is my particular pride, containing over 200 varieties. Each spring and summer they bloom magnificently. Visitors come from across England to admire them. 3 months ago, I noticed someone tending the roses early each morning, a woman in a pale dress, moving between the bushes with pruning shears. I was pleased that another staff member shared my early hours. I approached to introduce myself and coordinate our efforts. As I drew near, she faded from view, not walking away, but simply becoming transparent. Within moments, she had vanished completely. I found this deeply unsettling and questioned other staff. No woman worked in the gardens. All our gardeners were men. Yet I saw her again the following morning. She knelt beside a rosebush, working the soil. I approached more slowly this time, watching carefully. She appeared solid and real, completely human. She wore a dress of an earlier fashion, perhaps 50 years outdated. Her hair was arranged in an old style, pinned close to her head. She tended the roses with obvious expertise. Deadheading spent blooms, removing damaged leaves. I stood perhaps 10 feet away, observing her work. She seemed unaware of my presence. Then she turned and looked directly at me. Her expression was gentle, sad but peaceful. She smiled slightly, acknowledging me. Then she stood and walked deeper into the garden. I followed, watching as she moved between the rose bushes. She paused at each plant, examining it with care. Some she touched gently, as if greeting old friends. She reached the garden's edge and stopped. She looked back at the roses, her expression wistful. Then she faded slowly, until nothing remained. I examined the roses she had tended. They appeared healthier than the others. More blooms, deeper colors, stronger growth. I researched the garden's history that afternoon. The Rose Garden was created in 1689 by Lady Catherine Ashworth. She had been a renowned horticulturist, developing new rose varieties. She spent every morning in her garden, tending each plant personally. She passed away in 1695, collapsing among her beloved roses. Her final words expressed hope that someone would care for them after her passing. Since her death, gardeners here have reported seeing her, always in the morning, always tending the roses. Some consider her presence a blessing. Roses she touches bloom more beautifully. Plants she examines stay healthy through disease and pest. I see her almost daily now. I have stopped being frightened by her appearances. Instead, I feel grateful for her continued devotion. She teaches me through her example. Where she works, I pay special attention. The roses she favors receive extra care. The garden has never been more beautiful. Visitors comment constantly on the extraordinary blooms. I tell them we have a secret, a gifted gardener who works early. They laugh, thinking I joke about my own skill. But I know the truth. Lady Catherine still tends her garden, still loves her roses as she did in life, and the roses love her in return. Henry Blackwood, Head Gardener, Kew Gardens, Surrey, 21st August, 1742. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Records confirm Lady Catherine Ashworth created the Kew Rose Garden in 1689. Several rose varieties she developed are still cultivated today. Gardeners at Kew have reported her presence for over 3 centuries. Modern staff occasionally see a woman in historical dress among the roses, always at dawn, always focused on her work. End of file. Case file NOA13955H. Classification: Toll Collector's Report. Date of statement: 9th March, 1395. Location: River Trent, Nottinghamshire. Report: I, Walter Grimsby, toll collector at Trent Bridge, do report concerning the night crossings. I maintain the toll booth at the southern approach to the bridge. Every traveller who crosses must pay, as has been custom for 50 years. I work from dawn until dark, collecting coins from those who pass. The bridge is closed at night, gates locked at both ends. No one crosses after sunset, as the gates prevent passage. Yet I hear footsteps crossing the bridge every night, heavy boots on wooden planks, the sound of many men marching. The rhythm suggests soldiers or armed men. The footsteps cross from north to south, always at midnight. They continue for perhaps 10 minutes, many feet passing. Then silence returns until the following night. I mentioned this to the bridge master. He gave me a key to the gates and told me to investigate. I unlocked the southern gate one night and walked onto the bridge. The footsteps began as I reached the center span. They approached from the north, heading directly toward me. I held my lantern high, illuminating the entire width of the bridge. Nothing was visible. The bridge stretched empty in both directions, yet the footsteps continued, growing louder as they neared. I felt them pass around me, dozens of men moving past. The wooden planks vibrated under their tread, but I saw nothing, not even shadows. The air grew cold as they passed, my breath misting. I heard weapons rattling, leather creaking, men breathing. The sounds of armed men on the march. They continued past me toward the southern gate. The footsteps descended the bridge approach and faded into the distance. I stood alone in the silence that followed. The next morning, I researched the bridge's history. 60 years ago, during the civil conflicts, a battle occurred near here. Lord Edward's forces attempted to cross the Trent to engage the enemy. They marched onto this bridge at midnight, hoping to surprise their opponents. The bridge collapsed under their weight. Over 100 men plunged into the river. Most drowned, pulled under by their armor. The survivors were cut down by the enemy waiting on the far bank. The bridge was rebuilt 10 years later, stronger and wider. But the phantom crossing began immediately. Every toll collector has heard the footsteps. The ghostly army that marches to a battle they never reached. I have grown accustomed to their nightly passage. I unlock the gates before midnight now. I do not want to hinder their eternal march. Perhaps one night they will reach their destination. Perhaps one night they will find peace. Walter Grimsby, toll collector, Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire. 9th March, 1395. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Historical records document a bridge collapse in 1335 during Civil War. Casualty numbers vary, but contemporary sources mention heavy losses. Trent Bridge has been rebuilt multiple times, most recently in 1871. Reports of phantom footsteps continued until the wooden bridge was replaced with stone. The marching sound ceased when the original construction material was removed. End of file. Case file NOA 1627M. Classification: Weaver's account. Date of statement: 14th November 1627. Location: Norwich, Norfolk. Account: I, Margaret Fletcher, weaver, do account for events in my workshop. I weave cloth in a small building behind my house. I work alone most days, my loom and I creating fabric. The work is solitary but satisfying, each thread forming part of a whole. 6 weeks ago, I began finding my work, advanced beyond where I left it. Each morning, several more rows would be woven. The work was perfect, better than my own. The patterns more intricate, the threads more evenly spaced. I assumed someone entered during the night to help me. But I live alone, and the workshop is locked. I am the only person with a key. Yet the weaving continued appearing. I began marking my progress carefully before retiring each evening. Each morning showed clear advancement past my marks. I decided to sleep in the workshop to discover the truth. I prepared a bed in the corner and locked the door from inside. No one could enter without my knowledge. I waited, listening in the darkness. Around midnight, I heard the loom creak, the familiar sound of the shuttle passing through the warp threads. I lit a candle quickly. The loom operated by itself. The shuttle flew back and forth, guided by invisible hands. The harnesses raised and lowered, creating the pattern. Thread fed smoothly, each row perfect. I watched in amazement as my loom wove without human touch. After perhaps an hour, I found the courage to approach. I reached toward the shuttle as it passed. My hand encountered something solid and warm. Fingers, I realized. Human fingers guiding the shuttle. But I could see nothing, only the feeling of hands working. I spoke aloud, asking who worked my loom. The weaving stopped immediately. The workshop fell silent. Then I heard a voice, soft and feminine. "I did not mean to startle you," it said. "I only wished to help." I asked who she was. "My name is Anne," the voice replied. "I was a weaver like you. I lived in this house many years ago." I asked why she helped me. "Weaving was my life," she said. "When I passed from this world, I could not leave it behind. I see you working and remember the joy it brought me. Please let me continue. It is all I have left." I told her she was welcome to work alongside me. The loom began moving again, the shuttle resuming its flight. I sat in the corner, watching invisible hands create beautiful cloth. Since that night, Anne and I share the workshop. I I weave during the day, she during the night. Together, we produce far more cloth than I could alone. The quality is extraordinary, better than any other weaver in Norwich. Merchants pay premium prices for fabric from my loom. They comment on the perfection of the work. I tell them I have help, though I do not explain the nature of my assistant. Sometimes I hear Anne humming as she works. Old songs, simple melodies from decades past. The sound brings me comfort. I am grateful for her presence. She is no longer lonely, and neither am I. Margaret Fletcher, Weaver, Norwich, Norfolk, 14th November, 1627, archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records mention Anne Thompson, a weaver who lived at this location and died in 1599. She was noted for exceptional skill and dedication to her craft. The workshop operated until 1788, with subsequent weavers reporting similar assistance. The building burned in 1795. No reports exist of weaving phenomena in structures built on the site afterward. End of file. Case file NOA 1483R. Classification: Fisherman's Statement. Date of statement: 25th May 1483. Location: Whitby, Yorkshire. Statement: I, John Harker, fisherman of Whitby, do state concerning events at sea. I have fished these waters for 30 years, knowing every current and rock. My boat is small but sturdy, suitable for daily fishing trips. Last month, I was returning to harbour at dusk after a good day's catch. The sea was calm, the wind light and favourable. I noticed another boat, perhaps half a mile distant, a fishing vessel similar to my own, heading toward the harbour. I recognised it as belonging to Thomas Winters, a fellow fisherman. Thomas had been lost at sea 3 years ago during a storm. His boat was never recovered, vanished without trace. Yet there it sailed, unmistakably his vessel. I adjusted my course to intercept, curious about who now owned the boat. As I drew nearer, I saw a figure at the helm. Even at distance, I recognized Thomas's stance and build. I called out, my voice carrying across the water. The figure turned toward me, and I saw Thomas's face clearly. He raised one hand in greeting, his expression peaceful. I waved back, confused but pleased to see him apparently alive. Then his boat began to fade, not sinking, but becoming transparent like fog. I watched as it grew less substantial with each moment. The boat, the nets, Thomas himself, all turning to mist. Within perhaps 30 seconds, nothing remained. The sea stretched empty where his vessel had been. I sailed to that exact spot, searching the water. No wreckage, no debris, no sign anything had been there. I returned to harbour deeply troubled. I told no one, fearing they would think me mad. But I have seen Thomas's boat 5 more times since then. Always at dusk, always heading toward harbour, always fading before reaching land. Other fishermen have reported similar sightings. We no longer speak of it openly, but we all know. Thomas still tries to come home, still sails toward the harbour he loved. Each evening, he makes the journey he never completed. John Harker, Fisherman, Whitby, Yorkshire, 25th May 1483. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Harbour records confirm Thomas Winters disappeared during a storm in 1480. Multiple fishermen reported seeing his boat over the following decades. Sightings ceased around 1520, suggesting Thomas finally completed his eternal voyage home. Similar phantom vessel reports are common in fishing communities throughout Britain. Find a file. Case file NOA1756D. Classification: Librarian's Notes. Date of statement: 8th January 1756. Location: Cambridge. Notes: I, Mr. Edward Hartley, Librarian of Trinity College, do note events in the rare books room. The collection contains manuscripts and volumes dating back centuries. My duties include cataloguing, preservation, and maintaining proper storage. I work alone in the rare books room, as few others have clearance. 2 months ago, I began finding books reshelved incorrectly. Volumes I had carefully organized would appear in wrong locations. Initially, I thought perhaps I had misremembered their placement, but the problem persisted despite my meticulous record keeping. Books moved nightly, always to different shelves. Yet they were never mishandled or damaged. Whoever moved them treated the books with proper care. I decided to remain in the library overnight to catch the culprit. I concealed myself behind a tall shelf with a clear view of the collection. Near midnight, I heard pages turning. Someone was reading in the far corner of the room. I peered around the shelf and saw a young man at the reading table. He wore scholar's robes of an outdated style, perhaps 50 years old. A candle burned beside him, though I had extinguished all lights. He read intently, occasionally making notes on parchment. I watched him for perhaps 20 minutes before approaching. I asked politely who he was and how he had entered. He looked up from his book, startled by my presence. For a moment, we stared at each other. I saw surprise in his eyes, as if he was equally shocked to see me. Then he smiled sadly and returned to his reading. He acted as if I had not spoken, continuing his studies. I walked closer and reached toward his shoulder. My hand passed through him like smoke. He was not solid, not truly present. Yet the book he read lay open on the table, its pages real. I could see the text clearly, a treatise on natural philosophy. His eyes moved across the page, following the words, but his transparent fingers never touched the paper. I spoke again, asking his name and what he studied. This time he did not look up, but I heard his voice, thin and distant. "So much to learn," he said. "So much I never finished." He turned a page, though his hand did not contact it. The page turned itself at his gesture. "I must complete my studies," he continued. "I must finish what I began." I asked when he had been a student here. "Long ago," he replied. "Too long. But learning has no end." He stood from the table and walked to the shelves. He selected a book, pulled it free, and carried it back to his seat. The book floated through the air, following his movements. He sat and opened it, resuming his eternal studies. I researched the library records the following morning. I found mention of a student named Christopher Ashton. He had been a brilliant scholar, devoted entirely to learning. He died in the library in 1708, collapsed over his books. His final words expressed regret at leaving his studies incomplete. Since then, librarians have reported books moved during the night, always returned to proper shelves eventually, always treated with respect and care. Christopher continues his education, undeterred by death. I have stopped trying to organize the books he uses. I leave him to his studies, and he causes no harm. Sometimes I find notes in the margins of books, observations written in an old-fashioned hand, insights on complex subjects, clearly the work of a brilliant mind. Christopher adds to our collection still, his scholarship ongoing. Mr. Edward Hartley, Librarian, Trinity College, Cambridge, 8th January, 1756. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft College records confirm Christopher Ashton's death in the library, age 23. His academic work showed exceptional promise. The rare books room remained in use until 1923, when the collection was moved. Librarians in the new location reported no unusual phenomena, suggesting Christopher remained in his beloved original study space. End of file. Case file NOA 1369T. Classification: Coachman's Report. Date of statement: 19th October 1369. Location: York to Durham Road. Report: I, Robert Thornton, coachman, do report concerning events on the Durham Road. I drive passengers between York and Durham regularly. The journey takes 2 days, with an overnight stop at a coaching inn. Last week, I carried 3 passengers northward: a merchant, his wife, and a young clerk travelling to Durham on business. The first day passed without incident, arriving at the inn before dark. The following morning, we departed at dawn. The road crosses desolate moorland for several miles. Around midday, we encountered a woman walking alone. She stood beside the road, her arm raised as if requesting passage. She wore a travelling cloak, appeared respectable and in need. I stopped the coach to inquire if she required assistance. She approached and asked if we travelled to Durham. I confirmed we did and offered her passage if my passengers agreed. The merchant looked out and agreed readily to share the coach. The woman climbed inside, thanking us for our kindness. I continued driving, pleased to have helped a fellow traveller. We proceeded for perhaps an hour before I heard shouting from inside. The merchant's wife was screaming for me to stop. I pulled the horses to a halt and opened the coach door. All 3 passengers were pressed against the far side. They pointed at the seat where the woman had been sitting. The seat was empty. I asked where the woman had gone. They insisted she had been there moments before. Then she had simply vanished while they watched. Not opened the door, not moved. Simply ceased to exist between one breath and the next. I examined the coach thoroughly. The door remained latched from inside, unopened since we began. No one could have left the moving vehicle. Yet the woman was undeniably gone. The passengers refused to continue until I explained what occurred. I had no explanation to offer. We proceeded cautiously, all of us unnerved. That evening, I mentioned this at the coaching inn. The innkeeper nodded knowingly when I described the woman. Many coachmen have carried her, he said. She always requests passage to Durham, always vanishes during the journey. No one knows who she is or why she seeks Durham. Some believe she died while travelling that road. Others think she searches for someone in Durham she never reached. She appears several times each year, the innkeeper said, always at the same location on the moor, always asking for passage to Durham, always disappearing before arrival. I have since learned to recognize that stretch of road. When I see a lone woman waiting there, I do not stop. I drive past quickly, urging my horses to greater speed. Let someone else offer her passage. Let someone else experience the horror of her vanishing. Robert Thornton, Coachman, York, 19th October, 1369. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The phantom traveller appears in multiple accounts spanning 4 centuries. The last recorded sighting was in 1783, after which reports ceased. The coaching road was rerouted in 1785, bypassing the original location. Whether she completed her journey or was forgotten when the road changed remains unknown. End of file. Case file NOA 1894L. Classification: Taylor's account. Date of statement: 12th March 1894. Location: Edinburgh, Scotland. Account: I, William MacLeod, tailor, do account for events in my shop. I maintain a small tailoring business on the Royal Mile. The shop occupies the ground floor, with my workshop in the back. I live in rooms above the shop with my wife and daughter. 3 months ago, my daughter mentioned seeing a man in the workshop. She is 6 years old, given to imaginative play. I dismissed her account as childish fancy, but she described him repeatedly, always with identical details. A thin man in old-fashioned clothes, she said. He sat at the large work table, sewing by candlelight. He never spoke, never looked at her. He simply worked, his needle moving steadily. My wife began seeing him as well. She would enter the workshop to find him sitting at my table. The moment she noticed him, he would fade from view. Not suddenly, but gradually becoming transparent. Within seconds, he would vanish completely. I remained skeptical until I saw him myself last week. I was working late, finishing a coat for an important customer. The hour grew late, past midnight. I looked up from my work and saw him sitting across the table. An elderly man, perhaps 70 years old. He wore clothing from at least 50 years past. His hands moved quickly, sewing a garment I could not quite see. His needle flashed in the lamplight, pulling thread through invisible fabric. I sat frozen, watching him work. His technique was impeccable, his stitches tiny and perfect. He embodied everything a master tailor should be. After several minutes, I found the courage to speak. I asked if he had been a tailor here. He looked up, meeting my eyes directly. He nodded once, a small smile on his weathered face. 40 years, he said, his voice barely audible. I worked here 40 years. I asked his name. Andrew MacLeod, he replied. I started at this, recognizing the surname. Your grandfather, he said, as if reading my thoughts. I taught him the trade in this very room. He returned to his sewing, his hands never stopping. Good work requires dedication, he continued. Every stitch matters. Every seam must be perfect. I watched as he completed whatever he was making. He held it up, examining it critically. Though I could see only empty air, he clearly saw something. He nodded, satisfied with his work. He set down his needle and thread. You are doing well, he said, looking at me again. The coat you work on is fine, but the left shoulder needs adjustment. Take it in a 1/4 inch. Then he faded slowly, his smile remaining visible longest. Within moments, he was gone. I examined the coat I was making. The left shoulder did indeed require adjustment. I made the correction he suggested. The fit became perfect. I have seen him twice more since that night. He appears when I work late, sitting across from me. He never speaks now, just works in companionable silence. His presence comforts rather than frightens me. I feel honored to share my workshop with such a master craftsman. My work has improved since he began appearing. My stitches are neater, my seams straighter. I follow techniques I never learned. They simply come to me. Great-grandfather Andrew teaches still, his lessons transcending death. William MacLeod, Tailor, Edinburgh, Scotland. 12th March, 1894. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Edinburgh directories list Andrew MacLeod as a tailor on the Royal Mile from 1823 to 1863. He was noted for exceptional craftsmanship and trained several apprentices. The shop remained in the MacLeod family until 1952. Subsequent tailors reported the phantom craftsman until the building was converted to retail space in 1968. End of file. Case file NOA 7W. Classification: Priest's record. Date of statement: 4th July 1517. Location: Glastonbury, Somerset. Record: I, Father Simon of Glastonbury Abbey, do record events in the Abbey ruins. Our great Abbey was dissolved 2 years ago, its monks dispersed. The buildings stand empty now, slowly falling to decay. I was granted permission to maintain a small chapel for the local parish. I visit the ruins regularly to ensure no vandalism occurs. Last month, I heard singing during my evening inspection. Male voices in harmony chanting Latin prayers. The sound came from where the main church once stood. I walked toward it, expecting to find trespassers. The singing grew louder as I approached. I recognized the words, Vespers being sung perfectly. When I rounded the corner, I saw them. Monks, perhaps 40 of them, standing in ordered rows. They wore the black habits of our Benedictine order. They stood where the choir stalls once were. The stalls are gone now, torn down when the abbey closed. Yet the monks stood in their accustomed places. They sang with their eyes closed, faces lifted toward heaven. I approached slowly, my heart pounding. As I drew near, I recognized several faces. Brother Augustine, who had been my teacher. Brother Thomas, who attended the Abbey Gardens. Prior William, who had led our community for 20 years. All of them had departed this world before the dissolution. Yet there they stood, singing as they had in life. I reached the edge of their group. None acknowledged my presence, continuing their prayer. I added my voice to theirs, singing the familiar words. The moment I joined them, they became more solid. I could see them clearly now, no longer translucent. They appeared as real as any living men. We sang together until the prayer reached its conclusion. As the final notes faded, Prior William opened his eyes. He looked directly at me and smiled. Simon, he said warmly, you remember the offices well. I asked if they were truly here, or if I imagined them. We never left, he replied. This is our home, our life. We serve God still, as we always have. The other monks began to fade, one by one. They disappeared like mist in sunlight. Prior William remained longest, his gaze gentle and sad. The abbey may fall, he said, but the prayer continues. We will sing here until the stones themselves crumble. Then he too faded, leaving me alone in the ruins. Since that evening, I hear them often, always at the proper times for the divine offices, always singing perfectly, as they did for centuries. The abbey may be dissolved by earthly powers, but the monks continue their sacred duty. Their devotion is stronger than stone, more enduring than time. Father Simon Glastonbury, Somerset, 4th July, 1517. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Glastonbury Abbey, was dissolved in 1539. Its last abbot executed. The ruins remain a significant historical site. Visitors report hearing chanting, particularly at dawn and dusk. Multiple audio recordings have captured unexplained male voices singing Latin prayers. The phenomenon continues to the present day. End of file. Case file NOA 1678K. Classification: Blacksmith's statement. Date of statement: 29 September 1678. Location: Chester, Cheshire. Statement: I, Richard Blackwood, blacksmith of Chester, do state concerning sounds in my forge. I have operated my smithy on Watergate Street for 10 years. The building is old, serving as a forge for over a century. My work begins before dawn, heating the forge to working temperature. 6 weeks ago, I arrived to find the forge already burning. Coals glowed red hot, ready for immediate work. I had banked the fire carefully the previous evening. Someone had stoked it during the night. I searched the building but found no one. The doors remained locked. Only I possess keys. This occurred 3 more times that week. Each morning, the forge burned ready for work. I began to hear hammering as well. The ring of metal on metal, someone working at the anvil. The sounds came in the hour before dawn. I decided to arrive earlier to identify who entered my forge. I came at 4 in the morning, before any light. I unlocked the door quietly and slipped inside. The forge burned brightly, illuminating the workspace. A figure stood at the anvil, hammer raised. He brought it down with tremendous force. Sparks flew from the iron he worked. I called out, demanding to know who he was. He did not respond or acknowledge my presence. He continued hammering, shaping the metal with expert blows. I moved closer and recognized his technique. The particular way he turned the work, the rhythm of his strikes. My master's technique, unmistakable and unique. Thomas Blackwood had taught me the smithing trade. He had owned this forge before passing it to me. He departed this world 5 years ago, his heart giving out at the anvil. Yet there he stood, working as he had in life. I watched him complete the piece he forged, a horseshoe, perfectly formed and balanced. He plunged it into the quenching barrel. Steam rose with a familiar hiss. He withdrew the shoe and examined it critically. Satisfied, he set it on the cooling rack. Then he turned and looked directly at me. His eyes were the same as I remembered, sharp and assessing. He nodded once, a gesture of approval. "Good morning, Richard," he said. His voice was faint but clear. "The forge is ready for you." I always liked to have everything prepared. I asked if he would stay, if we could work together again. He smiled, a sad expression. "I have stayed," he replied. "I never truly left. This forge is my home, as it was in life." He walked to the door, passing through it without opening it. I rushed outside and saw him standing in the street. He looked back at the forge, his expression peaceful. "You do good work, Richard," he said. "I am proud of what you have become." Then he faded into the morning darkness. I return to a ready forge every morning now. The fire burns, the anvil sits warm from use. Master Blackwood prepares the workshop still, his dedication unbroken by death. I feel his presence often, especially during difficult projects. My hammer feels lighter, the iron more cooperative. He guides my hand as he did when teaching me the trade. Richard Blackwood, Blacksmith Chester, Cheshire, 29th September, 1678. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm. Thomas Blackwood died at his anvil in 1673. The forge operated continuously until 1891, when it closed due to competition from industrial metalwork. Every blacksmith who worked there reported similar phenomena. The building is now a museum, where staff occasionally hear phantom hammering from the preserved forge room. End of file. Case file NOA1253H. Classification: Porter's account. Date of statement: 16th April, 1253. Location: Oxford. Account: I, Walter Grimsby, Porter of Merton College, do account for events in the college tower. My duties include maintaining buildings and ensuring all is secure at night. I conduct rounds of the college after dark, checking every door and gate. The tower houses the college bell, rung for services and announcements. Access is restricted, The door kept locked. 3 weeks ago, I heard footsteps ascending the tower stairs at midnight. Heavy, deliberate footsteps climbing steadily upward. I checked the tower door and found it locked as always. Yet the footsteps continued above, reaching the bell chamber. I unlocked the door and climbed the stairs quickly. I found the bell chamber empty, but the bell was swinging gently, as if recently rung. It made no sound, swinging in perfect silence. I watched it move back and forth, gradually slowing. When it stopped completely, I heard the footsteps again. They descended past me on the narrow stairs. I felt them pass, the air growing cold as they went by. The footsteps reached the bottom and faded away. I locked the tower and reported this to the dean. He listened with a grave expression. "You have met our bell ringer," he said. "He has rung the bell for over 80 years. I was confused, as I had met our bell ringer, a young man named Thomas. The dean explained he meant the previous ringer. Brother Edmund had rung the college bell for 50 years. He took his duties with utmost seriousness. He never missed a service, never failed to ring at the proper time. One winter morning, he climbed the tower to ring matins. He was found collapsed at the bell rope, departed from this world. The bell had been rung, his final duty completed. Since then, the bell sometimes rings itself at odd hours. The phantom ringer continues his sacred task. I have heard him many times since that first night. Always at midnight, always climbing to the bell chamber. Sometimes I hear the bell rope creaking. The rope moves as if pulled by invisible hands, but the bell swings in silence, making no sound. Last week, I remained in the bell chamber during midnight. I wanted to observe what occurred. The footsteps climbed the stairs right on time. They entered the chamber, though I saw nothing. The bell rope lifted from its rest. It pulled taut, as if grasped firmly. The bell swung with great force, but absolute silence filled the chamber. I watched the rope work, up and down rhythmically. The pattern of ringing for a service perfectly executed. When the sequence completed, the rope settled back to rest. The footsteps descended once more. I have grown comfortable with Brother Edmund's presence. He means no harm, simply continues his devotion. The college benefits from his eternal vigilance. Walter Grimsby, Porter Merton College, Oxford, 16th April, 1253. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft College records confirm Brother Edmund served as bell ringer from 1195 to 1245. His dedication was noted in multiple documents. The tower bell was replaced in 1428, but reports of phantom ringing continued with the new bell. The phenomenon persists, with students and staff occasionally reporting silent bell swinging at midnight. End of file. Case file NOA1729V. Classification: Grocer's record. Date of statement: 8th November 1729. Location: Bath, Somerset. Record: I, Thomas Hartwell, grocer, do record events at my shop. I operate a provision shop on Milsom Street. The building is narrow but extends back deeply. Storage rooms and a small office occupy the rear. 2 months ago, I began finding my ledgers updated overnight. Numbers added correctly. Accounts balanced perfectly. The handwriting was not mine, but clear and professional. I assumed my assistant was staying late without informing me. When I asked, he denied working after hours. I questioned my wife, who sometimes helps with accounts. She insisted she had not touched the ledgers. Yet the work continued appearing each night. Not only accounts, but inventory lists as well. Stock counted, items listed, everything organized immaculately. I decided to sleep in my office to discover the truth. I prepared a makeshift bed and locked the building from inside. Around 2 a.m, I heard movement in the main shop. Someone walked among the shelves, footsteps soft but distinct. I lit a candle and emerged from the office. A man stood at the counter, writing in my ledger. He wore clothing of perhaps 30 years past. His manner was methodical, his concentration complete. I approached and saw him clearly in the candlelight. He appeared solid and real in every way. I cleared my throat to announce my presence. He looked up, startled, the quill pausing in his hand. "Oh," he said, surprise in his voice. I did not expect anyone. I asked who he was and why he worked in my shop at night. "This is my shop," he replied, confusion in his tone. "I am preparing for tomorrow's business." I explained gently that this was my shop now. I asked his name. "Robert Hartwell," he said. My heart quickened at this. Robert Hartwell had been my father's cousin. He had owned this shop before my father purchased it from his widow. Robert had died 15 years ago, quite suddenly. His books were found in perfect order, everything meticulously recorded. He had always been dedicated to his business. "I must finish the accounts," Robert said, returning to the ledger. "The books must be balanced." I told him the accounts were already balanced, his work complete. He looked at me with sad eyes. "There is always more work," he said. "A shopkeeper's duty never ends." He continued writing, entering figures in neat columns. I watched him work for perhaps 20 minutes. His dedication was absolute, his focus unbreakable. When he finished the page, he set down the quill. He examined his work with satisfaction. "Good," he murmured. "Everything is in order." He stood and walked toward the back of the shop. I followed, watching as he opened the door to the storeroom. He stepped through and disappeared, not walking deeper into the room, but vanishing the moment he crossed the threshold. I examined the ledger he had been working on. His entries were perfect, his mathematics flawless. I have allowed him to continue his nightly work. The shop benefits from his eternal diligence. My accounts have never been more accurate. Thomas Hartwell, Grocer Bath, Somerset, 8th November, 1729. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm Robert Hartwell's death in 1714. He was noted for exceptional attention to business details. The shop operated until 1868, with subsequent owners reporting the phantom accountant. The building was demolished in 1872. No similar phenomena were reported at businesses built on the site. End of file. Case file NOA 1436F. Classification: Shepherd's testimony. Date of statement: 23rd June 1436. Location: Lake District, Cumbria. Testimony: I, William Fletcher, shepherd, do testify about events in the high valleys. I tend my master's sheep in the mountains above Borrowdale. The work requires me to spend weeks alone with the flock. I shelter in a stone hut built for shepherds generations ago. Last month, I heard someone singing near my hut at night. A woman's voice, clear and beautiful, carried on the wind. She sang old ballads, songs I recognized from childhood. I emerged from the hut to see who sang. The night was clear, the moon nearly full. I saw her standing perhaps 50 yards distant, a young woman in a simple dress, her hair loose around her shoulders. She sang while looking toward the valley below. I approached, calling out a greeting. She continued singing, not acknowledging my presence. I moved closer, thinking perhaps she had not heard me. As I neared, I noticed something peculiar. The grass beneath her feet did not move. The wind that stirred everything around her did not touch her dress. She existed somehow separate from the world. I stopped walking, suddenly afraid. She finished her song and turned to look at me. Her face was young and beautiful, but infinitely sad. Tears ran down her cheeks, catching the moonlight. "Do you know the way to Keswick?" she asked. Her voice sounded distant, as if speaking from far away. I pointed toward the valley, indicating the direction. She looked where I gestured and nodded. "I must reach Keswick," she said. "My love waits there." I have walked so long, but the path eludes me. I offered to guide her in the morning, when travel would be safer. She shook her head sadly. "I walk only at night," she replied. "The day finds me still searching." She began to sing again, the same ballad as before. While singing, she walked toward the valley. I watched her descend the steep slope. She moved smoothly, never stumbling though the ground was rough. At the valley bottom, she paused and looked back. She raised one hand in farewell. Then she faded slowly until nothing remained. I asked the other shepherds about her the following week. An old shepherd nodded when I described what I had seen. "The singing lady," he said. "She has walked these mountains for over 100 years." He told me her story. She had been a young woman from these valleys. She fell in love with a man from Keswick. They planned to marry, and she set out to meet him. She left her home in the evening, walking through the mountains. A storm descended unexpectedly, snow and wind. She lost her way in the darkness and cold. They found her body the following spring, frozen on the mountainside. She never reached Keswick, never saw her love again. Since then, shepherds report seeing her, always at night, always walking toward Keswick, always asking the way, always singing her sad songs. I have seen her 3 more times since that first encounter. Each time she asks the same question. Each time I point the way to Keswick. Each time she walks into the valley and fades from view. She searches still, a century of wandering not enough to deter her. Love drives her steps, even in death. William Fletcher, Shepherd Lake District, Cumbria, 23rd June, 1436. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local records mention a young woman who disappeared in a storm circa 1320, though her name is not preserved. Sightings of the singing lady continue to modern times. Hikers report hearing female singing in the mountains and occasionally seeing a figure in historical dress. Search and rescue teams report the phenomenon, but find no lost hikers in the vicinity. End of file. Case file NOA 1857N. Classification: Railway Guards Report. Date of statement: 13th December 1857. Location: between Bristol and Bath. Report: I, Henry Morrison, Railway Guard, do report concerning the late night train. I work the mail train that runs between Bristol and Bath after midnight. The service carries mail and occasional late travellers. We depart Bristol at 12:30, arriving Bath around 2 in the morning. 3 weeks ago, I noticed a passenger boarding at Bristol, an elderly gentleman in outdated clothing. He carried a small valise and walked with difficulty. I helped him into a first-class compartment, ensuring his comfort. He thanked me courteously and settled into his seat. The train was otherwise empty. No other passengers that night. We departed on schedule, the locomotive pulling smoothly. I made my rounds during the journey, checking the mail car. When we approached Bath, I went to inform the gentleman of our arrival. I opened the compartment door and found it empty. The seat where he had sat showed no impression. The window remained closed and latched from inside. The door had not been opened, I would have noticed. Yet the gentleman had vanished completely. I searched the entire train thoroughly. The passenger was nowhere to be found. I reported this to the station master at Bath. He listened with recognition in his expression. "You have met our phantom passenger," he said. "Multiple guards have carried this elderly gentleman," he explained. "He always boards at Bristol, always sits in the same compartment. He never arrives at Bath. 20 years ago, an elderly man died on this route. Heart failure while the train was in motion. They discovered him at Bath, departed peacefully in his seat. Since then, he continues his eternal journey, always boarding, never arriving, forever travelling between Bristol and Bath. I have seen him 5 more times since. Always the same gentleman, always the same valise, always offering the same courteous thanks when I assist him. I no longer search for him upon arrival. I know he will not be there. He rides with me regularly now, a familiar phantom passenger. Henry Morrison, Railway Guard, Bristol, 13th December, 1857. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Railway records confirm a passenger death on this route in 1837. The gentleman was identified as Mr. Edward Ashworth, age 78. The line operated until 1965, with multiple guards reporting the phantom passenger throughout that period. After the line closed, no further sightings were documented. End of file. Case file NOA1648L. Classification: Vicar's Notes. Date of statement: 7th February 1648. Location: Cotswolds, Gloucestershire. Notes: I, Reverend Thomas Blackwell, Vicar of St. Mary's Church, do note events in our graveyard. The churchyard contains graves dating back 300 years. Generations of villagers rest there beneath ancient yew trees. 1 month ago, the sexton reported seeing someone among the graves at night. A woman in black, standing motionless before a particular headstone. He assumed she was mourning a recently departed loved one. When he approached to offer comfort, she vanished, not walking away, but simply ceasing to exist. He searched the graveyard thoroughly and found no one. The following night, he saw her again, in the same location. This time, he did not approach, merely watched from a distance. She stood before the same grave for perhaps an hour. Then she faded slowly, becoming transparent before disappearing entirely. The sexton reported this to me, visibly shaken. I decided to observe the graveyard myself. I concealed myself near the church porch after dark. Around midnight, she appeared. A woman dressed in mourning clothes of an earlier period. She materialized gradually, first transparent, then becoming more solid. She stood before a grave marker dated 1598. The inscription was weathered, but still readable. Here lies Margaret Ashford, beloved wife and mother, aged 30 years. The woman in black knelt at the grave. Her shoulders shook as if weeping, though I heard no sound. She remained kneeling for a long time. I approached quietly, not wishing to startle her. As I neared, I could see through her slightly. She was not entirely substantial, hovering between existence and absence. I spoke gently, asking if I could help her. She turned her head toward me. Her face was beautiful, but marked by profound sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks continuously. "My daughter," she said, her voice barely audible. I could not save her. She gestured to the grave before her. She was only 7 years old, taken by fever while I lay ill myself. I departed this world soon after, unable to live with the grief. I checked the parish records the following morning. Margaret Ashford had indeed died in 1598. Her daughter, Catherine, died of fever just 2 weeks prior. Margaret herself passed away shortly after, the cause listed simply as heartbreak. They were buried side by side. The woman in black visits her daughter's grave still. Mourning spans centuries for those who love deeply. I have seen her perhaps 10 times since that first night. Always at the same grave, always weeping, always inconsolable in her eternal grief. I pray for both mother and daughter during services. Perhaps one day the prayer will reach them. Perhaps one day they will be reunited in peace. Reverend Thomas Blackwell, St. Mary's Church, Gloucestershire, 7th February 1648. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parish. Records confirm both deaths as described. The graves remain in St. Mary's churchyard, though the markers are now badly eroded. Multiple vicars have reported the mourning woman over the centuries. Visitors occasionally photograph an unexplained dark figure near the graves, though no person is visible at the time of photography. End of file. Case file NOA1372P. Classification: In servant's account. Date of statement: 19th August, 1372. Location: Canterbury, Kent. Account: I, Alice Thornton, servant at the Bell Inn, do account for events in the guest chambers. I have worked here for 5 years, maintaining rooms and serving guests. The inn is old, built over 100 years ago. It has housed countless travellers on their way to the cathedral. Room 8, on the upper floor, has always troubled me. Guests who stay there frequently complain of disturbances. They hear footsteps pacing outside their door all night. When they look, the corridor is empty. Some report knocking on the door, though no one stands there when opened. Others claim the door opens and closes repeatedly despite being latched. Last week, a merchant stayed in room 8. He came down at breakfast pale and exhausted. He said he had not slept at all. Someone had spent the entire night trying to enter his room. The door handle turned repeatedly, the door pushed against its latch. When he shouted for the person to stop, the activity would cease briefly. Then it would resume moments later. The innkeeper moved him to a different room. I was cleaning room 8 later that day when I heard footsteps. Heavy boots in the corridor, approaching the door. I opened it quickly, expecting to see another guest. The corridor stood completely empty, yet I clearly heard the footsteps continuing past me. They walked the length of the hallway and descended the stairs. I followed the sound down to the common room. The footsteps crossed to the fireplace and stopped. I stood listening, my heart pounding. Then I heard a voice, deep and masculine. "Let me in," it said. "I am weary from travel. I must rest." The voice came from beside the fireplace, where no one stood. I asked who spoke. "A traveller," the voice replied. "I have journeyed far and need lodging. Why will no one answer when I knock?" I realized he sought accommodation, as any guest would. But he knocked on a door that no longer existed. I checked the inn's old records that evening. The building had been modified extensively over the years. The current room 8 occupies space that was once 2 smaller rooms. The corridor was formerly different, with doors in different locations. I found mention of a traveller who died at the inn in 1272. He collapsed in the corridor while seeking a room. Heart failure, they believed, though he was not old. His name was John Fletcher, a wool merchant from York. He has spent a century trying to secure lodging, forever knocking on a door that was removed decades ago, forever seeking rest he will never find. I hear him most nights now, his footsteps in the corridor, his knock on the phantom door. Sometimes his voice asking please to be admitted. I wish I could help him, but I cannot open a door that no longer exists. Alice Thornton, servant, The Bell Inn, Canterbury, 19th August, 1372. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft in records confirmed John Fletcher's death as described. The Bell Inn operated until 1647, when it burned in a fire. Every subsequent building on the site reported similar phenomena. Current occupants, now operating as a hotel, still receive complaints about footsteps and door knocking from guests in the equivalent location. End of file. Case file NOA 1589S. Classification Coast Guard's report. Date of statement 24th October 1589. Location Dover, Kent. Report. I, Samuel Whitmore, Coast Guard stationed at Dover, do report concerning lights on the cliffs. My duties include watching for smugglers and shipwrecks. I patrol the cliff tops each night, observing both sea and shore. 6 weeks ago, I noticed a light moving along the cliff edge, a lantern carried by someone walking dangerously close to the drop. I called out, warning them of the danger. The light continued moving, not acknowledging my shout. I ran toward it, fearing someone would fall. As I approached, the light descended over the cliff edge. I reached the spot and looked down. A figure climbed down the sheer cliff face carrying a lantern. This was impossible, as the cliffs drop vertically to the sea. No handholds exist. No one could climb there safely. Yet the figure descended steadily, the lantern swinging. I watched as the light reached the beach far below. It moved along the shore for perhaps 5 minutes. Then it ascended the cliff again, rising impossibly upward. When it reached the top, it vanished completely. I searched the area thoroughly and found no one. No rope, no climbing equipment, no footprints. I reported this to my commanding officer. He listened without surprise. The wrecker, he said, he walks the cliffs regularly. He explained that 50 years ago, a man operated on these cliffs. A wrecker, one who deliberately lured ships onto rocks. He would display false lights, making ships think they approached a safe harbor. The vessels would founder on the rocks below. He would descend to plunder the wreckage. One night, he made a mistake. He climbed down during a storm to loot a wrecked ship. A wave swept him from the rocks. His body was never recovered. Since then, his light appears on the cliffs. He continues his evil work, though no ships are fooled anymore. He walks his old route eternally, trapped in his sins. I have seen him perhaps 20 times since. Always the same pattern, descending and ascending impossibly, always carrying his wrecking lantern. Other Coast Guards report seeing him as well. We watch to ensure real ships are not confused by his false light. Though modern vessels use proper navigation, we remain vigilant. The wrecker's ghost must not be allowed to claim more victims. Samuel Whitmore, Coast Guard Dover, Kent, 24th October, 1589. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Wrecking was common along the Dover coast in the 16th century. Multiple men died in related activities. The phantom light continues to appear, with Coast Guards reporting sightings into the 20th century. Modern navigation makes such false lights ineffective, but the wrecker persists in his eternal crime. End of file. Case file NOA 1796B. Classification: Midwife's record. Date of statement: 11th January 1796. Location: Cornwall. Record: I, Mrs. Eleanor Penrose, midwife, do record events during a nighttime call. I have delivered babies throughout Cornwall for 20 years. The work requires travel at all hours, regardless of weather. Last week, I received urgent summons to attend a birth in St. Austell. The message arrived near midnight, a difficult time to travel. I gathered my supplies and set out immediately. The road crosses empty moorland for several miles. A cold rain fell, making the journey miserable. Halfway to St. Austell, I noticed a woman walking ahead. She moved slowly, one hand supporting her lower back. Even in the darkness, I recognized the gait of advanced pregnancy. I urged my horse faster to offer her transport. As I drew alongside, I called out to her. She turned, and I saw her face clearly by lamplight. Young, perhaps 20 years old, her expression pained. "Please," she said, "I must reach the village. My time has come." I helped her into the cart, making her as comfortable as possible. She wore only a thin dress despite the cold rain. I wrapped my cloak around her shoulders. She felt ice cold to the touch, shivering violently. I asked her name and where she lived. "Mary," she replied. "Mary Tregarth. I lived in St. Austell." The past tense troubled me, but I focused on getting her to safety. She gripped my arm suddenly, crying out in pain. A contraction, strong and unmistakable. I urged the horse to greater speed. We had perhaps 2 miles remaining. Mary breathed heavily, her labor clearly progressing rapidly. "I cannot die again," she whispered. "Not again, not like before." I asked what she meant, but another contraction seized her. She bore it silently, biting her lip against the pain. As we entered St. Austell, I asked where I should take her. She pointed to a small cottage on the edge of the village. I drove there and helped her down from the cart. She walked to the cottage door, moving despite her pain. She reached for the door handle. Her hand passed through it. She tried again, her fingers encountering no resistance. She could not grasp the solid wood. She turned to me, terror in her eyes. "I cannot enter," she said, her voice breaking. "I cannot go home." She looked down at her swollen belly. "My baby," she sobbed. "My baby is gone. We are both gone." Then she faded, becoming transparent. Within moments, she had vanished completely. I stood alone in the rain, shaking. I knocked on the cottage door. An elderly woman answered, her face worn with grief. I asked about Mary Tregarth. The woman's eyes filled with tears. "My daughter," she said. "She departed this world 10 years ago. She was with child, trying to reach home before the baby came. She collapsed on the moor in a storm. They found her the next morning. Both she and the child were gone. The woman invited me inside, offering tea. She told me others have seen Mary over the years, always pregnant, always trying to reach home, always fading before she can enter. She seeks the safety of her mother's house. She tries to save her unborn child, but she relives that terrible journey eternally. I completed my original call that night, delivering a healthy baby, but I cannot forget Mary's face, the desperate hope that turned to hopeless despair. She walks the moor still, seeking a home she can no longer reach. Mrs. Eleanor Penrose, midwife, Cornwall, 11th January 1796. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parish records confirm Mary Tregarth's death in 1786, along with her unborn child. Multiple travellers report seeing a pregnant woman on the moor road, always in distress, always asking for help reaching St. Austell. The phenomenon continues, with motorists occasionally reporting a woman matching the description appearing on the road. End of file. Case file NOA1264W. Classification: Bookseller's account. Date of statement: 3rd September 1264. Location: London. Account: I, Geoffrey Ashford, bookseller of London. Do account for events in my shop. I maintain a small bookshop near St. Paul's Cathedral. The shop contains volumes both new and old, serving scholars and students. My collection includes rare manuscripts, carefully preserved. 3 months ago, I began finding books reshelved incorrectly each morning. Valuable manuscripts moved from locked cabinets to open shelves. Common books placed in the rare collection. The organization system I maintained for years was constantly disrupted. I suspected theft initially, fearing someone sought access to valuable items. But nothing was ever missing or damaged. The books were simply relocated, as if someone searched through them. I began sleeping in the shop to catch the intruder. I concealed myself in the back room after closing. Around midnight, I heard movement among the shelves. Books sliding, pages turning, the sounds of someone browsing. I emerged carefully, holding a lantern high. A figure stood before the manuscript cabinet. A young man, dressed in scholar's robes. He pulled books from the shelf one by one, examining each briefly. He would read a few pages, then replace it and select another. I approached, demanding to know how he had entered. He did not respond or acknowledge my presence. He continued his methodical search through my collection. I reached toward his shoulder. My hand passed through him like morning mist. He was not solid, not truly present. Yet the books he handled moved and opened as if touched by physical hands. I watched him for over an hour. He examined dozens of volumes, clearly seeking something specific. His expression grew increasingly frustrated with each book. Finally, he selected a particular manuscript, a treatise on natural philosophy written in Latin. He opened it and read with intense concentration. His face changed, frustration replaced by joy. "Yes," he said aloud. "This is it. This is what I needed." He read for perhaps 20 minutes, completely absorbed. Then he carefully closed the book and returned it to the shelf. He turned and walked toward the door. He passed through the solid wood without opening it. I rushed to the window and saw him in the street. He walked purposefully, as if heading somewhere specific. Within moments, he faded from view entirely. I examined the manuscript he had read so intently. It contained complex mathematical proofs related to celestial motion, advanced work, comprehensible only to trained scholars. The next morning, I inquired at the nearby university. I described the young man I had seen. An elderly professor recognized my description. "That sounds like Simon of Oxford," he said. "He studied here 30 years ago. Brilliant mind, devoted to understanding the heavens. He died before completing his research." They found him in the library, departed peacefully over his books. "Simon returns to continue his studies," the professor explained. "He searches for the knowledge he never finished acquiring in life. I have seen him many times since. He visits regularly, always searching my shelves, always seeking specific information. I have begun leaving certain books in easy reach. Manuscripts on mathematics, astronomy, natural philosophy, the subjects he loved in life. I consider it an honor to aid his eternal education. Geoffrey Ashford, bookseller, London, 3rd September 1264. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. University records mention Simon of Oxford, a promising scholar who died in 1234, age 26. His incomplete research notes survive in various collections. The bookshop operated until destroyed in the Great Fire of London in 1666. No reports exist of Simon's presence in buildings constructed on the site afterward. End of file. Case file. NOA1835K. Classification. Farmer's Statement. Date of statement. 17th May 1835. Location, Suffolk. Statement. I, Robert Fletcher, farmer, do state concerning events in my barn. I own a modest farm near Bury St. Edmunds. The barn is large, used for storing hay and sheltering livestock. It was built by my grandfather over 80 years ago. Last winter, I began hearing someone working in the barn at night. The sound of hay being forked, animals being tended, the familiar noises of farm work, conducted while I slept. I assumed my son was working late without informing me. When I asked, he denied entering the barn after dark. The sounds continued nightly regardless. I decided to investigate personally. I entered the barn after midnight, carrying a lantern. The interior was dark, my livestock settled for the night. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of a pitchfork moving hay. The noise came from the far end of the barn. I walked toward it, raising my lantern high. A figure worked in the shadows, his back to me. He forked hay from the loft down to the feeding troughs below. His movements were practiced, efficient. I called out, asking who worked so late. He turned toward me slowly. His face was weathered and lined, an old man, perhaps 70 years. He wore clothing I recognized from my childhood, the style my grandfather had favored. The animals must be fed, he said simply. Winter is hard. They need good hay. I realized then who stood before me. My grandfather had died 15 years ago, yet there he stood, continuing the work he had done all his life. Grandfather? I said uncertainly. He smiled, a familiar expression I remembered well. Robert, he replied, you have done well with the farm, but you must check the hay more carefully. The bottom layers are starting to mold. Turn them soon, before it spreads. I asked if he was truly there, or if I dreamed. Does it matter? He replied. The work remains regardless. The animals need tending. The land requires care. These duties do not end with death. He returned to his work, forking hay with steady rhythm. I watched him for several minutes. Then he set down his pitchfork and walked toward the barn door. He passed through the closed door without opening it. I rushed outside but saw nothing in the darkness. The following morning, I checked the hay as he suggested. The bottom layers were indeed beginning to mold. I turned them immediately, preventing the spread. Grandfather's advice saved several tons of valuable feed. I hear him working most nights now. The sound brings me comfort rather than fear. He ensures the farm continues well, watching over us still. Sometimes I enter the barn and thank him aloud. The work sounds pause briefly, as if acknowledging my gratitude. Then they resume, steady and reliable. Robert Fletcher, Farmer, Suffolk, 17th May, 1835. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Fletcher farm operated until 1923, when it was sold. Multiple generations of the family reported the grandfather's presence in the barn. The building was demolished in 1935 during land consolidation. No subsequent reports exist, suggesting the grandfather's care was specific to his original barn. End of file. Case file NOA1549H. Classification: Printer's Journal. Date of statement: 22nd November 1549. Location: York. Journal entry: I, Thomas Caxton, printer, do record events in my printing house. I operate a press on Stonegate, producing books and broadsheets. The work is meticulous, requiring careful attention to detail. I employ 2 apprentices who assist with the labor. 1 month ago, we began finding pages printed overnight, perfect sheets, the type set beautifully. The work was exceptional, better than my own careful efforts. I questioned my apprentices, thinking they practiced during evening hours. Both denied working after I dismissed them for the night. The mysterious pages continued appearing. Always perfectly printed, always on subjects of religious instruction. I decided to remain in the printing house after dark. I sent my apprentices home and locked the doors. I positioned myself where I could observe the press. Near midnight, I heard the familiar sound of the press working, the heavy screw turning, the platen descending onto paper. I stood and approached the press. A figure worked there, his movements expert and practiced. He inked the type, positioned paper, pulled the impression. Each motion was precise, performed countless times before. I recognized immediately the stance and technique. Master William, who had trained me in the printing trade. He had passed from this world 5 years ago. Yet there he stood at the press, creating beautiful work. I spoke his name uncertainly. He turned and smiled at me. "Thomas," he said warmly, "you have kept the press well, but you are working too quickly. Quality requires patience." I asked if he was truly present, or merely my tired mind imagining. "I am here," he replied, "as I have always been. The press is my life's work. How could I abandon it?" He gestured to the sheet he had just printed. "Look," he said, "see the clarity of the letters. Each one distinct and sharp. This is how it should be done." I examined the sheet and saw perfection in every detail. The ink coverage was flawless, the impression neither too light nor too heavy. Master William had always insisted on such quality. "I print at night," he explained, "when the shop is quiet, when I can focus entirely on the work. You may use what I produce if it pleases you." I thanked him, moved by his continued dedication. He returned to his work, setting type for the next page. His fingers moved among the type with absolute certainty, never looking, knowing each letter's location by feel alone. I watched until dawn, learning from him as I had years ago. When morning light touched the windows, he faded slowly. The press stilled, the last sheet drying in the morning air. I have seen him many nights since. He works silently, producing pages of remarkable quality. I sell them alongside my own work, though I do not reveal their origin. Customers comment that some pages seem more beautiful than others. I simply smile and accept the compliment. Master William's reputation continues to grow, even in death. Thomas Caxton, Printer, York, 22nd November, 1549. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Printing records confirm Master William Caxton operated a press in York from 1520 to 1544. His work was noted for exceptional quality. The printing house continued under various owners until 1883. All reported the phantom printer, whose overnight work maintained consistently superior quality to living printers' efforts. End of file. Case file NOA 1687V. Classification: Night Watchman's Report. Date of statement: 9th April 1687. Location: Newcastle upon Tyne. Report: I, James Robertson, Night Watchman, do report concerning events on the Tyne Bridge. I patrol the bridge nightly, ensuring security and safety. The bridge is narrow, with buildings constructed along its length. Shops and houses line both sides, creating a covered passage. 3 weeks ago, I heard horses crossing the bridge near midnight. Many horses, their hooves loud on the stones. I stepped from my watch house to observe who travelled so late. I saw a procession approaching from the north. Mounted men, perhaps 20 of them, riding in close formation. They carried no lights, but the moon illuminated them clearly. As they drew nearer, I noticed their clothing. Armour and weapons of a style no longer used. Equipment from perhaps a century past. I raised my hand to halt them, as is my duty. The lead rider approached without slowing. I shouted for them to stop and identify themselves. The horses passed directly through me. I felt intense cold as they moved through my body, a sensation of ice water flowing through my bones. The riders showed no awareness of my presence. They continued across the bridge, their horses' hooves striking the stones. Yet the sound seemed distant, as if reaching me from far away. I watched them cross the entire length of the bridge. At the southern end, they faded gradually, horse and rider becoming transparent, then vanishing. Within moments, the bridge stood empty and silent. I stood shaking, trying to comprehend what I had witnessed. The following night, they returned at the same hour. The same riders, the same formation, the same route. Again, they passed through me, leaving that terrible cold. I reported this to the bridge master. He listened with a knowing expression. The border raiders, he said, they ride still. He explained that 200 years ago, the bridge saw constant warfare. Scottish and English forces crossed repeatedly during border conflicts. Many men died in fighting on and around the bridge. These riders, he believed, were among those who fell. They continue their patrol, unaware the wars have ended, forever riding between a Scotland and England that no longer battle. I have grown accustomed to their passage. They cross every night at midnight, precisely. I no longer attempt to stop them. I simply step aside and let them pass. The cold is easier to bear when expected. Sometimes I wonder if they will ever realize the war is over, if they will ever find the peace they died seeking. James Robertson, Night Watchman, Newcastle upon Tyne, 9th April 1687. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Tyne Bridge was a frequent site of border conflicts until the Union of the Crowns in 1603. The medieval bridge was replaced in 1771, but reports of phantom riders continued on the new structure. Modern Tyne Bridge, built in 1928, receives occasional reports of ghostly cavalry, though sightings have decreased significantly. End of file. Case file NOA 1452M. Classification: Mason's account. Date of statement: 6th August 1452. Location: Wells, Somerset. Account: I, William Stone, Master Mason, do account for events during cathedral repairs. Wells Cathedral required extensive maintenance to its west facade. I was contracted to restore damaged stonework and sculptures. The work requires scaffolding high above the ground. I employ 6 masons, all skilled in their craft. 2 weeks ago, We began hearing someone working at night, the sound of chisel on stone echoing from the cathedral. We assumed locals were curious about our progress, but when we investigated, we found no one present. The sounds continued regardless, chisel strikes echoing. 3 nights ago, I remained after my men departed. I wanted to identify who worked unauthorized on our project. I concealed myself in the nave, watching the scaffolding. As darkness fell, I heard footsteps on the wooden platforms. Someone climbed to the highest level where we worked. I followed quietly, ascending the scaffolding. At the top, I found a figure working on a stone angel. He carved with expert hands, the chisel moving precisely. The angel's face emerged from rough stone, beautiful and serene. I approached carefully, observing his technique. He worked with remarkable skill, better than my own. I spoke, asking who he was. He paused and turned toward me. An elderly man, his face lined with age. He wore clothing of an earlier period. "I am Hugh," he replied, "mason to this cathedral. I carved these figures 60 years past. I return to ensure they are properly maintained." I realized he spoke of the original construction. Hugh of Wells had been the master mason who created these sculptures. He died in 1391, over 60 years ago. Yet there he stood, chisel in hand, perfecting his work. "You repair them well," he said, examining my earlier work. "But this angel's wing was damaged. See how the feathers should flow?" He demonstrated, his chisel removing tiny amounts of stone. The wing took proper shape under his expert touch. I watched, learning techniques I had never seen. "The cathedral is my legacy," he explained. "Every stone placed correctly, every figure carved with devotion. I cannot rest while my work requires attention." He completed the wing and stepped back to assess it. Satisfied, he nodded and set down his tools. "Continue the good work, William," he said. "The cathedral depends on skilled hands." He walked to the edge of the scaffolding. Rather than climbing down, he stepped into empty air. He floated slowly downward, descending like a falling leaf. When he reached the ground, he walked into the cathedral. He passed through the closed door and vanished. I descended and examined his work on the angel's wing. Perfect craftsmanship, better than anything I could achieve. I have seen him twice more since. He appears to inspect our repairs, ensuring quality. Sometimes he corrects our work, showing us proper technique. I am honored to work alongside such a master. Even death cannot separate him from his cathedral. William Stone, Master Mason Wells, Somerset 6th, August 1452. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Cathedral records confirm Hugh of Wells served as Master Mason from 1365 to 1391. His sculptures are considered masterpieces of medieval art. Wells Cathedral has undergone numerous restorations, with masons reporting the Phantom Master throughout centuries. Modern restoration teams occasionally report unexplained improvements to stonework overnight. End of file. Case file NOA 1763D. Classification: Schoolmaster's Notes. Date of statement: 13th October 1763. Location: Eton, Berkshire. Notes: I, Mr. Edward Pemberton, schoolmaster at Eton College, do note events in the lower school building. I teach Latin and Greek to boys aged 12 to 14. The classroom is old, having served students for over 200 years. 1 month ago, I began finding Latin exercises completed on my desk. Perfect translations flawless grammar. The handwriting was unfamiliar, old-fashioned in style. I assumed a particularly dedicated student was practicing overnight. I asked my pupils who had done this additional work. Every boy denied it, and I believed them. They seemed as puzzled as I by the mysterious exercises. The work continued appearing nightly, always excellent, always on topics I had taught that day, as if someone reviewed the day's lessons each evening. I decided to remain in the classroom after dismissing my students. I sat at my desk, marking papers while darkness fell. Around 9 o'clock, I heard a chair scrape across the floor. One of the student benches moved slightly. I looked up and saw a boy sitting there. He wore the Eton uniform of an earlier period. His collar and jacket were of a style from 50 years past. He had a slate before him, writing Latin declensions. I stood and approached him. He worked intently, not noticing my presence. I spoke, asking his name. He looked up, startled. For a moment, we regarded each other. He appeared perhaps 13 years old, serious and studious. "Thomas," he said quietly. "Thomas Ashworth." I asked what year he was in. Confusion crossed his face. "The year," he replied. "It is 1715. I explained gently that the year was now 1763. His expression grew troubled. "That cannot be," he said. "I attended class this morning. Mr. Henderson taught us Caesar's commentaries." I knew no Mr. Henderson taught at Eton currently. I realized Thomas did not understand what had happened. He did not know he was no longer among the living. "Thomas," I said carefully, "do you remember anything unusual?" He thought for a moment. "I felt ill during afternoon studies," he said. "My head ached terribly. I lay down on my desk to rest. I closed my eyes only briefly." He paused, understanding dawning. "I did not wake up," he whispered. "Did I?" I shook my head sadly. He looked down at his hands, translucent in the lamplight. "I am dead," he said, more statement than question. We sat together in silence for several minutes. Finally, he spoke again. "I loved learning," he said softly. "Latin and Greek were my passion. I suppose that is why I remain." I asked if he would like me to help him move on. He shook his head. "I am content here," he replied, "studying what I love, helping where I can. Perhaps this is my purpose." He has appeared regularly since that conversation. He sits at the back of the room during my lessons. He listens carefully, occasionally nodding at explanations. My students cannot see him, but I always know he is there. He continues completing exercises overnight. His work helps me identify areas where my teaching needs improvement. Thomas is the most dedicated student I have ever known, and the most remarkable, being already departed from this world. Mr. Edward Pemberton, Schoolmaster, Eton College, Berkshire, 13th October, 1763. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft College. Records confirm Thomas Ashworth died suddenly in 1715, age 13. Cause of death listed as fever affecting the brain. The lower school building served until 1861, when it was demolished. Multiple schoolmasters reported the studious ghost. No phenomena were reported in the replacement structure. End of file. Case file NOA 1398T. Classification: Apothecary's record. Date of statement: 28th February 1398. Location: Bristol. Record: I, Master Richard Blackwell, apothecary, do record events in my shop. I prepare medicines and remedies for the citizens of Bristol. My shop contains herbs, compounds, and medical instruments. The work requires precise measurement and careful preparation. 6 weeks ago, I began finding my workbench cleaned each morning. Herbs sorted, instruments polished, everything organized perfectly. Mixing bowls washed and dried, ready for use. I assumed my apprentice arrived early to prepare the workspace. When I thanked him, he appeared confused. He insisted he only came when I summoned him. The mysterious cleaning continued regardless. I decided to sleep in the shop to observe what occurred. I made a bed in the back room, but left the door ajar. Near midnight, I heard movement in the main shop. The sound of glass bottles clinking, water pouring. Someone worked at my bench, preparing something. I rose quietly and peered through the doorway. A woman stood at the workbench. She was perhaps 40 years old, wearing a simple dress. Her movements were practiced, the actions of long experience. She ground herbs with mortar and pestle. She measured liquids precisely, combining them carefully. She worked as I worked, with the same attention to detail. I entered the shop and greeted her. She turned, surprise on her face. "Oh," she said, "I did not mean to disturb you. I only wished to help." I asked who she was and how she had entered. "My name is Margaret," she replied. "This was my shop once. My husband and I operated it together, until he passed away, until I passed away as well." She looked around the shop with fondness. "I devoted my life to this work," she continued, "helping the sick, preparing remedies. I cannot seem to stop, even now." I asked when she had lived. "Many years ago," she said vaguely. "Time means little to me now." She returned to her work, completing the mixture. "This is for fever," she explained. "Willow bark and meadowsweet, with honey to make it palatable. Your apprentice should learn this preparation." She poured the medicine into a clean bottle. She labeled it in careful writing. Then she cleaned her tools and organized the workspace. When everything was in order, she smiled at me. "The shop is in good hands," she said. "Continue the work well." She walked toward the door. She passed through it without opening it, fading as she moved. I examined the medicine she had prepared. The formula was excellent, better balanced than my own versions. I have watched her many times since. She appears most nights, preparing remedies. She labels each carefully, leaving instructions for use. Her knowledge far exceeds mine in many areas. I have begun consulting her phantom work to improve my own. My medicines have become more effective. Patients recover more quickly. Margaret guides my hand still, teaching across the divide of death. Master Richard Blackwell, Apothecary, Bristol, 28th February, 1398. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Bristol, records mention Margaret Fletcher, an apothecary's wife, who died in 1376. She was noted for exceptional knowledge of herbal medicine. The shop operated until 1534, when it closed during religious upheavals. Every apothecary who worked there reported the helpful female presence who prepared remedies overnight. End of file. Case file NOA 1872L. Classification. Station Master's Report. Date of statement 15th July 1872. Location York Railway Station. Report I, Alfred Morrison, Station Master, do report concerning events on Platform 4. York Station serves as a major junction for Northern Railways. Platform 4 handles trains to Edinburgh and beyond. The platform is busy during the day, but quiet at night. 2 months ago, porters reported seeing a woman on the platform after midnight. She stood near the platform edge, looking northward along the tracks. She wore traveling clothes and carried a small case. When porters approached to assist her, she would vanish, not walking away, but simply ceasing to exist. This occurred several times before I investigated personally. I waited on platform 4 from 11 until 1 in the morning. The station was closed. The last train long departed. Around midnight, I saw her materialize. She appeared gradually, first translucent, then more solid. She stood exactly where the porters had described. She looked northward, her expression expectant. I approached carefully, speaking gently. I asked if I could help her find her train. She turned toward me, hope in her eyes. "The Edinburgh train," she said. "When does it depart?" I explained the last Edinburgh train had left hours ago. The next would come in the morning. Her face fell, disappointment clear. "I have waited so long," she said. "I must reach Edinburgh. My daughter is ill. I received word she needs me." I asked when she had received this news. "This morning," she replied. "The telegram came this morning, but no trains were available. They told me to wait here for the night service." I felt profound sadness for her. "There is no night service to Edinburgh," I said gently. "There has not been for many years." She looked confused, then frightened. "What is the date?" she asked. I told her 15th of July, 1872. She shook her head in denial. "No," she whispered. "It is June, 1842. It must be. My daughter needs me." I understood then what had occurred. She had waited here 30 years ago, waited for a train that never came. Perhaps she had taken ill while waiting. Perhaps her heart had failed from anxiety and grief. She never reached Edinburgh, never saw her daughter. She waits still, hoping for a train. "I am sorry," I said, "but your wait is over. Your daughter, she would be grown now. She no longer needs you." The woman began to weep. "I failed her," she sobbed. "I could not reach her. What kind of mother cannot reach her sick child?" I told her she had tried. That was all anyone could do, that her daughter would understand. She looked at me with infinite sadness. Then she faded slowly, her tears still visible as the rest of her vanished. She appears most nights now, always at the same spot, always looking for the Edinburgh train, always desperate to reach a daughter who has been dead for decades. Alfred Morrison, Station Master. York Railway Station, 15th July, 1872. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Railway records from 1842 are incomplete, but contemporary newspapers mention several deaths at York Station during that period. A woman's body was found on platform 4 in June 1842. Cause of death listed as heart failure. Modern railway staff report the woman in travelling clothes, always on platform 4, always watching for trains north. End of file. Case file NOA1526W. Classification: Constable's Statement. Date of statement: 4th March 1526. Location: Shrewsbury, Shropshire. Statement: I, Constable William Fletcher, do state concerning events at the town jail. The jail holds prisoners awaiting trial or serving sentences. I maintain order and ensure security. The building is old, with cells in the basement. 1 month ago, I began hearing singing from the empty cells. A woman's voice, singing hymns in Latin. The sound echoed through the stone corridors. I searched thoroughly, but found all cells empty. Yet the singing continued, clear and beautiful. The voice seemed to come from cell 7, the deepest chamber. I unlocked the cell and entered. The singing was louder here, surrounding me. But the cell was completely empty. Stone walls, stone floor, nothing more. I stood listening to the invisible singer. The hymn was one I recognized, sung at executions, a prayer for those about to pass from this world. I felt profound sadness hearing it. That night, I researched the jail records. I found reference to a woman held in cell 7 20 years ago. Catherine Booth, accused of witchcraft. She maintained her innocence throughout imprisonment. She sang hymns daily, praying for divine mercy. They hanged her in the courtyard above the cells. Her final words proclaimed her innocence before God. Since her death, the jail has been troubled. Guards report hearing her singing from cell 7. Always hymns, always in Latin. Always beautiful despite the sorrow in the melody. I have heard her many times since that first evening. She sings most often on the anniversary of her execution, the 14th of March, forever marked by her voice. I pray for her soul during those times. I hope she finds the divine mercy she sought, that her innocence is acknowledged where earthly justice failed her. Catherine sings still, proclaiming her innocence. Perhaps one day someone will finally listen. Constable William Fletcher, Shrewsbury, Shropshire, 4th March, 1526. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Court records confirm Catherine Booth's execution in 1506. No evidence supported the witchcraft charges. The jail operated until 1793, when it was demolished. Every constable reported the singing from cell 7. Modern surveys of the site occasionally detect unexplained female vocals, though no recording equipment has captured clear audio. End of file. Case file NOA1659P. Classification: Merchant's Journal. Date of statement: 19th December 1659. Location: Exeter, Devon. Journal entry: I, Robert Ashton, wool merchant, do record events during my travels. My business requires regular journeys between Exeter and London. The journey takes several days, with stops at coaching inns. Last week, I was travelling to London with my clerk. We stopped at an inn outside Salisbury for the night. The innkeeper showed us to our rooms on the upper floor. I settled in, tired from the day's travel. Around midnight, I was woken by someone knocking. 3 sharp knocks on my door, deliberate and insistent. I called out, asking who was there. No voice answered, but the knocking repeated. I lit a candle and opened the door. The corridor stood empty. I looked both directions and saw no one. I returned to bed, thinking perhaps I had dreamed it. Moments later, the knocking came again. 3 knocks, identical to before. I opened the door more quickly this time. Again, the corridor was completely empty. My clerk's room was across the hall. I knocked on his door to ask if he had heard anything. He opened immediately, his face pale. "Someone has been knocking on my door," he said. 3 knocks over and over. But no one is there when I answer. We stood in the corridor together, watching. The knocking began again. 3 knocks on my door, then 3 on his. But we saw no one, nothing that could create the sound. The knocks were clear and distinct, physical impacts on wood. Yet the doors showed no movement, no vibration. We woke the innkeeper to report this disturbance. He listened with a resigned expression. "Rooms 6 and 7, he sighed. "The knocking rooms." He explained that guests in those rooms regularly reported the phenomenon. 3 knocks, always 3, throughout the night. Decades ago, a man had died in one of those rooms. He was a messenger, carrying urgent documents to London. He collapsed in the corridor, trying to rouse help. He knocked on doors, desperate for assistance. 3 knocks on each door as he tried to wake the sleeping guests. But it was late, and no one answered. He died there in the corridor, his message undelivered. Since then, the knocking continues. 3 knocks, always 3, seeking the help that never came. The innkeeper offered us different rooms. We accepted gratefully and slept undisturbed. But I think of that messenger often, dying alone, calling for help that did not come. Still calling, decades later. Still seeking someone who will answer. Robert Ashton, Merchant, Exeter, Devon, 19th December, 1659. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, in records. From the 1620s, mention a messenger found dead in the upstairs corridor. His identity and the message he carried were never definitively established. The inn operated until 1847, with consistent reports of the 3-knock phenomenon. The building is now private residences, with current occupants reporting occasional unexplained knocking. End of file. Case file NOA 17115H. Classification: Carpenter's account. Date of statement: 10th May 1715. Location: Chester, Cheshire. Account: I, Henry Ashford, carpenter, do account for events while working on house repairs. I was contracted to repair an old, timber-framed house on Bridge Street. The building dates back over 200 years. The structural timbers required replacement due to rot. My work necessitated removing interior walls to access the frame. On the 3rd day, I began hearing voices behind the walls. Muffled conversation, as if people talked in adjacent rooms. But the house stood empty, except for myself. I assumed sound carried from neighboring buildings. The voices grew louder and more distinct. I could hear individual words, though not full sentences. Fragments of conversation, snippets of daily life. A woman's voice predominated, speaking to children. "Sit properly," I heard clearly. "Finish your bread. Your father will be home soon." I stopped working and listened carefully. The voices came from directly behind the wall I was demolishing. I called out, asking if someone was there. The conversation stopped immediately. Silence filled the house. I returned to my work, pulling away rotten planks. Behind the wall, I found a sealed space. A small room, completely enclosed when the walls were modified. The space contained furniture dusty with age, a table, chairs, children's toys scattered on the floor. Everything appeared arranged as if people had just left. A meal sat on the table, plates with dried remnants of food, 2 small wooden bowls, a cup. The scene was impossibly preserved, as if time had stopped. I heard the woman's voice again, now seeming to come from within the sealed room. "They locked us in," she said, panic in her tone. "He said we would be safe here. But the door will not open. We cannot get out." I stumbled backward, horror filling me. I understood what I had discovered. During an outbreak of plague, families sometimes sealed infected relatives away, locking them in rooms to die, protecting the healthy. This family had been walled up and forgotten. They died in this hidden room, calling for help that never came. I reported my discovery to the authorities. They found skeletal remains behind the wall. A woman and 2 small children. The bones showed no sign of plague, only starvation, They had been sealed in healthy, left to die needlessly. The house was torn down completely after this discovery. The remains were given proper Christian burial, but I still hear her voice sometimes in my dreams, calling for someone to open the door, begging to be let out, forever trapped in that sealed room. Henry Ashford, Carpenter Chester, Cheshire, 10th May, 1715. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Plague records from the 1660s mention numerous cases of families being sealed into houses. This practice, intended to contain infection, often resulted in preventable deaths. The remains were identified as Mary Fletcher and her children, age 5 and 7. The property remained vacant until demolition. No structure has been built on the site. End of file. Case file NOA1893F. Classification: Lighthouse Keeper's Log. Date of statement: 21st January 1893. Location: Flamborough Head, Yorkshire. Bargentry: I, Daniel Whitmore, Keeper of Flamborough Head Lighthouse. Do record unusual events during my watch. I have maintained this lighthouse for 12 years without incident. The work is solitary but suits my temperament. The lighthouse stands on the cliff top, warning ships of the dangerous coastline. 3 weeks ago, I heard someone else in the lighthouse during the night. Footsteps on the spiral stairs, ascending toward the lamp room. I was alone, as always during night watch. I called out, asking who approached. No answer came, but the footsteps continued climbing. I locked the lamp room door and waited. The footsteps reached my level and stopped outside. The door handle turned, though I had secured it. Someone pushed against the door, testing it. I demanded they identify themselves. A voice spoke from beyond the door. "Let me tend the light," it said. The light must never fail. The voice was old, roughened by years of sea air. I recognized the tone of a fellow keeper. "Who are you?" I asked again. "James Hartley," came the reply. "This is my lighthouse. I have kept the light for 40 years. I knew that name from the lighthouse records. James Hartley had been keeper here from 1820 to 1860. He had died at his post, maintaining the light until his final breath. "Mr. Hartley," I said through the door, "the light is well tended. You may rest now." Silence followed for several moments. Then the voice spoke again, softer now. "I cannot rest," it said. "Too many ships depend upon this light. Too many lives require my vigilance. I must ensure the light never fails." The door handle released, no longer turning. The footsteps descended the stairs slowly. I heard them reach the base of the tower and fade away. Since that night, I hear him regularly. He climbs the stairs during my watch, checking on the light. He never enters now, satisfied that I maintain proper care. Sometimes I find the lamp glass cleaned more thoroughly than I left it. The fuel reservoir filled beyond what I measured. Small adjustments that improve the light's performance. James continues his duty, even in death. His dedication transcends the boundary between worlds. I find comfort in his presence. I am not truly alone in this solitary lighthouse. Another keeper watches with me, ensuring no ship is lost. Daniel Whitmore, Lighthouse Keeper, Flamborough Head, Yorkshire, 21st January, 1893. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lighthouse records confirm James Hartley's long service and death at the lighthouse in 1860. Subsequent keepers reported the helpful presence throughout the structure's operation. The lighthouse was automated in 1996. Maintenance crews report unexplained improvements to equipment and occasionally hear, Footsteps in the tower despite it being empty. End of file. Case file NOA1427N. Classification: Baker's Testament. Date of statement: 7th June 1427. Location: Winchester, Hampshire. Testament: I, Margaret Ashford. Baker: do testify concerning my late husband. William departed this world 6 months ago, his heart giving out suddenly. He was a devoted baker, working from before dawn until evening. Our bakehouse provided bread for half the city. William took great pride in his work, ensuring every loaf was perfect. Since his passing, I have struggled to maintain the bakehouse alone. My hands are not as strong, my knowledge not as deep. I have considered closing the business and seeking other work, but 3 months ago, something remarkable began. I woke one morning to find the ovens already fired and ready. Fresh bread sat cooling on the racks, perfect loaves, exactly as William used to make them. I assumed a neighbor had helped, some kindness I did not understand. But no one admitted to entering the bakehouse. The mystery bread continued appearing each morning. Always the same quality, always William's distinctive style. I decided to remain awake one night to witness this miracle. I concealed myself in the storage room after preparing the ovens. Near 3 a.m, I heard familiar sounds. The scrape of the paddle, the creak of the oven door. Someone worked at the ovens with practiced ease. I emerged from hiding and saw him. William, standing at the oven as he had every morning of our marriage. He worked efficiently, removing bread and setting it to cool. He appeared solid, real, completely unchanged. I spoke his name, my voice trembling. He turned and smiled at me. That dear, familiar smile I thought I would never see again. "Margaret," he said warmly, "you should be resting. The bread is nearly ready." I asked if he was truly there, or if grief had broken my mind. "I am here," he replied, "as I always have been." How could I abandon you to run the bakehouse alone? This is my life's work. Death does not end responsibility. He continued removing loaves, his movements sure and practiced. I watched, tears streaming down my face. "You have done well," he said, "maintaining the business. But you need rest, Margaret. Let me help with the early work. You can manage the rest during daylight." I asked if he would always be here. He set down his paddle and approached me. He raised his hand as if to touch my cheek. His fingers passed through me like morning mist, but I felt warmth where he gestured, the memory of his touch. "I will help as long as you need me," he said. "We built this bakehouse together. We will maintain it together still." Since that night, we have worked as partners again. He prepares the early baking before dawn. I manage sales and daytime production. The bakehouse has never been more successful. Customers comment that the bread tastes as it did in William's time. I simply smile and thank them. They do not know how literally true their words are. William remains my husband, my partner, my love. Death has separated us in some ways, but in what truly matters, we are still together. Margaret Ashford, Baker, Winchester, Hampshire, 7th June, 1427. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, parish records confirm William Ashford's death in October 1426. The bakehouse operated under Margaret's management until her death in 1441. She was found one morning lying peacefully beside the ovens, departed during the night. Locals claim to see both Margaret and William in the bakehouse afterward, working together as they had in life. End of file. Case file NOA1635L. Classification: Physician's Case Notes. Date of statement: 15th November 1635. Location: Oxford. Case notes: I, Dr. Henry Blackwell of Oxford, do note a most unusual case. I was called to attend a student at Christ Church College. The young man, Mr. Robert Fletcher, was found in the library at dawn. He had spent the entire night there, reading by candlelight. This alone would not be concerning, as students often study late. But Robert claimed he was not alone in the library. He insisted someone sat across from him throughout the night. A fellow student, he said, who discussed philosophy and theology. They debated various points of doctrine for hours. The library porter confirmed Robert had been alone. The library was locked at midnight with only Robert inside. No one else could have entered. Yet Robert described his companion in precise detail. A young man of perhaps 20 years, wearing scholar's robes. Dark hair, serious expression, brilliant mind. They had discussed the nature of divine grace, Robert explained. His companion argued theological positions with exceptional knowledge. I examined Robert thoroughly and found him healthy. No fever, no signs of exhaustion or delusion. He was entirely rational, except for his insistence about the companion. I questioned him extensively about their conversation. Robert recounted complex theological arguments. The positions he described were sophisticated and well-reasoned, far beyond what Robert himself could construct. I asked the name of this mysterious companion. He called himself Thomas, Robert replied. Thomas Ashworth, a theology student. I felt a chill at these words. I knew of Thomas Ashworth. He had been a brilliant theology student 20 years ago. He died in the Christ Church Library in 1615. They found him slumped over his books, departed peacefully in his sleep. I returned to the library that evening with Robert. We sat where he had studied the previous night. I asked him to point out where Thomas had sat. Robert indicated the chair across the table. As darkness fell, I heard pages turning, books opening, paper rustling. But I saw nothing unusual. Robert, however, sat up with recognition. There, he said, pointing to the empty chair. Thomas has returned. He began speaking, addressing the empty air, asking questions about theological concepts. He paused after each question, listening intently. Then he would respond, continuing a conversation I could not hear. This continued for over an hour. Robert took notes, writing down what he learned. His notes contained sophisticated theological arguments, ideas that would challenge senior scholars. Finally, Robert set down his quill. Thomas has gone, he said, but he will return tomorrow night. He says he enjoys our discussions. I examined Robert's notes carefully. The theology was impeccable, the arguments sound. This was not the work of a second-year student. This was the work of a master theologian. I have observed Robert for 3 weeks now. Thomas appears to him nightly in the library. They debate, discuss, and study together. Robert's theological knowledge has increased remarkably. He now understands concepts that typically require years to master. Thomas teaches from beyond death. His passion for theology was not extinguished by mortality. Dr. Henry Blackwell, Oxford, 15th November, 1635. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft College records confirm Thomas Ashworth's death in 1615, and note his exceptional theological scholarship. Robert Fletcher went on to become a noted theologian himself, often crediting his mentor, Thomas, for his insights. The Christchurch Library reports multiple students claiming conversations with an invisible companion, particularly in the theology section. End of file. Case file NOA1578WW. Classification: Canal Workers Report. Date of statement: 23rd August, 1578. Location: River Thames, London. Report: I, Thomas Whitmore Waterman, do report concerning events on the Thames. I ferry passengers across the river at Lambeth. My boat operates from dawn until dark, carrying people and goods. The work is steady, the river my livelihood. 1 month ago, I noticed a small boat always present at the same location. It sat mid-river, drifting with the current, an old rowing boat, empty and abandoned. Yet each day, it appeared in precisely the same position, as if anchored, though no rope secured it. I approached it one morning to investigate. As I drew near, I saw it was not empty after all. A child sat in the bottom of the boat. A boy of perhaps 8 years, hunched over. He appeared soaked with river water, his clothes dripping. I called out, asking if he needed help. He looked up at me. His eyes were empty, lifeless. His skin was grey, lips blue with cold. I realized with horror that he was not a living child. "Can you take me home?" he asked, his voice like water flowing. "I cannot find my way. The river took me, and now I am lost." I asked where his home was. He pointed to the north bank, toward the warehouses. "There," he said. "My father works there. He will be worried. I was only playing near the water. I did not mean to fall in." I rowed toward the bank he indicated. The child's boat followed, though no one rowed it. It glided through the water, keeping pace with my own. When we reached the bank, the child stood. Water poured from his clothes, pooling in the boat. He stepped out onto the dock. His feet left wet footprints on the dry wood. He walked toward the warehouses. After perhaps 20 steps, he faded. First, his outline became less distinct. Then he was merely a suggestion. Finally, nothing remained but wet footprints that slowly dried. I asked dock workers if they knew of a child who had drowned. An old man remembered a boy who fell in the river 30 years ago, the son of a warehouse worker playing too near the edge. They recovered his body 3 days later. His father never recovered from the grief. The boy still tries to go home, they said, still trying to return to his worried father, not understanding that decades have passed, not understanding his father is long dead. I see him regularly now, always in that same boat, always asking to be taken home. I ferry him to the bank each time. Each time he walks toward the warehouses and fades. Each time he will return tomorrow to ask again, forever seeking a home that no longer exists. Thomas Whitmore, Waterman River Thames, London, 23rd August, 1578. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Thames records from the 1540s mention numerous drownings, particularly children. The specific warehouse district no longer exists, demolished in the 1700s. The phantom boat and child were reported for over 2 centuries, until the river was substantially altered by embankment construction in the late 1860s. Sightings ceased afterward. End of file. Case file NOA1746P. Classification: Abbott's Record. Date of statement: 9th October 1746. Location: Yorkshire. Record: I, Father Benedict, Abbot of the Monastery of St. Cuthbert. do record events in our cloister. Our small monastery maintains the old traditions. We follow the Benedictine rule, praying the divine offices. 8 brothers live here, devoted to God and contemplation. 1 month ago, we noticed a 9th figure in our prayers. During matins, the first office before dawn, we saw him, a monk in our habit, kneeling in his stall. His cowl was drawn up, concealing his face. He appeared to pray with us, his lips moving with the Latin words. Brother Thomas approached him after the office concluded. He reached the stall and found it empty. Yet we had all seen the figure clearly moments before. This occurred 3 more times that week. Always during matins, always in the same stall. The figure would kneel and pray throughout the office. As soon as the final Amen was spoken, he would vanish. I decided to observe more carefully. During the next matins, I watched the figure intently. He did indeed mouth the words of our prayers. His hands were folded in the traditional posture. He appeared identical to any of our living brothers. When the office ended, I stood and addressed him directly. "Brother," I said, "please lower your cowl that we may see you." He raised his head toward me. Though the cowl still shadowed his face, I glimpsed his features. An old man, perhaps 70 years, with kind eyes. He smiled gently at me. Then he pulled back his cowl completely. His face was familiar somehow, though I could not place it. "I am Brother Edmund," he said, his voice faint. "I was abbot here before you. I led this community for 40 years. I knew of Abbot Edmund. He had died 25 years ago, beloved by all. The monastery had nearly closed after his death. Only recently had we rebuilt the community. You maintain the offices well," he said. "The prayer continues as it should." I am pleased. I asked why he returned. "I made a vow," he replied, "to pray the offices here until my death. But death came before I was ready, so I pray still, keeping my promise to God. I hope this does not trouble you." I assured him he was welcome to join our prayers. He smiled with relief. "Thank you," he said. "The prayer is all I have left, all I need." He drew his cowl back up. Then he faded slowly until nothing remained. He has attended every matin since, always in his stall, always praying devoutly. The brothers have grown accustomed to his presence. We count him among our community still. 9 monks where only 8 draw breath, but all 9 serve God faithfully. Father Benedict, Abbot Monastery of St. Cuthbert, Yorkshire, 9th October, 1746. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Monastic records confirm Abbot Edmund's death in 1721 and his devotion to the divine offices. The monastery closed permanently in 1796 during religious suppressions. The building became a private residence. Current owners report hearing chanting at dawn, particularly on feast days, though no monks have lived there for over 2 centuries. End of file. Case file NOA1382S. Classification: Merchant Sailor's Account. Date of statement: 12th March 1382. Location: Portsmouth Harbour. Account: I, William Ashfarford, sailor aboard the merchant vessel Mary Rose, do account for events in Portsmouth Harbour. We lay at anchor, awaiting favourable winds for departure. The harbour was busy with ships loading and unloading cargo. I stood watch on deck during the evening. Around dusk, I noticed a small fishing boat rowing toward us. A single figure worked the oars, moving against the tide. This struck me as unusual, As most boats headed to shore at that hour, the boat approached our ship directly. As it drew nearer, I saw the rower more clearly. An old man, his face weathered by decades at sea. He wore fisherman's clothing, simple and practical. He pulled alongside our hull and looked up at me. "Is Captain Fletcher aboard?" he asked. His voice was rough, damaged by salt air and wind. I told him we had no Captain Fletcher. Our captain was named Roberts. The old man looked confused. "But this is the Mary Rose," he said. "Fletcher's ship. I sailed with him for 20 years. I explained gently that our ship was indeed named Mary Rose, but Captain Fletcher had not commanded her in decades. "What year is this?" the old man asked. I told him, 1382. His face fell. "So long," he whispered. "It has been so long." I asked when he thought it was. 1341, he replied. "We are loading cargo for France. I came to rejoin the crew." I realized what I was witnessing. This sailor had died 40 years ago, yet he returned to rejoin his ship, unaware of the decades past. "The Mary Rose sails no more under Captain Fletcher," I said gently. "He has been gone many years, as have you, I think." The old man looked down at his hands on the oars. Slowly, he nodded. "I remember now," he said softly. "The storm. We were caught off the French coast. The boat overturned. I went into the cold water. I did not come up." He looked back up at me, tears in his eyes. "But I love this ship," he said. "I love the sea. I wanted to sail again." I told him the sea was still there, waiting, that he could sail forever if he wished. He smiled sadly. "But not on the Mary Rose," he said. "Not with Fletcher and the crew I knew. They are all gone." He pushed away from our hull with one oar. His boat drifted backward into the harbour. As I watched, both boat and sailor faded. First translucent, then merely outlines. Finally, nothing remained but gentle waves. I have asked other sailors about the phantom fisherman. Many have seen him in Portsmouth harbour, always asking for Captain Fletcher, always seeking to rejoin a ship that sailed decades ago, forever returning to a life that ended long past. William Ashford, Sailor, Portsmouth Harbour, 12th March, 1382. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Ship records from the 1340s mention several Mary Rose vessels. One was lost in a storm off the French coast in 1341, though most crew survived. The phantom fisherman was reported regularly in Portsmouth Harbour until the 1500s, when sightings gradually ceased. No explanations exist for the phenomenon's ending. End of file. Case file NOA1859B. Classification: Quarryman's statement. Date of statement: 18th April 1859. Location: Derbyshire. Statement: I, Samuel Winters, quarryman, do state concerning sounds in the quarry. I work extracting stone from the hillside near Matlock. The quarry has operated for over 100 years. We cut blocks of limestone for building and monuments. 3 months ago, we opened a new section of the quarry face. We blasted away rock, revealing deeper stone behind. The explosion was successful. The new stone of excellent quality. But immediately after, we began hearing hammering. Someone working deeper in the quarry, chisel striking stone. The sound echoed from the new section we had opened. I assumed one of our men had begun work early, but when I checked, all my crew stood together near the entrance. The hammering continued from inside the exposed rock face. We approached cautiously, following the sound. It led us to a small opening in the newly revealed stone, a gap perhaps 2 feet wide, leading into darkness. The hammering came from within, steady and rhythmic. I called into the opening, asking who worked there. The hammering stopped immediately. A voice answered from the darkness. "Who disturbs the work?" it demanded. "We labor still. The cathedral requires stone." I asked what cathedral they spoke of. "Chester Cathedral," the voice replied. "We provide stone for the great rebuilding. Why do you interrupt our work?" I knew Chester Cathedral had been built centuries ago. No one cut stone for it anymore. "The cathedral is complete," I called into the darkness. "Your work is long finished." Silence followed for several moments. Then the voice spoke again, sadder now. "Complete," it said. "Then why do we labor still? Why do we strike stone day and night? Why can we not leave this place?" I realized these were quarrymen from centuries past, trapped somehow in the stone they had worked, forever cutting blocks for a cathedral that had been finished long ago. "Your work is done," I said into the darkness. "The cathedral stands beautiful and strong. You may rest now." The voice said nothing more, but I heard weeping from within the rock, multiple voices, men crying in the darkness. The sound faded gradually until silence returned. We have not heard the hammering since. Whatever was trapped there has found release. Or perhaps they simply wait in the darkness, eternal workers in an abandoned quarry. Samuel Winters, Quarryman, Derbyshire, 18th April, 1859. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Historical records document extensive stone quarrying for Chester Cathedral construction in the 13th and 15th centuries. Multiple quarry accidents killed workers during that period. The described quarry closed in 1891, following geological instability. The site is now overgrown and inaccessible, though hikers report hearing unexplained hammering from within the sealed entrance. End of file. Case file NOA1694K. Classification: Innkeeper's Journal. Date of statement: 5th December 1694. Location: Cotswolds, Gloucestershire. Journal entry: I, Richard Hartwell, keeper of the Swan Inn, do record events in our stable yard. The inn has served travellers for over 200 years. We provide comfortable lodging and stabling for horses. Our stable yard can accommodate 20 horses easily. Last month, our stable master reported hearing a horse at night. Hooves on cobblestones, a horse moving restlessly. He checked the stables but found all horses settled and calm. Yet the sounds continued outside. A horse walking the yard, stopping and starting, as if waiting for its rider. I dismiss this as imagination or sounds from neighbouring properties, but multiple staff reported hearing it. Always at night, always the same pattern. A horse pacing the yard, occasionally whinnying softly. I decided to observe the stable yard myself. I waited near the window overlooking the yard. Around midnight, I heard distinct hoofbeats. I looked out and saw a horse standing in the centre of the yard. A magnificent grey stallion, his coat gleaming in the moonlight. He stood with his head high, ears forward, as if listening for something. I went down to the yard, thinking perhaps a guest horse had escaped. As I approached, the stallion turned toward me. His eyes were intelligent, aware, but something about him seemed wrong. His outline was too perfect, too sharp, as if drawn rather than real. I reached toward him slowly. My hand passed through his neck. He was not solid, not truly present. yet I could see every detail clearly. The individual hairs of his mane, the muscles beneath his coat. He whinnied then, a sound of longing. He pawed the ground with one hoof. The cobblestone showed no mark from his strike. He turned and walked toward the inn entrance. He stopped there and looked back at me, waiting, clearly expecting something. I realized he waited for his rider, someone who would never come. I asked the oldest village residents about horses at the inn. An elderly man remembered a story from his grandfather. 50 years ago, a nobleman stayed at the Swan. He had a grey stallion he loved dearly. The man died suddenly during the night, heart failure. His horse was in the stable yard when they brought out his body. The stallion refused to leave, standing vigil for 3 days. It would not eat or drink. Finally, the horse collapsed and died. They said it died of grief, unable to accept its master's death. Since then, the stallion appears regularly, waiting in the yard for the rider who will never return. I have seen him perhaps 10 times now, always standing in the same spot, always watching the inn door, always waiting with patient devotion. Love does not end with death. Loyalty transcends the grave. The grey stallion proves this every night. Richard Hartwell, innkeeper, The Swan Inn, Gloucestershire, 5th December 1694. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Inn records from the 1640s mention a nobleman's sudden death, though details are sparse. The Swan Inn operated until 1923, with every innkeeper reporting the phantom. Stallion. The building is now a hotel. Guests occasionally photograph an unexplained grey shape in the stable yard, particularly on clear nights, when the moon is full. End of file. Case file. NOA 1475H. Classification. Ship's doctor's notes. Date of statement. 27th September 1475. Location. Bristol Channel. Medical notes. I, Dr. Thomas Fletcher, ship's surgeon aboard the merchant vessel Providence, do note unusual events during our voyage. We sailed from Bristol bound for Ireland with a cargo of wool. The voyage typically takes 3 days with favourable winds. The crew numbered 18 men, all experienced sailors. On the second day, we encountered thick fog. Visibility reduced to mere yards, forcing us to slow considerably. The captain ordered extra lookouts posted. Around midday, I heard a call from the bow. "Man in the water," the lookout shouted. I rushed forward with my medical supplies. Through the fog, I saw a figure in the water ahead. A man, floating face down, apparently unconscious. We threw ropes and pulled him aboard quickly. I examined him immediately. He was a young sailor, perhaps 25 years old. His clothing was soaked with seawater. His skin was cold, his lips blue. He showed no signs of breathing. I attempted to revive him, clearing his airways. I pressed on his chest, trying to expel water from his lungs. After several minutes, he gasped and coughed violently. Water poured from his mouth. He opened his eyes and looked at me with terror. "The ship," he gasped. "The ship is sinking." We struck rocks in the fog. "Help them. You must help them." I asked what ship he meant. "The Margaret," he replied. "Out of Bristol. We left 3 days ago. The fog came suddenly. We could not see the rocks." He tried to sit up, grabbing my arm. "They are still there," he said urgently. "In the water, calling for help. You must save them." The captain approached and questioned him. The sailor described the Margaret's position, approximately 1 mile northeast of our current location. The captain ordered us to proceed carefully in that direction. We moved slowly through the fog, watching for wreckage. After perhaps 20 minutes, we heard voices. Cries for help, carried faintly on the wind. We followed the sound and found debris in the water. Wooden planks, barrels, pieces of sail. The wreckage of a ship, but no survivors, no bodies. Nothing but broken wood floating in the fog. The sailor we had rescued stood at the rail, looking at the wreckage. Tears streamed down his face. "Too late," he whispered. "We are too late." He turned to me with infinite sadness. "We are all dead, aren't we?" he said. "The Margaret sank. We all drowned. I am not truly here." Before I could respond, he climbed over the rail. He jumped into the water below. We threw ropes immediately, searching for him. But he had vanished completely. No splash, no sign of entry into the water. He simply ceased to exist. The captain checked with Bristol authorities upon our return. The Margaret had indeed departed 3 days before us. She was overdue and presumed lost in the Channel fog. No survivors were ever found. No bodies recovered. The young sailor we pulled from the water was one of her crew, still trying to save his shipmates, still seeking help that came too late. Dr. Thomas Fletcher Bristol, Channel 27th September 1475. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Bristol shipping records confirm the Margaret's loss in September 1475. All 18 crew perished. The wreck was never located. Sailors in Bristol Channel report similar encounters, pulling drowning men from the water, who vanish after delivering warnings. The phantom crew of the Margaret continues seeking rescue across the centuries. End of file. Case file NOA 1786M. Classification: Constable's Report. Date of statement: 14th May 1786. Location: Ludlow, Shropshire. Report: I, Constable James Winters, do report concerning the old gallows site. The gallows stood on the hill outside Ludlow for 200 years. They were dismantled 30 years ago, the wood removed. But locals avoid that hill after dark. They claim to hear things there, sounds that should not exist. Last week, I received reports of disturbances on the hill. Villagers heard crying and shouting during the night. Sounds of distress carrying from the old execution site. I decided to investigate personally. I climbed the hill around midnight. The location was empty, just grass where the gallows once stood. I stood listening in the darkness. At first, I heard nothing unusual. Then gradually, sounds began to emerge. Crying first, a woman weeping bitterly. Then a man's voice, shouting protests. "I am innocent," he cried. "Before God, I am innocent. Do not do this." More voices joined, overlapping. Men and women, some praying, others cursing, some begging for mercy, others proclaiming their wrongs proudly. The voices of those who died here, echoing across decades. I heard the creak of rope, the terrible sound of bodies dropping, gasping, choking, the sounds of death. Then silence would fall briefly, before the next voice began its final words. I stood frozen, listening to this phantom execution. Dozens of voices, perhaps hundreds. All those who died on this hill replaying their final moments. One voice stood out among the rest, a young woman, her tone calm despite her circumstances. "I die innocent," she said clearly, "but I die faithful to God. May He forgive those who condemn me falsely." Her voice held no anger, only profound sadness. After she spoke, I heard the rope creak, the drop, the terrible silence that followed. Then her voice again, repeating the same words. An eternal loop, dying and speaking, speaking and dying, forever proclaiming her innocence, forever forgiving her executioners. I fled the hill, unable to bear more. Since then, I have researched execution records. Hundreds died on that hill over 2 centuries, many for genuine crimes, but others for religious beliefs, political opposition, some for crimes they likely never committed. All their voices remain. All their final words echo still. The gallows are gone, but the deaths persist. I will not return to that hill after dark. Let the dead speak their truths to the darkness. I have no wish to hear more. Constable James Winters, Ludlow, Shropshire, 14th May 1786. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Ludlow, execution records document over 300 deaths at the gallows site from 1550-1756. The site remained vacant for decades after the gallows removal. Modern housing now occupies the location. Residents report hearing unexplained voices, particularly on foggy nights. Recording equipment has captured faint speech, though words remain indistinct. End of file. Case file NOA 153 7V. Classification: Clockmaker's account. Date of statement: 9th November 1537. Location: London. Account: I, Master William Ashford, clockmaker, do account for events in my workshop. I craft timepieces of the finest quality for wealthy patrons. My workshop contains various clocks in different stages of completion. The room is filled with the ticking of many mechanisms, a constant chorus of time passing. 2 months ago, I noticed a clock I did not remember making. It sat on my workbench, a beautiful piece. Intricate engravings, complex mechanism, expert craftsmanship. Better than my own work, if I'm honest. I examined it carefully, trying to recall its construction. The style was familiar, techniques I recognized, but I had no memory of creating it. I asked my apprentice if he had brought it. He denied any knowledge of the clock. I set it aside, intending to investigate further. The next morning, another clock appeared. Again, beautifully made. Again, unfamiliar. This pattern continued for a week. Each morning brought a new clock, perfectly crafted. I decided to remain in the workshop overnight. I concealed myself in the storage room and waited. Near midnight, I heard someone working at my bench. The familiar sounds of clockmaking. Files scraping, gears clicking, springs being wound. I emerged quietly and saw him. An old man sat at my workbench, working by candlelight. He assembled a clock mechanism with practiced ease. His hands moved with certainty, no wasted motion. I recognized the style of his work. My master, who had taught me the clockmaking trade. He had died 15 years ago, yet there he sat, creating timepieces as he had in life. I spoke his name, Master Christopher. He looked up and smiled. "William," he said warmly, "you have done well with the workshop, but I see areas where you can improve. Watch how I set this escapement." He demonstrated the technique, explaining as he worked. I watched, learning as I had decades ago. When he finished, he held up the completed clock. "Time is precious," he said. "We measure it, mark it, record it. But we cannot stop it. We cannot go back." He looked at me with kind eyes. "Yet here I am," he continued, returned to the work I loved. Teaching as I always did. Perhaps time is not as linear as our clocks suggest. He set down the finished clock, Use these pieces I make, he said. Sell them, give them away, but learn from them. Study the mechanisms. They contain lessons I never had time to teach you. He stood and walked toward the workshop door. I will continue to help when I can, he said. The work must continue. Excellence must endure. Then he faded, becoming transparent. Within moments, he was gone. But the clock remained, solid and real. I have seen him many times since. He works at night, creating beautiful timepieces. Each one teaches me something new. My own work has improved considerably. Master Christopher trains me still. Death did not end his teaching. William Ashford, Clockmaker. London, 9th November, 1537. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. London Guild records confirm Master Christopher Ashford's reputation as an exceptional clockmaker. His death in 1522 is noted, as is William's inheritance of the workshop. Several clocks attributed to Christopher are dated after his death, unexplained by traditional scholarship. The workshop operated until destroyed in the Great Fire of 1666. End of file. Case file NOA 1248D. Classification: Farmer's Statement. Date of statement: 30th July, 1248. Location: Kent. Statement: I, Henry Blackwood, farmer, do state concerning my field. I own land near Canterbury, growing wheat and barley. The fields have fed my family for 3 generations. This summer, one field has produced no crop. The wheat grew initially, but then withered, as if something poisoned the soil. I ploughed and replanted, but the same occurred. Each time, healthy shoots emerged and then died. Local farmers suggested the field was cursed. I dismissed such talk as superstition. But 3 weeks ago, something changed my mind. I was walking the field at dusk, examining the dead wheat. I saw a figure standing in the center. A woman in a simple dress, her hair unbound. She knelt and touched the soil. Wherever her fingers touched, the wheat withered, turning brown and dying before my eyes. I called out to her, demanding she stop. She looked up at me. Her face was young but marked by deep sorrow. "This is my grave," she said. "You plough over my bones. You plant where I lie buried." I asked what she meant. "I was placed here," she replied, "laid in earth without prayer, without marker, without blessing. I am forgotten beneath your wheat. I make the ground barren as my life was barren." I realized with horror what had occurred. Decades ago, perhaps longer, someone had been buried here, buried improperly, without Christian rites. My ploughing had disturbed her rest. "Tell me where you lie," I said. "I will give you proper burial." She pointed to a spot perhaps 20 feet away. "There," she said, "beneath 2 feet of soil. Find me. Bury me in consecrated ground. Then I will rest. Then your field will thrive again." She faded slowly, becoming transparent. The last thing to vanish was her pointing hand. I marked the spot she indicated. The next day, I dug carefully. At 2 feet depth, I found bones, a human skeleton, arranged as if for burial, but no coffin, no grave goods, nothing. Just bones in the earth. I contacted the parish priest. He examined the remains and agreed to proper burial. We interred them in the churchyard with full Christian rites. Prayers were said, blessings given. The woman was finally laid to rest properly. Since then, my field has recovered. New wheat grows green and strong. The harvest will be good this year. The woman no longer appears. She has found the peace she was denied in death. Henry Blackwood, Farmer Kent, 30th July, 1248. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Improper burials were common in medieval times, particularly for those who died violently or under suspicious circumstances. The field in question remained productive for centuries thereafter. Modern archaeological surveys indicate the area was used for habitation in earlier periods, likely pre-Christian, which may explain the unmarked burial. End of file. Case file NOA1619T. Classification: Music Teacher's Record. Date of statement: 21st March 1619. Location: Norwich, Norfolk. Record: Miss Catherine Hartley, music teacher. Do record events during my lessons. I teach harpsichord and singing to young ladies of good families. My studio occupies rooms above a music shop on Elm Hill. The space contains my instrument and chairs for students. 6 weeks ago, I began hearing someone practicing upstairs. Harpsichord music, beautifully played, echoing from above. But there is no room above my studio. The building ends at my ceiling. Yet the music continued, clear and distinct. Complex pieces, performed with exceptional skill. I recognize works by English and Italian composers. The playing exceeded anything my students could achieve. I assumed sound carried from neighboring buildings, but the music seemed to originate directly overhead. One evening, I remained late after my final student departed. I sat at my harpsichord, practicing a difficult passage. I struggled with a particular section, unable to achieve proper timing. Above me, the phantom harpsichord began to play. The same piece I attempted, played perfectly, demonstrating the correct interpretation. I listened carefully, learning from the unseen musician. When the passage concluded, I attempted it again. My playing improved, guided by the example I had heard. The music above began again, now playing a different section. This pattern continued for over an hour. The phantom musician taught me through demonstration. Playing passages I found difficult, showing proper technique. I spoke aloud, thanking whoever helped me. The music stopped immediately. Footsteps sounded overhead, though no floor existed there. They descended, growing closer. My studio door opened slowly. No one stood there, but I felt a presence enter. The air grew cold, my breath misting. The harpsichord keys began to move. An invisible hand played, pressing keys with gentle touch. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, sad and sweet, expressing emotions beyond words. I watched the keys move, mesmerized. When the piece concluded, a voice spoke, feminine, soft, with accent of an earlier time. I was a teacher too, she said. Music was my life. I taught here, in this very room, though the room has changed much since my time. I asked her name. Anne, she replied. Anne Fletcher. I taught harpsichord for 30 years, until fever took me. But the music, I could not leave the music. She played another piece, the keys moving fluidly. Your students show promise, she said, but they need better instruction in timing. May I help you teach them? I agreed readily, honored by her offer. Since then, Anne has attended my lessons. My students cannot see or hear her, but I receive her guidance constantly. When a student struggles, I hear Anne's voice, offering advice, suggesting approaches. My teaching has improved remarkably. My students progress faster than before. Anne teaches through me, sharing her decades of experience. death ended her life but not her vocation. Miss Catherine Hartley, music teacher, Norwich, Norfolk, 21st March, 1619. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Norwich, records mention Anne Fletcher, a noted music teacher who died in 1572. Her reputation for excellence was documented by several prominent students. The building on Elm Hill underwent significant modifications over centuries. Multiple music teachers working there reported unexplained assistance with difficult students, particularly regarding timing and interpretation. End of file. Case file NOA132L. Classification. Bridgekeeper's statement. Date of statement 8th September 1342. Location River Severn, Gloucester. Statement: I, Robert Winters, Keeper of Gloucester Bridge, do state concerning events on the bridge. My duties include maintaining the bridge and collecting tolls from travellers. I live in a small house built into the bridge structure itself. The bridge is ancient, crossing the Severn for over 200 years. 3 weeks ago, I began seeing a woman on the bridge at dawn. She walked from the far side toward Gloucester. She wore a travelling cloak and carried a bundle. Each morning, she appeared at the same time. I greeted her initially, assuming she was a regular traveller. She never responded or acknowledged my presence. She simply walked past, her expression distant. After a week, I realized something was wrong. She wore the same clothes every day. She carried the same bundle. She took the exact same path across the bridge. Her feet made no sound on the wooden planks. I stood in her path one morning, blocking her way. She walked through me, not around, but directly through my body. I felt intense cold as she passed through me. A sensation of deep sorrow, overwhelming grief. I turned and watched her continue into Gloucester. At the city gate, she stopped. She looked back at the bridge, her face anguished. Then she faded, becoming transparent. Within moments, she had vanished completely. I asked city residents if they knew of her. An elderly woman recognized my description. "The drowned girl," she said. "She walks the bridge still." The old woman told me the story. 20 years ago, a young woman came to Gloucester. She was with child, unmarried, seeking help. Her family had cast her out. She arrived at the bridge, but could not pay the toll. The keeper then refused her passage. She begged him to let her cross. She had nowhere else to go. He was unmoved, insisting on payment. She stood at the bridge entrance, desperate and alone. As night fell, she walked to the bridge centre. She climbed over the rail. She jumped into the Severn below. They found her body the next morning. She still held the bundle she carried. It contained the baby clothes she had sewn. Since then, she tries to cross every day. Walking the bridge, she was denied in life, seeking entrance to a city that would not accept her, forever attempting a journey that ended in tragedy. I no longer collect tolls at dawn. I let her pass unmolested. It is the least I can do. The kindness she was denied 20 years ago. Robert Winters, Bridge Keeper. Gloucester, 8th September. 1342. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Gloucester, Coroner Records from 1322. Document a young woman's drowning at the bridge. Her identity was never definitively established. The bridge was replaced in 1816, but reports of the walking woman continued on the new structure. Modern bridge users occasionally report seeing a figure in historical dress attempting to cross at dawn. End of file. Case file NOA 1753W. Classification: glassblower's account. Date of statement: 14th June 1753. Location: Bristol. Account: I, Thomas Pemberton, glassblower. Do account for events in my workshop. I craft glass vessels, windows, and ornamental pieces. The work requires intense heat and careful attention. My furnace burns day and night, maintaining working temperature. 2 months ago, I began finding finished pieces I did not make. Beautiful glass work, sitting among my own productions. Vases, bottles, decorative items of exceptional quality. The style was familiar, but superior to my own capability. I questioned my apprentices about these pieces. All denied creating them. The mysterious glasswork continued appearing. Always overnight, always perfect. I decided to remain in the workshop after dark. I concealed myself where I could observe the furnace. Near midnight, I heard the familiar sounds of glass blowing, the furnace door opening, the gathering iron withdrawing molten glass. Someone worked at my bench, shaping glass with expert technique. I emerged from hiding and saw him, an old man, perhaps 70 years, working with steady hands. He gathered glass from the furnace, spinning the iron rod. He blew gently, inflating the molten glass. He shaped it with tools, creating a beautiful vessel. His movements were economical, perfected by decades of practice. I recognized his technique immediately. Master Edward, who had trained me 20 years ago. He had died 10 years past, yet there he stood, creating glass as he had throughout his life. I spoke his name softly. He looked up and smiled. "Thomas," he said warmly, "I see you have maintained the workshop well. But you work too quickly. Quality cannot be rushed." I asked if he was truly present. "I am here," he replied. "Where else would I be? This furnace is my home. The glass is my voice. How could I abandon them?" He returned to his work, finishing the vessel. He placed it in the annealing oven to cool slowly. "Glass teaches patience," he said. "It must cool gradually, or it shatters. Life is the same. We cannot rush our journey." He selected another gathering iron. "I will work nights," he explained. "You manage the daylight hours. Together, we will create beauty, as we always did." I asked if he would teach me more. He smiled, pleased by the request. "I never stopped teaching," he said. "You simply stopped being my student. But now you are ready to learn again." Since that night, we work as partners. He creates pieces during darkness. I continue during day. My skill has improved dramatically. I incorporate techniques he shows me. The workshop's reputation has grown considerably. Customers speak of the exceptional quality. They do not know the work comes from two craftsmen, one living, one beyond death, but both devoted to the art of glass. Thomas Pemberton, glassblower, Bristol, 14th June 1753. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Bristol Guild Records document Master Edward Pemberton's career from 1698 to 1743. His work was considered among the finest in England. The workshop operated until 1831, when it closed during industrial changes. Every glassblower who worked there reported assistance from an unseen master craftsman, whose work exceeded living artists' abilities. End of file. Case file NOA 1874P. Classification: Nurse's statement. Date of statement: 19th October 1874. Location: Manchester. Statement: I, Miss Elizabeth Morrison, nurse at Manchester Infirmary, do state concerning events on the children's ward. I have worked at this hospital for 8 years. The children's ward houses sick and injured children. Many recover and go home. Some, tragically, do not. 3 months ago, we admitted a girl of 7 years, Sarah Bennett, suffering from severe fever. Despite our care, she departed this world after 2 weeks. Her mother was devastated, as were all of us who had cared for her. We prepared Sarah's bed for the next patient. But strange events began immediately after. The children reported seeing Sarah in the ward at night. She walked between the beds, they said, checking on the other patients. She appeared to comfort children who cried. I dismissed this as imagination born of grief. Children often create stories to cope with loss. But last week, something changed my understanding. I was working the night shift, the ward quiet. Most children slept peacefully. One boy, perhaps 5 years old, began crying. He had been badly burned, and his pain was considerable. I went to comfort him, preparing medicine. As I approached his bed, I saw her. Sarah stood beside him, her hand on his forehead. She appeared solid, real, completely present. She wore the nightdress she had died in. Her expression was gentle, caring. The crying boy had quieted. He looked at Sarah with recognition. The angel girl, he whispered. She makes the hurt less. I stopped walking, frozen in amazement. Sarah looked up at me. She smiled, a sad but peaceful expression. I can help them, she said softly. I know their fear. I remember the pain. Please let me stay. I asked if she was truly there, not passed on. I should have left, she replied. But I heard the children crying. I could not go while they needed comfort. She turned back to the burned boy. Sleep now, she told him gently. The pain will be less when you wake. The boy closed his eyes and relaxed. His face, tight with pain moments before, became peaceful. Sarah moved to the next bed. Another child, restless with fever. She touched the girl's hand. The fever-racked child calmed immediately. I watched Sarah move through the ward. She visited each bed, each suffering child. Where she touched, peace followed. Pain eased, fear diminished. When she reached the final bed, she turned to me. I will come each night, she said, until no child suffers, until I am no longer needed. Then I will rest. She faded slowly, becoming transparent. The last thing visible was her smile. Then she was gone. Since that night, I see her regularly. She appears when children are most distressed, when pain is worst, when fear runs high. She brings comfort no medicine can provide. The understanding of one who has endured and overcome. Sarah remains our guardian angel, a child caring for children, a light in their darkest hours. Miss Elizabeth Morrison, Nurse, Manchester Infirmary, 19th October 1874. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Hospital records confirm Sarah Bennett's death in July 1874. The children's ward operated until 1923, when the hospital relocated. Nurses throughout that period reported the helpful child presence. Modern pediatric units in Manchester occasionally report unexplained calm settling over distressed children, particularly during night hours. End of file. Case file NOA1567K. Classification: Gardener's Journal. Date of statement: 25th April 1567. Location: Richmond, Surrey. Journal entry: I, William Hartwell, head gardener at Richmond Palace, do record events in the Rose Garden. I maintain the palace gardens for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. The Rose Garden is my particular charge, containing rare varieties. Each spring, the roses bloom magnificently. This year, one section has exceeded all expectations. The roses there are larger, more vibrant, more fragrant. They bloom earlier and longer than others. I cannot explain this exceptional growth. The soil is identical throughout the garden. The care is uniform across all beds. Yet this one section thrives extraordinarily. Last week, I discovered why. I was working late, deadheading spent blooms. Dusk had fallen, the garden quiet and still. I heard someone singing softly among the roses. A woman's voice, gentle and melodic. I followed the sound to the exceptional section. A young woman knelt beside the roses. She wore a simple dress, her hair covered by a cap. She tended the plants with obvious love, touching each bloom gently, examining leaves carefully. I approached to ask who she was. Palace gardens are restricted to staff. As I drew near, she looked up at me. Her face was young but translucent. I could see roses behind her through her body. "Good evening," she said politely. "The roses are beautiful this year." I asked her name. "Margaret," she replied. "I was a garden maid here. These roses were my responsibility. I planted many of them myself." I realized she spoke of years past. "When did you work here?" I asked gently. "I came in the 20th year of the old King Henry," she said. "I was here for 15 years, until the fever took me." I calculated quickly. King Henry VIII's 20th year was 1529, nearly 40 years ago. Margaret had been dead for decades. "I loved these roses," she continued. "I could not leave them untended. So I return each spring. I help them grow. I ensure they bloom perfectly for the Queen." She returned to her work, touching the roses lovingly. "You maintain the garden well," she said, "but these roses need special attention. They remember me. They grow better when I am near." She stood and walked deeper into the rose garden. I followed, watching her tend each plant. Where she touched, the roses seemed to brighten. Colors became more vivid, stems straighter. At the garden's edge, she stopped. "I must go now," she said, "but I will return tomorrow evening. The roses need me." She faded slowly, disappearing among the blooms she loved. I have seen her every evening since, always at dusk, always tending her roses, always ensuring they bloom perfectly. The Queen herself has commented on that section's beauty. I tell her the roses receive special care. I do not explain the nature of that care. William Hartwell, head gardener, Richmond Palace, Surrey, 25th April, 1567. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Palace records mention a garden maid named Margaret, who died in 1544. The Rose Garden at Richmond Palace was renowned until the palace's decline in the 17th century. The site is now public gardens. Visitors report seeing a young woman in period dress among the roses at dusk, particularly in spring when the old varieties bloom. End of file. Case file NOA1498H. Classification: Tavern Keeper's Record. Date of statement: 12th February 1498. Location: York. Record: I, Edward Blackwood, keeper of the Golden Lion Tavern, do record events in my establishment. The tavern has served York citizens for over 100 years. We provide ale, food, and entertainment. The main room contains tables and a large fireplace. 6 weeks ago, customers began reporting an additional patron, an old man who sat alone by the fireplace. He never ordered food or drink. He simply sat, warming himself by the fire. When staff approached to serve him, he would vanish. Not stand and leave, but simply cease to be there. This occurred multiple times before I witnessed it myself. I was serving ale to customers when I noticed him. An elderly gentleman in worn but respectable clothing. He sat in the chair closest to the fire, his hands extended toward the flames for warmth. I approached with a cup of ale, offering hospitality. As I reached his chair, he faded from view. The chair was empty, though I had been watching continuously. I questioned the oldest patrons about the tavern's history. One man remembered a story from his grandfather. 60 years ago, a scholar lodged at the Golden Lion. He was writing a history of York, spending his days in study. Each evening, he sat by our fire. He had little money, could rarely afford food or drink, but he came for the warmth, paying for it with conversation. He told stories, shared knowledge, entertained patrons. One winter evening, he sat by the fire as usual. He fell asleep in his chair. The tavern keeper let him rest, showing kindness. But the scholar never woke. He departed this world peacefully by the fire. Since then, he returns each winter, sitting in his accustomed place, seeking the warmth that comforted his final hours. I have instructed staff to leave him undisturbed. He harms nothing, troubles no one. He simply sits, warming ghostly hands by our fire. Sometimes, late at night when the tavern is quiet, I hear him speaking, sharing the stories he told in life, teaching lessons to listeners who no longer exist. His voice is faint, barely audible, but the words are clear enough. Tales of York's history, legends of old kings, the knowledge he spent his life collecting. I sit sometimes and listen, learning from a teacher who died decades ago. The Golden Lion serves many patrons. One of them simply resides in a different world. Edward Blackwood, tavern keeper. The Golden Lion, York, 12th February 1498. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. York records mention several scholars working on historical chronicles in the 15th century. The Golden Lion operated until 1642, when it burned during Civil War conflicts. Multiple tavern keepers reported the fireplace scholar throughout its operation. The site remained vacant for decades, with passers-by reporting seeing firelight in the ruins where no fire burned. End of file. Case file NOA 1725M. Classification: Carpenter's Statement. Date of statement: 6th August 1725. Location: Durham. Statement: I, Richard Fletcher, Master Carpenter. Do state concerning work at Durham Cathedral. I was contracted to repair damaged choir stalls. The woodwork is centuries old, requiring expert restoration. I work in the cathedral during daylight hours. The space is vast and quiet, conducive to concentration. 3 weeks ago, I began hearing someone else working. The sound of saw and chisel, wood being shaped. The sounds came from the opposite side of the choir. I investigated but found no one there. Yet when I returned to my work, the sounds resumed. Someone worked parallel to me, creating matching sounds. This continued for several days before I saw him. I was fitting a carved panel when movement caught my eye. A figure worked at the far choir stalls. An old man in simple craftsman's clothing. He carved intricate patterns into oak panels. His technique was flawless, his concentration absolute. I approached slowly, not wanting to disturb his work. As I drew near, I realized I could see through him slightly. He was present, but not entirely solid. He looked up from his carving. "Good day," he said politely. "You work on the choir stalls?" I confirmed I was repairing them. He nodded approvingly. "They were made to last centuries," he said, "but even good work needs maintenance." "I should know. I carved these stalls." I asked when he had done this work. "I began in 1360, he replied. "I worked for 20 years on this cathedral. Every panel, every figure, every detail. This was my life's masterwork." I calculated quickly. Over 350 years ago, this carpenter had created the very stalls I now repaired. "You do good work," he said, examining my repairs. "You respect the original craft. That pleases me." He returned to his carving. "I come to check on them," he explained, "to ensure they are properly maintained, and sometimes to add a detail I overlooked in life." I watched him carve, learning from his technique. His methods were superior to my own. Ancient skills preserved through practice. "Wood speaks," he said as he worked. "You must listen to what it tells you. It will guide your tools if you pay attention." He completed the carving and stepped back. "There," he said with satisfaction. "Another generation will see this. Another generation will marvel." He turned to me. "Continue the work well," he said. "These stalls must endure. They are my legacy. They are my immortality." Then he faded, his tools vanishing with him. I examined the panel he had carved. The work was there, solid and real. A new detail added to 300-year-old stalls, seamlessly integrated, indistinguishable from the original. I see him regularly now. He works alongside me, adding touches here and there, perfecting his masterwork across the centuries. Richard Fletcher, Master Carpenter, Durham Cathedral, 6th August, 1725. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Durham Cathedral choir stalls were indeed constructed 1360 to 1380. The master carpenter's name is not preserved in records, though his exceptional work is well documented. Modern examination of the stalls reveals details added in various periods, all matching the original style perfectly. Cathedral craftsmen report unexplained assistance during restoration work. End of file. Case file NOA1643V. Classification: Physician's Notes. Date of statement: 29th November 1643. Location: Cambridge. Notes: I, Dr. William Ashford of Cambridge, do note an unusual case. I was called to attend a student at King's College. The young man, Mr. Thomas Winters, had fallen ill with fever. His condition was not severe, merely requiring rest and care. I examined him in his chambers and prescribed remedies. As I prepared to leave, Thomas spoke. "Doctor," he said, "there is someone else here." I looked around the chamber. We were alone. "I see no one," I replied. Thomas pointed to the corner of the room. "There," he insisted. "An old man sits there. He has been here since I became ill. He does not speak, only watches." I examined Thomas for signs of delirium. His fever was mild, insufficient to cause hallucinations. His eyes were clear, his speech coherent. He appeared entirely rational except for this claim. "Describe him," I requested. Thomas did so in detail. An elderly man in outdated scholar's robes, approximately 70 years of age, long white hair, kind expression. He sat reading a book Thomas could not quite see. I asked if this figure troubled him. No, Thomas replied. He seems protective. I feel safer with him present, as if he watches over me. I departed, concerned but uncertain what to do. I returned the following day to check Thomas's progress. He had improved considerably, the fever breaking, but he reported the old man remained. He sits there still, Thomas said, pointing to the same corner. He reads constantly. Sometimes he looks at me and smiles. Over the next week, Thomas recovered completely, but the old man's presence continued, not constantly, but regularly. Thomas would see him in his chambers, in the library, occasionally in the chapel, always reading, always watching benevolently. I questioned college authorities about the history of Thomas's chambers. An elderly fellow remembered something relevant. Those rooms housed Dr. Henry Blackwood, he said. He was a senior fellow, devoted to his students. He lived in those chambers for 40 years. He died there, in fact. We found him in his chair, departed peacefully, a book still open in his lap. I asked when this occurred. 20 years ago, the fellow replied. He was a kind man, greatly loved. He treated students as his own sons. I shared this information with Thomas. He was comforted rather than frightened. He watches over me, Thomas said, as he did for students in life. I am honored by his presence. Thomas went on to have a distinguished academic career. He often credited the benevolent spirit for his success. He guides me still, Thomas would say. His wisdom transcends death. Dr. William Ashford, Cambridge. 29th November, 1643. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft College. Records confirmed Dr. Henry Blackwood's death in his chambers in 1623. His dedication to students was noted in multiple documents. The chambers remained in use until demolished in 1724. Multiple students reported the protective presence, particularly during illness or stress. The phenomenon was considered a blessing rather than a haunting. End of file. Case file. NOA1817D. Classification. Miller's account. Date of statement. 4th March 1817. Location. Cornwall. Account. I, John Tregarth Miller, do account for events at my watermill. The mill has operated on this stream for 150 years. It grinds grain for the local community. The work is constant, the mill wheel always turning. 2 months ago, the wheel began turning at unusual times. During the night, when no grain was being ground, the wheel would spin for hours without purpose. I assumed someone was opening the water gate without permission. I checked each morning and found the gate properly closed. Yet the wheel continued its nighttime turning. I decided to observe what occurred. I concealed myself near the mill after dark. Around midnight, I heard the wheel begin to turn, but no one had approached the water gate. The gate remained closed and secured, yet the wheel spun steadily, powered by invisible water. I heard the mill stones grinding inside, but I had loaded no grain for milling. I entered the mill building. A figure worked at the grain hopper. He poured sacks of invisible grain into the opening. The stones ground steadily, producing nothing. Yet the man worked as if processing a full load. I recognized him from old drawings in my family's possession. My great-grandfather, who had built this mill. He died 40 years before my birth. Yet there he stood, continuing his life's work. He moved from hopper to collection bin. He gathered invisible flour, bagging it carefully. He worked with the rhythm of long practice. each motion economical, perfected over decades. I spoke his name. James Tregarth? He looked up and smiled. John, he said, you have maintained the mill well, but you rest too much. A mill should never stop turning. There is always work to be done. I explained there was no grain to grind at night. He looked confused. No grain, he said. But the farmers depend on us. We cannot let them down. I realized he did not understand he had died. He continued working as if still alive, still serving the community he had served for 50 years. The farmers have grain enough, I assured him. You have worked hard enough. You may rest now. He shook his head. A miller never rests, he said. The wheel must turn. The stones must grind. This is my purpose. He returned to his invisible work. I left him to his eternal labor. Each night, he works the mill. Each morning, I find nothing produced. But the mill wheel is always perfectly maintained. The stones are always properly set. Great-grandfather ensures the mill operates perfectly. Even death cannot retire a dedicated miller. John Tregarth, Miller, Cornwall, 4th March, 1817. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Parish records confirm James Tregarth built and operated the mill from 1745 to 1777. His dedication was noted by multiple contemporaries. The mill operated until 1923, when it was abandoned. Every miller who worked there reported the nighttime grinding. The structure collapsed in 1941, but locals still report hearing mill wheel sounds from the ruins. End of file. Case file NOA 1586L. Classification: Porter's Report. Date of statement: 17th of July 1586. Location: Oxford. Report: I, Walter Grimsby, Porter at Magdalen College. Do report events in the bell tower. The tower houses the college bells, rung for services and hours. Access is restricted, the door kept locked. I hold one of only 3 keys to the tower. Last month, I heard the bells ringing at odd hours. Not the regular pattern for services, but random chimes, as if someone experimented with the bells. This occurred at midnight, 3 in the morning, dawn. No one had requested the bells be rung at these times. I climbed the tower to investigate. The bell chamber was empty, as expected, but the bell ropes were swaying gently, as if just released after being pulled. I remained in the chamber, waiting. Near midnight, the ropes began to move. They pulled taut, as if gripped by invisible hands. The bells chimed, one after another. Not a proper peal, but individual notes. Someone was learning to ring, practicing basic patterns. I called out, demanding to know who rang the bells. The rope stopped moving immediately. A voice answered from the corner. Young, masculine, uncertain. I meant no harm, it said. I only wished to learn. I never had the chance in life. I asked the speaker to show himself. A figure emerged from shadow. A boy, perhaps 16 years old. He wore student clothing from an earlier period. I was a student here, he explained. I always wanted to learn bell ringing, but I was too ill. I departed this world before I could be taught. He looked at the bells with longing. Now I have time, he continued, but no one to teach me. So I practice alone. I hope I do not disturb anyone. I asked his name. Robert, he replied. Robert Fletcher. I was here only 1 year. Fever took me in my 2nd term. I told him gently that he disturbed late sleepers. He looked distressed. I am sorry, he said. I will ring only during the day, when no one tries to sleep. I suggested he might be taught properly. If he appeared when the ringers practiced, they could show him technique. His face lit with hope. Would they? He asked. Even though I am not as I was? I assured him I would speak to them. Since then, Robert has joined the bell ringers. They cannot see him, but I can. He stands among them during practice. Invisible hands grip the ropes. The ringers comment that the bells sound fuller now, richer, more complete, as if an additional ringer has joined them. They are correct. Robert has finally learned what he missed in life. Walter Grimsby, Porter Magdalen College, Oxford, 17th July, 1586. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft College records mention Robert Fletcher, a first-year student who died of fever in 1585. The bell tower remains in use. Multiple porters have reported unexplained bell ringing and the presence of an eager student. Bell ringers consistently note that the tower produces better sound than acoustics alone should allow. End of file. Case file NOA1379S. Classification: Vicar's Testament. Date of statement: 21st December 1379. Location: Canterbury, Kent. Testament: I, Father William of Canterbury. Do testify about events in our parish church. The church has served this community for 200 years. We maintain regular services, baptisms, marriages, and burials. The church is well attended, the parishioners devout. 6 months ago, I began noticing someone attending early morning prayers. A woman who sat in the back pew. She arrived before me and remained after I left. She appeared deeply pious, her head bowed in constant prayer. I attempted to greet her several times. She would look up briefly, smile gently, then return to prayer. She never spoke, never acknowledged my words. After several weeks, I decided to wait after prayers. I sat in the nave, watching to see when she would leave. She rose from her pew and walked toward the door. As she reached the threshold, she faded. First, her outline became less distinct. Then she was merely a suggestion. Finally, nothing remained. I was witnessing a spirit, not a living woman. I researched the church records, seeking to understand. I found mention of Lady Catherine, who had lived nearby. She had been devoted to our church, attending daily prayers. She had donated substantially to its maintenance. She died 15 years ago, laid to rest in our churchyard. Her grave marker praised her piety and dedication. I visited her grave and spoke to her spirit. I told her she was welcome at prayers, that her devotion was appreciated and honored. Since then, I have acknowledged her presence openly. I greet her when I enter for morning prayers. I thank her when leaving. She smiles at these acknowledgements. Her presence has become a comfort rather than a concern. Other parishioners have begun to notice her. They whisper about the faithful lady who never misses prayers. I tell them she is blessed, devoted beyond life itself, that we should aspire to such dedication. Lady Catherine teaches us that faith knows no boundaries, that devotion continues beyond death, that prayer transcends the mortal realm. She is no haunting, but rather an inspiration, a reminder that love of God is eternal. Father William Canterbury, Kent, 21st December 1379. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parish Records. Confirm Lady Catherine Ashford's death in 1364, and note her exceptional devotion. The church still serves the community. Clergy throughout the centuries have reported the faithful presence at morning prayers. Current vicars acknowledge the tradition of the devoted lady. Those sightings have become increasingly rare in recent decades. End of file. Case file NOA1792B. Classification: Bookseller's Journal. Date of statement: 10th May 1792. Location: Edinburgh, Scotland. Journal entry: I, Andrew MacDonald, bookseller, do record events in my shop. I maintain a bookshop on the Royal Mile. The shop contains new volumes and rare editions. I serve scholars, students, and collectors. 3 months ago, books began rearranging themselves overnight, not randomly, but organized by subject and quality. The organization was superior to my own system. Valuable books were placed in secure locations. Less important volumes moved to accessible shelves. The work of someone with deep knowledge of books. I assumed my apprentice was working late without informing me. When I asked, he denied touching anything. The reorganization continued nightly, always improving the shop's arrangement, always demonstrating expert understanding. I decided to remain in the shop after closing. I concealed myself in the back room. Near midnight, I heard movement among the shelves. Books sliding, pages rustling. Someone worked methodically through my inventory. I emerged and saw him, an elderly gentleman in outdated clothing. He examined each book carefully, reading titles, checking condition, making decisions. He moved volumes to appropriate locations. His knowledge was encyclopedic. He recognized rare editions at a glance. I watched him work for perhaps 20 minutes. Then I spoke, asking who he was. He turned, surprised but not frightened. "Thomas," he replied. "Thomas Blackwood. I was a bookseller here, in this very shop, or rather, what occupied this space before." I asked when he had worked here. "I opened my shop in 1714, he said. "I sold books for 40 years, until age and infirmity ended my career." I calculated quickly. He had died over 30 years ago. "Books were my passion," he continued. "My life, my joy. I could not leave them when I died, so I returned to care for them, to ensure they find proper homes." He selected a particular volume. "This one is valuable," he said. "Keep it locked. A collector will appreciate it." He was correct. The book was indeed rare, though I had not recognized its significance. "I will continue helping," he said, "if you permit me. Books deserve proper care. Even in death, I can provide it." I agreed gratefully. Since then, Thomas has managed my inventory. He organizes, protects, and occasionally recommends purchases. My shop's reputation has grown considerably. Collectors seek me out specifically. They claim I have the best organized collection in Edinburgh. They do not know my assistant is a ghost. Andrew MacDonald, bookseller, Edinburgh, Scotland, 10th May 1792. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Edinburgh Directories list Thomas Blackwood as a bookseller on the Royal Mile from 1714 to 1754. His expertise was noted by contemporaries. The bookshop operated under various owners until 1903, when it closed. Every bookseller reported helpful reorganization overnight. The building now houses a cafe where staff occasionally find books from unknown sources arranged on tables. End of file. Case file NOA1456P. Classification: Shepherd's testimony. Date of statement: 3rd September 1456. Location: Yorkshire Dales. Testimony: I, William Ashford, Shepherd, Do testify about events in the high pastures. I tend my master's sheep in the remote valleys. The work requires weeks alone with the flock. I shelter in a stone hut built for shepherds. Last month, I noticed someone else using the hut, not when I was present, but evidence of occupation. The fire would be laid ready, kindling arranged. Water would be drawn from the stream. Small repairs would be completed. Someone maintained the hut carefully. I assumed another shepherd used it when I was elsewhere. I left a note thanking whoever helped. The next day, I found a response, written in old-fashioned script on a scrap of parchment. You are welcome. The hut served me well in life. I ensure it serves others equally. I was intrigued and decided to wait at the hut. I concealed myself nearby after settling the sheep. As darkness fell, I saw him approach. An old man in shepherd's clothing. He carried a staff and walked with the confidence of one who knew the land. He entered the hut and began working, repairing a broken shutter, tidying the interior. He worked efficiently, his movements practiced. I entered and greeted him. He turned, unsurprised by my presence. Good evening, he said calmly. The hut needed attention. I thanked him for his care. I was a shepherd here for 50 years, he explained. This hut was my home in all seasons. I built much of it myself. I cannot bear to see it fall to ruin. I asked his name. Thomas, he replied. Thomas Fletcher. I worked these valleys all my life, and it seems I work them still. We talked for hours. He shared knowledge of the land, which pastures were best in each season, where springs ran even in drought, how to read weather in the clouds, the wisdom of 50 years of shepherding. As dawn approached, he stood. The sheep need tending, he said. Yours and mine both. I asked where his flock was. He smiled sadly. Gone long ago, he replied, but I remember each one. I count them still in my mind. They are never lost to me. He walked to the door and looked at the valley. Beautiful land, he said softly. I am blessed to remain here. Then he faded, becoming one with the morning mist. I see him regularly now. He tends a flock only he can see. He maintains paths only he remembers. He shepherds the land itself. Eternal guardian of the high valleys. William Ashford, Shepherd, Yorkshire Dales. 3rd September 1456. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Local records mention Thomas Fletcher, a shepherd who died in the Dales, circa 1420. The described hut remained in use until demolished in 1678. Shepherds throughout that period reported the helpful presence. Modern hikers in the area occasionally encounter an elderly man in historical shepherd's clothing who offers directions before vanishing. End of file. Case closed to public record. The original document remains sealed within the vaults of the British Museum. The NOA archive remains committed to documenting phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These cases are submitted for academic review and further investigation. Further access requires written authorization or curiosity strong enough to ignore the warnings. Until next time, these are the National Occult Archives.